Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad that you are watching. Welcome to Mtembei TV. This is your favorite show, Open Forum, political discussion on the latest development on our political front, even as we warm up for the elections that are coming up August this year. Many things are taking place. Some are embarrassing, some are praiseworthy, others are confusing, but all in all, we have the answer when we begin to talk and look at each and every happening keenly. Well, you're welcome from wherever you are around the world. Thank you so much. And please invite somebody to join into the discussion. There is more coming your way. There is the NDC for Jubilee and ODM coming, and Azimio team has taken Mvita by storm. What is happening with Tononoka and the Kenya Kwanza alliance? The arrangement looks to be not anticipated or as drummed up. They have planned for this rally for ages. They began warning us like last month or something. How come the flow of events and the arrangement on the dais was not premeditated? What is happening? We need to dive into all that and be able to conclude what is happening and how do we relate to the same? How do we get the right path forward? There seems to be an outcry of Uhuru's role in the succession politics. Kenya Kwanza Alliance seem to want Uhuru to have nothing to do with the succession politics. What are they afraid of? If they have a muscle, they have the numbers, they have convinced the country for 4 years. Why would they be afraid of Uhuru getting involved into who succeeds him? It is his democratic right, I believe, constitutional right. So let's get in and let's get talking. The link to use to get in the studio is right there in the comments, and we want you to be part and parcel of this. Let us get going. Hey, and I want to salute those of you that are already in. There is MacB say Cheriot. Karibu, unasema total madness. I don't know what you're referring to. You say biasness. What is biasness? You will come and define for us. Edka Handsome wa Nyahururu, karibu sana kwa show. Peter Kamau, karibu kwa show. Late Pass, thank you so much. Emo Sang, thank you so much. Isaac Muchori, karibu kwa show. Otieno D. Aoya, karibu karibu. Kenya Kwanza will never get any votes in the coast. Hiyo maoni yako. Kuna Kasimili Otubongor. If I mispronounce your name, begin by forgiving me. But I'm happy that you're watching. Please, karibu sana. Kuna huyu Ayecha N, thank you so much. We are glad you are watching. We salute all of you that are coming in, and those of you joining in the studio, keep your mic mute as we begin the discussion. There is this Kunichinga, karibu kwa show ako Zimmerman. Kuna Jonas Kips, karibu sana. Jared, you're welcome. Alum, thank you so much. Enoch Steve, you're welcome. Michael Yata, thank you so much. You say boring show. Okay, you've hidden your name or you've reversed it. But we are glad that you are there. Thank you for following the boring show. Interesting times in an interesting country called Kenya. Somebody has tuned into the show, then he says it's boring show. Buanathemba, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard.
So this guy says the show is boring and we are starting.
The show hasn't started and it's already boring.
He's already boring for him. I think he's the one that's
How can you have such negativity on a
yeah,
Saturday evening? You need to do something with your life.
yes. Very crazy one we are in. Well, let's dive into the subject today. I think Themba, you should start us off as you make your opening remarks and a bit whatever of your
Yeah,
submission. Just take it.
yeah. I'll make my brief opening remarks very, very, very brief, so that we can allow the other people to dive in. Number one, uh, it is interesting that, like you said, what you have been drummed up as Tononoka, zilizala la Tononoka, ambayo itakuwa ni kama earthquake coming to Mombasa. As this earthquake gets out of the epicenter, when you have an earthquake, first of all, in the epicenter, which was Bomas, it wasn't as big, but as it gets out, the strength is even getting, less and less, and we are actually not even experiencing any tremors. If you looked at what they did in Tononoka, that was very embarrassing. In the first place, I mean, those people were squeezing themselves on the dais. It was looking like it was something that was patched up, and people were just struggling to even try and find themselves where they can stand on that dais. It didn't look like something that was arranged, and even the people there didn't look so excited. And for the first time, you could see that they were struggling even to hype up the crowd. So I think that embarrassment left even the guy who supposedly was supposed to have planned that thing, that is Omar Hassan, and Muhammad Ali. You could see in their faces they were looking embarrassed by what really had happened. And to add more to that, the Mvita rally, which was looking like was so, the crowd, the other side was so excited. I think they didn't expect that. And for me, uh, what happened, they tried to bring that out by now bringing in their speeches the idea of the president, supporting Baba. I mean, let's face it. Uh, in Tanzania crossboard, when Magufuli was coming, the person who had left uh, thought that he was going to be supported. But the retiring president then, Kikwete, supported the person who was coming in, because that was where they were going. The world over, the presidents who are going out, who are retiring, they look for people or candidates that they think they favor. And anywhere you'll find that practice going on. I mean, if you go to any developed country, or developing, there's usually a preference for a particular candidate, and that is a normal thing. What do they expect? If you would walk up today and say that, okay, fine, I support Ruto, would that be something that they will be excited about? And will they say now the president should be quiet? The same people who are saying the president should not be making any decision, they are busy saying that they were promised yangu kumi yako kumi. So what are they saying? Are they having discomfort with the person who the president is facing, or the fact that the president has taken a stand? What does yako kumi yangu kumi mean? So I think that is where they need to be clear about, and they're not coming out clear. I want to just say that for now, and I'm hoping that as the discussion goes on, we will interact more with the information and any other thing that has come on. So I want to take it back to Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Themba, for the opening remarks, and we are glad that you are moving on. And just for us to remind ourselves of our standing orders, we are to debate. Everybody should address each other through the chair. That's the new standing order. Next is if you want to interject, you lift your hand, you'll be picked upon. No unmuting until it's your turn to speak. No shouting at each other, no matter how angry you get. If you see you cannot hold yourself, just move out, go cool down, then come back when you're all right. It is allowed. It's normal and we will not be here to regulate your anger. We want to regulate the discussion. That is not targeting anybody. We just want to be civil and ensure that our conversation is helping Kenya. That's the whole essence of our debating. Well, let's move on to Dixon. Unmute and talk to us. How are you doing? Dixon Machuki. Is it Mochuki Machuki? Unmute. You just unmute once. You are mute. You unmute the mic beside your name. Hey, Buana. The broadcast is allergic to silence. The crossed mic beside your name is where you click once, then you will be unmute. We can't get you. I think you'll organize your gadget, then we'll get back to you later. Let's have Mama Selina. How are you doing today?
I'm fine, Bernard.
Karibu sana.
Asante. Hey, Mombasa mambo. Niko job lakini naongea tu ndiye nasema. Unanisikiza?
Yes, endelea mami.
Okay, thank you. Nasema Mombasa imetuonyesha mambo. Ya UDA, nikianzia UDA ama Kenya Kwanza, hawatapata hiyo style ya kuweka viti, kutengeneza crown. So ilikuwa ngumu sana. Alafu ni ile wakipata watu wanapeana t-shirt, lakini sasa baada ya hiyo niliona tena mkutano ingine ya kina Sharif Mishi Mbogo wametokea sasa, hata nikashangaa nao sasa. Hiyo that was the real. Unaona, wanatembea polepole, wana ustaarabu, wanaongea mambo yao na wanauliza mnakuja kwetu leo Mombasa na amukukuja wakati ya STR, kumaanisha deputy president hata akijaribu kuepa ama akikataa kusema alikuwa serikali ni pingumu. But hiyo ni siasa. Kuna wale wanaenda tu kuona wanasema nini, na kuna tunaomba at least tunataka that race, kwa sababu ikiwa ni Azimio peke yake tutachoka. Kitambo ifike mwezi wa 8 tupige kura, Kenyans watakuwa wamechoka. So tunataka Kenya Kwanza watembee, watu wajue hawa, na unakuta mtu kama Musalia, na kama rais amesema ana support baba, na kama rais ana impact, kama ako na kura moja yake vile Wetangula amesema, then what is the problem? Pilipili isiyoula inakuasha nini? Rais ameamua atasupport baba, na kama rais anaenda nyumbani, wewe ukiwa na UDA, kwa nini unaongea mambo ya president? Walisema ana watu, walisema chama yake Jubilee imeisha, wametoka na watu. Then wangewachana na rais afanye kazi yake na afanye siasa, kwa sababu kama leo wakati wakati URP na TNA walikutana, kwa hivyo hiyo haikukuwa neno. So leo ikisemekana ODM na Jubilee inakutana, iko na shida. So ile kitu tunataka kuambia Wakenya waone ni which side wanadanganya, kwa sababu kama ni yako ni mzuri, lakini kwa mwingine ni uchungu. So tunataka kuambia hawa muache rais support ile mtu anataka, na kwa sababu yako na kura moja hiyo yake rais, na hata rais mwenyewe alikuwa amesema hata Raila akikuwa na kura moja hiyo yake, yeye ndiye atapatia kitu. So mimi Bernard, nataka tu niseme wacha watembee. Hata kama nyumba ukioa pipi Bernard, na akute nyumba yako, uwezi jua bedroom ni wapi, sitting room ni wapi. Hata mke kuingia kwa nyumba ama kupata kukanyaka mpaka afike bedroom yako ni ngumu. Lakini msichana akikuta nyumba imepangwa, hata jua hiyo nyumba hata hakuna chakula, atafurahia nyumba na atakaa, atajua baadaye, oh, kumbe haina hii. So ile kitu ningeomba UDA wapange nyumba yao kwanza, kwa sababu hawana sitting room, hawana bedroom, yote ni kuchanganyikiwa tu kwa barabara. Alafu ni kama kina Mudavadi na Wetangula, UDA wanajaribu kuweka kama face, hakuna kitu wanafanya. Leo pole, sitaenda nje, niliona leo mkutano ya funeral Kakamega ya mama ya speaker Marende. I see all faces of lawyers, walikuja wote, na hapo uliona mahali msimamo iko, na still wana declare. So nashangaa Mudavadi na Wetangula wanasaidia UDA na nini, kuonyeshana ni sura ya Kenya, ama kama hao wamekuja na kura moja kama ya Uhuru. Kwa sababu nina hakika kama Uhuru hana kura, Musalia na Mudavadi kwanza ndio wana afadhali hata Excellency the President, kwa sababu watu ya Central wameonyesha watamuunga mkono. Wache niwatie hapo kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you Mama Selina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Naomba tu tusonge mbele vizuri vile tumeanza, na unaruhusa kutoa maoni yako kulingana na mada ya leo, na kama kuna jambo lingine unataka kuongezea alikuwa mfano, but just be brief on the same so that you don't get limited, so that we do justice to the show. Mamo unabeba mkono vipi?
Hi Mr. Bernard, habari zenu kwa wakurugenzi wote wenye wako kwa studio. Salamu iende kwa Temba, tulikuwa naye paka late hour. I salute you sir. Sawa, sasa nilikuwa nataka, nimeingia tu saa hii, nilikuwa nataka kujua mada kwanza, alafu then tuone kama nita contribute kuanzia hapo. Thank you.
Mada umejua iko hapo, ina scroll kwa screen, kasome alafu utajiandaa. Thank you. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Omar. Omar, namna gani?
My brother. Niambie Bernard.
Wewe umekuwa Tononoka kweli wewe?
Hiyo Tononoka hiyo. Waende tena. Election zote, yani miaka zote Mombasa, hiyo ni zone ya baba.
Yes.
Yani huko Mombasa wameamini huyu mzee sana. Hata siasa wakati Uhuru Kenyatta na wakati walikuwa na William Ruto, unaona Mombasa walienda mara kadhaa, mara 20, lakini bado walimpigia baba. Hata hiyo rally ya leo nimeona kwa Tononoka huko, yani ni kama watu walikuwa wako, ni kama watu walikuwa wananunuliwa wajaze kiwanja. Ukiangalia mabango, ukiangalia mashati watu wanapatiwa, yani ni fashion. Ni kama yani huko ni pesa ilikuwa inatembea. Na ukiangalia mkutano ya ODM hiyo upande mwingine, watu walikuwa wanajileta, si watu walikuwa wananunuliwa. Utaona ni watu wanajileta. Between siasa ya William Ruto na between siasa ya baba iko tofauti sana, miaka yote Kenya. Na nashukuru sana vile mambo inaenda, sio mbaya vile. Naona baba na Uhuru Kenyatta wako Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. I think anapumzika 10 days. Nasikia akitoka hapo ataenda India, mambo yake kibiashara. Na nilikuwa nauliza watu wa UDA wameanza kupanic. Sijui wana panic nini. Hao wakikuwa na mpangilio yao, pilipili iliyowasha, yani pilipili Kiswahili ni ngumu kidogo. Sio kula, sijui inakuashia nini.
Yeah.
Mpangilio yao sisi hatuongei, lakini wakiona mpangilio yetu Azimio wanaingia baridi. Ukiangalia siasa ya leo, yani watu wote walikuwa wakizungumza wanamuattack president. Kila wakizungumza wanamuattack president. Ni kama yani ni watu wana wasiwasi, yani wanaona rais anafanya mambo yake, aongei na mtu amenyamaza. Wana panic ya nini? Siwacha wagoje hiyo debe, wanasema twende kwa debe tuwaonyeshe sasa. Kuna watu wengine nafikiri watakuwa ICU hiyo siku. Wataona muda yote wame campaign miaka ngapi? Miaka 4. Watashangaa. Mzee amekuja unaona hata mzee hana wasiwasi, anaenda mambo yake kufanya, lakini anajua ameacha ground. Kuna watu wanamfanyia kazi. Na nashukuru sana mzee vile alifanya hiyo tactic, magavana kumkampenia kila county wanamkampenia. Yani mzee ile mpangilio wako nayo, yani tuseme Azimio ile mpangilio wako nayo ni mpangilio hatari. Hiyo hata watu wa UDA wanashangaa. Ni vipi ya watu? Hii mambo jana unaona Uhuru Kenyatta aliitisha wabunge na magavana na masenate katika State House, inawapatia wasiwasi. Wanashangaa rais anapanga nini? Watulie hivyo hivyo. Ngoma bado. Tunasema tunaenda race. Sasa wasipaniko. Ni haki yao, wache wazurure. Nasikia wataenda Bungoma sijui next week. Wache wazurure Kenya mzima, lakini tunawaambia tutapatana. Hiyo tu Bernard. Nilikuwa nao leo.
Okay, sawa. Thank you Bwana Omar. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Watu wa comments, naomba tafadhali watch your languages. No need of insulting anybody and no profiling of any community. Story ya Wajaluo, Wakale, I don't want to see that on the platform. It will warrant us blocking you, and we don't want to do that. Let's do the debate civilly. Kama uko na point, una point. Kama huna point, tafuta point. Utapata. Thank you very much. Naftali, I hope today your gadget is at peace. How are you today? Bwana Naftali, you have not picked your audio again. We see unmuting, but we can't hear you. Itabidi tukutumie maengineer. Tupatie uko wapi. Pole lakini. Haya basi, wacha tumpate huyu Mamo, sema.
Asante sana Mr. Bered ama speaker. Nashukuru sana kwa sababu naona mada ya leo nimeona. Okay, ya kwanza ni Tononoka ground. Tononoka ground chenye nimeona sana nimechunguza na nimefuatilia wakati Mudavadi alikuwa anaongea. Mimi naona watu tu ni kama wameboeka. Alafu Omar Sarai ndio sasa yeye naona kama alikuwa amepigiwa kelele kidogo pale. Nafikiri wakati alianza kutaja family wa kina Joho. So it's like watu hawafurahii wakati labda Joho ama family wanaguzo wangu hapo. Mudavadi naona ni watu ni kuangalia tu, wakiangalia tu ni kusikiza tu chenye anasema, because hakuna hiyo jovyo. Unajua sasa kuna ile jovyo, yani watu wakifanya mkutano kuna ile unajua furaha. Hiyo furaha yenyewe sijaona pale. So ile nyingine ni mambo ya de Marende naona kama kuna pole. Sasa tunamuombea tu mama pelekwe mahali pema peponi. So wakati naona kuna wakurugenzi wengi hao Waluya wenye wamekuja huko, viongozi za Western wameongea. Siasa unajua lazima iguzwe pale. So nafikiri Mudavadi hakuna mtu labda alituma huko, ama yeye mwenyewe nafikiri alikuwa Mombasa. So hiyo inaonekana kuna waves wa Azimio upande ya Mombasa na huko upande ya Western. Asante sana, yangu ni hayo tu, baadaye ndio naweza contribute ingine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Mamo, tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako. Tuendelee. Late pass. If I mispronounce your name, you begin by forgiving me and pronouncing it properly for me. You're still mute. Unmute first. Auja unmute bro. Okay, inaonekana your gadget has issues. Naomba ushughulikie kwanza, alafu tutarudi kwako. Inawezekana namna gani?
Salama sana Bernard, vipi?
Fiti kabisa. Mlifunga barabara ya Tononoka. Mbona mpango wa mkutano wa zilizala haionekani kama kuna zilizala yoyote?
Hiyo zilizala kama babu walivyosema, mtu anadhani anatingisha mti, lakini ni mambo ingine ndio inatingika. Sitasema kwa hii public forum. Anyway, yeah, hiyo zone ni ya baba and it's complete. Hiyo ni ya baba, hakunanga story ingine hapo. Hiyo inakuanga ni zone ya baba, na kila wakati, hata hii ni mara ya pili, wakati wakiamua UDA ama Kenya Kwanza wakiamua kwenda huko coast, sisi huwa tunafanya our parallel event. Unaona, sisi tunafanya yetu ambayo iko hiyo upande ingine, so unapata people are not attending that place. So it becomes really boring. Oleo waliboeka sana, hawakuwa na points za kuarticulate. Their only points ilikuwa tu kuita huyu mjamaa mganga. Wamemuita mambo mingi sana, wanamuita mganga, wanamuita mtu wa vitendawili, wanamuita puppet project, lakini sisi tunawaambia yeye ni project ya wananchi wa Kenya. Yes, na baba has never been a project of government. Government in fact ndio inamtegemea. Sisi tu, the presidency this time inamtaka yeye, inataka Raila presidency. Si ati yeye ndiye anaitafuta. Kama at his age, baba at his age, hakuna kitu kingine anataka to just do the right thing for the country, and and he retires in peacefully. I feel wakati akitoka, I feel tu ako tu sawa. Otherwise it was all seen in the public and there was nothing there. I'm really interested on the NDC that is going to happen. Is it 25th of February? You will correct me. And the interesting thing is that it is going to be an NDC for Jubilee and NDC for ODM. So hawa majamaa, hii mipango DP asipoangalia vizuri, atachengwa kabisa, because the president now is officially taking center stage. Sasa anataka kuendesha campaigns za Raila Amolo Odinga, na DP has been moving around for more than 9 years now. I think it's 10 years. The president amekuwa akinyamaza, amekuwa akiambia watu sisi tuendelee kufanya kazi, tukimaliza kazi tutaanza campaign. Watu wako wanamsikiza. The DP amekuwa akienda mbele akimchafulia the president jina indirectly, akidhani sisi wa Kenya hatusikizi, sisi wa Kenya hatuoni what is really happening. The president now this time atakuwa on the ground, and we can see the way the Azimio teams zimeshaanza kudistribute. Kuna ile ambayo iko Western, is it called Western chapter, inavuma huko sana, na DAP mbolea inashika kila pahali. We can see in Coast venye wamefanya counter attack leo, inavuma pia coast, watu hawajaonekana Tononoka, but watu walienda kwa hiyo ya Azimio. We can see now the president sasa, when he will hit ground in Central, that will be another chapter, and a chapter in Central. Now the president has told those who want to vie in Jubilee that he will sponsor them. So we can see pesa ya DP kimpango imeisha, and the president amesema ata sponsor yule candidate mwenye atasimama, a strong candidate mwenye watasimama in Central, in regions ambazo zitakuwa under Jubilee. So hapo the DP should also watch out. What else did I want to say? I think those are the only points I wanted to put forward. Maybe nikipata point ingine I will add. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Sawa, thank you very much. Inawezekana. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako, and tunaomba hivi, kwa sababu wale wanataka kuingia ni wengi. Kama umepeana point yako, unaweza kufuata kwa nyuma ili mwingine wapate nafasi ya kuingia. Then there are those asking on how to join. How to join is very simple. There's a link we are sharing. All of it is bearing Mtembei TV. When you get the link, you click on the link. The link will lead you on where to get to the studio. The only thing you need to do is cooperate. Cooperate in the sense that allow StreamYard, the app we are using, to have full control over your camera and your audio. If you denied any of the control, you will not be able to get to the studio or contribute anything in the studio. So the link, I'm sharing it right now. Please, if you get the notification that the studio is full, you keep trying. I mean, you give it some time, then you try. If somebody drops out, you'll get in. And the show runs for almost 8 hours. So if you miss the first hour, try the next hour until you get in. So don't be faint-hearted because you tried once and it didn't work. Try until you triumph, at the risk of sounding like a motivational speaker. All the same, thank you very much. So let's get, who is this? Bwana Omondi kabla ya Mkenya. Omondi vipi?
Poa.
Kamera unayo nzuri alafu naficha sura, kwa nini? Oh, you are chewing something.
Inawezekana ni aje?
Sawa, maoni yako ama tukupatie dakika moja alafu tarudi kwako?
Dakika moja tu.
Thank you. Very relax. Worry not. Mkenya.
Yes, I trust.
Wewe Mkenya unatishia Wakenya wengine kwa nini? Wewe ndio Mkenya peke yako?
Oh, sorry.
No. I'm just asking. I mean, ukusikia Sarai akilia leo ate ni Sarai ama nani amesema kuna wale ambao wanafikiria ndio wako na leseni ya Kenya.
Leave alone Sarai alone.
Those who own Kenya.
Bernard and team, I'm split between saying the truth and advising. Yesterday, I received some comments that I should not advise opponents where they're taking. So I'm told, niwaambie ukweli au should I advise? So that times unatakaka tu usikize na uone venye naendelea. Anyway, I will comment. Now, I have to make it clear, even in the comment, those who are saying that they're close to DP. I can tell you I've been close to DP more than those people are commenting there. And I also have pictures of the same. So when I'm speaking, I know where the mistakes are going, though I'm not qualified to advise him. But I also have opinion. Now, I've been saying here time and again, UDA has no numbers. It has no numbers. These were those people supporting him may think that the UDA has number. It has numbers in a certain part of the country, but when going to some places, it doesn't have. Like if you come to the coast, I think the best bet for maybe the DP could be Lamu, some parts of Lamu and some parts of Kwale. But let's say inapigwa Mombasa, someone will lie, someone telling UDA that they have a chance there is lying. Ile sasa inapigwa na Shabal na Sheriff. Siasa Mombasa ni 24/7. Kulala procession through those corridors. My friend, ukiona Mombasa imepointiwa orange night and day. So in Mombasa, no, maybe Kwale, Lamu, if wanaweza jaribu. Then one thing about the Azimio is that Azimio is organized. Let's leave alone the big fish or the leaders. Look at the supporters of Azimio. You will find maybe some commenting there, this show is biased. Let's give them benefit of doubt. If it's biased, then it means if the hosts are supporters of Azimio, it means they have taken initiative to drive a point home. So the other thing is about the bitterness. You know, bitterness does not convert someone. If you say, we president enda nyumbani, somebody amekuja asikize utamfanyia nini ukiingia kuongozi. So instead of spending more time explaining what they will do to Kenyan, almost if it's 3 hours, 2 hours and 30 minutes are spent on bashing other people. Then I saw in Tononoka bashing why Uhuru. Uhuru is coming from a president to a party leader, just a mere party leader. Now, you see it from a face value. This is what I think why Uhuru is taking charge of Jubilee. He's still the party leader as we talk. And why he's taking this, there will come a time when Uhuru will now take a political stance. So he will saying, I was acting as a political leader, not as a president. I was acting as a leader of a political party. That's why he's sticking to the Jubilee leadership. So if anyone accuses him that the president was unbiased, he's saying I was acting as a capacity as the leader of the Jubilee team. Then why he's also sticking to Jubilee, he knows that if he's not a leader, given that Jubilee right now is struggling, that party may face out. So he still want to have that name that comes with the presidency, the sway that comes with the presidency, being Jubilee, so to revive the Jubilee. Then if you have not, you've noticed that the DP has reduced dishing out cash. Siku hizi hapeani milioni 5. Siku hizi anasema mwaka huu tulikuwa tunapeana milioni 5. Mwaka huu tutapeana bilioni 10. So you have reduced that. And I think the person advising him, I think it's Farouk Kibet. At times the guy does a good job because I noticed that the DP dropped the Kalenjin leaders who were surrounding him because this was UDA was surrounding as like Kalenjin party. So maybe he was advised that achana kina Murkomen, this Cheriot, these guys, if you've seen the DP has reduced that and also reducing money. So he has known, maybe he has done his due intelligence and known that I'm dishing money, but I'm not gaining from it. But let's take example. Why is he pushing so hard? If you're a parent, na unajua una pesa, na unataka watoto wanataka kulala njaa, uwezi waambia kuna chakula. You give them hope. You say, tomorrow I have something. But you, unajua una struggle, hakuna kitu. Or you keep giving them hope. So the same way, maybe the DP, I know deep down, he has a sense that this election is very difficult to win, but he wants to push to build a cloud. So it reaches a point, maybe it's just building a cloud. Then now at Wauda, I think they should hire people to write for them speech. Apart from DP, hao wengine hakuna chenye wanasema, most of them. So that's that's it for now.
Let me leave that one there. Thank you very much, Mkenya, for your submission. Can we now get Lady? I hope you are now able to unmute. Yes.
Yes, Mr. Mtumbe.
That's okay. Karibu, sema.
Kwanza nawasalimia nyote. Najua nimepotea sana. Lakini ni shughuli hapa na pale. Hata leo Tononoka singeweza kuona, lakini nilikuwa nasikizia mahali nilikuwa napita. But what I know with Mombasa ni kujaribu wanajaribu, hata hao wenyewe wanajua. Ni kujaribu wanajaribu. Hiyo ni kenye iko. hatuwezi kuwa na shaka hata wakienda Mombasa usiku warudi asubuhi wakue mchana. Hiyo ni kitu tunajua hapo iko, cause hata earthquake tulingojea earthquake, kenye tuliona ilikuwa ni heckling. Sijui kama mimi ndo niliona, sijui wengine pia waliona, but mimi kwanza hiyo siku ya earthquake, in fact sikujua kama kesho tutaamuka, cause ukiambiwa earthquake Bernard, you know what earthquake mean. Sikujua kama nitaamuka kesho niende kazi, but mwishowe hata yeye mwenyewe alishindwa kutamuka earthquake yake. Ni hao watoto wengine ndio ulikuwa unasikia wanapiga kelele, oh nataka mandazi, oh nataka nini. Unaona, so hii hakuna kenye Ruto aliadd. In fact I can say aliminus by joining this ANC, CG Ford Kenya. Hakuna juu kama Wetangula yeye mwenyewe hana nguvu, anasaidiwa ndiye aweze kusimama. Sasa hii hata pati yake sijui kuna ofisi wapi. Kuna nyakati mwingine sijui niliona walienda press conference huko Riverside, wanahaya nyumba ya mtu wanaweka bana ionekane ni ofisi. Hawana ofisi walifukuzwa huko Kilimani, hawana ofisi. So hakuna kenye Ruto iliade. Next thing I wonder, Bernard, wewe mwanaume mzima kama wewe, even if umeolewa, unajua ndoa si mbaya, watu huolewa, mtu anaweza olewa ndio, but niliona mtu alipoolewa akipelekwa, wanasemanga mkifanya harusi unapelekwa inajitanga nini honeymoon
Yes, inaitwa fungata.
Alipelekwa honeymoon anakataa ati yeye si mlamua. Unajua Bernard, kuna vitu zingine wallahi kiongea mbele ya umati, umepelekwa honeymoon alafu sasa unasema oh mimi si mlamua, mimi si mnajua mimi ni Arab Chericheri, nimezaliwa hapa, mama yangu mbona unaepa mama yako? Hata kama umeolewa, unaolewa ukatae mpaka mama yako mzazi, uite mama ya mtu mama yako, ukimbie mpaka boma yenyu uende ujiite kwa boma ya wengine, surely. So this thing yellow fever, sioni mali inaenda. Ni wanajaribu kupeana tu zile vitisho ndogo ndogo yenye mtoto anaweza pea mwenzake, wewe nitakuua, wewe hakuna kitu. Mimi Kenya naona, in fact Ruto alianza kucampaign for the last 4 years. Yeye amekuwa campaign, even though IBC wanasema campaign ijafunguliwa officially, but ana campaign. Hii pande ingine unaona kina baba ya kwanza walikuwa wanapigania BBI ilipoangushwa wakafufua hii Azimio, unaona. So hawajafungua campaign yao officially. Ile unasikia mtu anasema tio chagua mimi. Unajua sasa hata uliposikia speech ya huyu mama ndoa huko Bomas, in fact mwenye alimwandikia speech it was very strong, but kenye ilikuwa na weekend speech yake alikuwa anaongelea serikali, mara wanafungua biashara zingine fake, mara wanazindua biashara zingine haziko, ilhali saa zile serikali wanazindua biashara ziko na serikali yako nayo na hiyo serikali linataka kumuoa saa hizo, bwana yake ameketi kando na anapiga bwana yake, yeye akifikiria anapiga mwingine. Unajua haiko ina make sense. By the time unasema hii serikali yote ni mwizi na nusu ya serikali yako nayo kando yake, ilikuwa inamaanisha nini? Hata kama wewe ni Mkenya uko na akili kweli, unaona huyu ni leader, anataka kutuongoza, anataka kutukomboa venye wanasema ukombozi. Unajua kitambo tulikuwa tunaambiwa dereva ni mwizi, dereva ni mlevi, makanga ni mwizi alafu sasa wanasema dereva aliangusha gari. akakuja to senses sahii akili yake inafanya after wanasema gari imeanguka. So dereva ameona mwenye anaweza muamushia gari alafu mwizi anasema hakuna uwezo ya kuamusha. Shwali, hata kama ni wewe Bernard, tuambie, mwizi, gari imebeba mzigo imeanguka, alafu mwizi anaamusha hii gari.
Wewe bwana late. Wewe umefanya mfano ikakuwa somo. Tafadhali rudi kwa somo la leo. Tuambie Tononoka kumekuaje, Mvita, alafu ODM NDC na Jubilee NDC. Asante. Lakini earthquake, I'm happy you survived the earthquake.
Okay. So Mombasa, nimekuambia Mr. Bernard, Mombasa hatuna wasi. Mombasa ni kitu iko. Na ODM na Jubilee na NDC, hiyo ni mpango. Unajua, even though bado wanaongea tu hapa na pale, mwingine anaweza sema hao wanachezea huyu, lakini mimi what I know, by the time watu watakuwa pamoja, unajua sasa kila mtu anatengeneza nyumba yake kwanza ikuwe intact, ndio sasa waifungue rasmi. Unajua hawa kina Kenya imeanguka ingine hii, unaona washajionyesha tayari mali wako, lakini hao wengine hawajajionyesha, even though tunaiona kwa mawingu, but tunajua ni kitu iko, but is something strong yenye hii Kenya ingine sijui wanajiita Kenya gani hii, sijui kama itameka. Hiyo ndio point yangu kwa sasa.
Okay, thank you bwana late. Let's keep the conversation going. Watu wa comments, tafadhali naomba kila mtu aheshimu mwenzake. Huna ruhusa ya kutusi mtu yeyote, na wengine wenu lugha yenu chafu kabisa. Tafadhali ukitaka kutumia lugha chafu, enda kwa platform yako, use your name, okay, to hurl insult to your followers on your platform, not here. This platform is public and everybody is welcome, but not everybody's manners is welcome. We will be tolerant, but not to an extent of tolerating what you are trying to pull us into, especially the UDA supporters. You are free to support UDA. Just get points. Tell us we stand for this, we are for this, we will bring this change and all that. Not to call everybody's comment useless, good for nothing, and all that. That is not going to give you vote, neither will it give you presidents. Please, just style up and do the right thing. Naomba sasa tuende kwa M100. And kabla ya M100 kuja, tafadhali naomba tukumbuke Operation Jaza Lori is ending tomorrow officially. You need to send in your contributions. Please, let's use this particular show and the tomorrow's show to drum up as much as we can in terms of contribution. We are not even a quarter lorry full, and we want a full lorry. So please don't just talk politics and exchange on politics. Tuanze kuona hiyo hela ianza kuingia. Wacha niweke simu karibu nione kama hela inaingia. Thank you very much. M100, you're welcome.
Yes. How are you guys? We talk about Mombasa. I'm in Mombasa myself, and by bad luck, I was in a matatu and I passed through Tononoka. Hata nilikuwa naogopa kamera isinichukue wakaona kwamba nimepita hapo karibu. Nilijificha kwa matatu and another guy threw a banner kwangu, nikaitupa nje, hata sikuiona. And one thing that I think with the Kenyans we should be so mad about is how the reflective jackets were given out, how the t-shirts are being given out. You see, like everybody there had a reflective jacket. It's like if this something was organized, watu wakapewa nini, they had t-shirts. We've been crying about COVID. Let me take you back about COVID the past years, and no politicians came up to even give free masks. No politicians came even up to give even something that was helpful, or even sanitizers. But right now they're giving reflective jackets, like everybody's having them, t-shirts. So it's something that is so disappointing to the politicians. So this should be a lesson that when we vote with people that have at least they consider Mananchi poor people, because we are going to vote for them. They'll forget about us. They'll come with free capes again and they'll give us. Okay, let's talk about Mombasa. Mombasa is a gone case. Mombasa is something that is ODM born, ODM raised, ODM will be in Mombasa forever. Because when you look at the two gubernatorial contestants, especially the Nasir and Shabal, they are very strong. Let's not lie, they are very, very, very strong. They command the the lower Mwananchi, they command the middle class, they command the upper class. Hassan Omar is someone who is he doesn't associate well with the local Mwananchi. He's someone who doesn't associate well with middle class. The upper class he doesn't want, because mostly he's not a businessman, and mostly Mombasa upper class are businessmen. So he doesn't. People see like he cannot be able to favor the business that people are doing in Mombasa. He cannot be able. When you look at when Joho was fighting for SGR not to go to Nairobi, the containers to be moved to Nairobi, Hassan Omar was the first person to criticize Joho. They were telling him and Ruto, they were telling Joho that Joho has not gone to school, and he thinks that watabeba bahari wapeleke Nairobi. So they were asking, how can Joho even think that the ocean can be moved to Nairobi? So the Hassan Omar was the person, and with Muhammad Ali, they spearheaded the insults towards Joho. They told Joho off, and Joho was like, okay, now if you want me not to defend my people, let's leave the way it is. And in fact, Joho is really enjoying, because he even has a yard in Nairobi that is he has containers. He went behind, he went to Uhuru, they started doing business. So Joho became the winner. So right now, I don't think Hassan Omar can even tell Mombasa people anything. He doesn't have anything to tell Mombasa people, because he was the one who was spearheading with Muhammad Ali for the SGR to continue. Another thing about Mombasa politics is that when you look at now, let's go to the coast region. There's someone who said about Lamu. The governor of Lamu is the ANC, and I don't think if Lamu is still commanding a lot of support on ANC right now, because mostly majority of Lamu people mostly are Kikuyus and the Swahilis, and so Lamu is a 50-50 thing currently. But I know with Uhuru being top there, because even if they voted for NC leader, NC governor in past election, it was mostly connected to Jubilee. And Uhuru now being that, because in the Raila side, they will, I think Lamu will come to, in fact, Lamu voted NC because they were in NASA. So this is also an advantage to Azimio in Lamu. Kwale is a 50-50, because the governor of Kwale is outgoing, is the one who is going away, so it will be an open ground. Kilifi, I think Kilifi is already taken. The Kiuno-less lady cannot be able to take Aisha Juma. Aisha Juma cannot be able to be the governor in Kilifi. She's arrogant, she's insultive, she has a lot of disadvantages that are taking her in Kilifi. And I was watching. I watched today. I looked at Grand Mula, this lawyer, Facebook page today. He was saying that Mudavadi now he has opened up. He's so powerful. He's speaking his mind. And I commented on him. I told him, Mudavadi is like a broke man. Like a broke man, you get into a relationship with a woman who has money. And when you get in a relationship with a woman who has money, you don't have anything to provide apart from being good in bed. So Mudavadi has to speak, he has to talk, he has to insult Raila to prove that he has to insult the president to prove that that's what UDA is thriving on, insults, propagandas. So when you go to UDA and you don't have followers, you don't have numbers, in fact, today even Malala was in Western, who was already doing campaign in Western. Boni Halwale was already in Western, which shows that these even people, they don't even believe themselves. They cannot even get out of Western. So UDA, Mudavadi is not Mudavadi and Wetangula. Even if they insult, they are talking around, they're opening up. They know that they have to be like that so that they can keep their place in UDA. They don't have numbers. They don't have on the ground. They are not comfortable. So they have to be insultive so that they can keep their space. So Mudavadi has nothing. That one is a gone case. Western has already decided, because when you look at those people that are moving away, going to DAP, the fertilizer party, you can see how they are coming up. They are they are going to the ground. They are picking those people who have the say on the ground. Like Mudavadi and Wetangula, they don't have a say on the ground because they are doing national politics. And now, even if it is your house, when you leave your house in the morning, ukikuja unaweza mtu ambaye kwa nyumba is the one who decides. Unaweza pata mama amebadilisha TV, ameweka jikoni, amechukua fridge, ameweka sitting room. You'll just have to live with like that. So as they come to Mombasa, they walk around. Those other people who are on the ground, who are moving to DAP, are the ones who are making a difference on the ground. They are playing local politics, and that's what Raila wants. Raila doesn't want these big people walking around him. He wants those people to go on the ground and cover the ground, so that when these guys come back, they found that the ground has already changed, and that's what is happening. People are joining DAP today. Someone joining DAP, you don't know. You wonder how is this person going to DAP? It's because those people are going to the ground. They are speaking to them. They are telling them the truth, and they are moving. So Western is a gone case. Mombasa today, if you can see the pictures that Dennis Itumbi has posted just right now, you can see the way the drone is magnifying that thing. But there are some on the comment side. These photos that there are some guys on the story buildings near the stadium that were taking from the aerial view. You can see the people who are attending that rally. There are not people. The drone is portraying like we had a lot of people, but in really sense there was no people. So Sarai Hassan Omar is a gone case. He can never win in Mombasa. Ruto can never win in Mombasa. That we can do. Even if there's any UDA person here, we can bet on that. But Mombasa is a gone case. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, M100. We appreciate your comments and submissions. Let's keep the conversation going. But I'll urge us to restrict ourselves to 3 minutes, please, so that we don't keep many people waiting. The faster we finish, the faster we can start a second round. But the longer we take, the longer it takes for us to get to the second round, where we will continue with the submission. Bwana Mondi, I can see you are now ready.
Yes, amen.
Karibu.
Raundi hii ni kukula kwanza, alafu kura kwa Azimio. Sasa hiyo slogan yao ati Kenya kwanza, wanaweka kula kwanza, alafu kura piga kwa Azimio. Kitu ingine nataka kuambia majamaa wa UDA wako na shida moja tu. Agenda yao sasa imebaki ni kuattack president, kuattack Raila, kusema president ako na project, serikali ni wezi. But round hii tunashukuru Mungu, majambazi wameungana. Kuna ule mwenye alikula Kemwarer, kuna ule mwenye alikula mwenye aliuza embassy yetu Tokyo, ndio tunajua saa hii. Kuna mwenye aliuza tu makaburi, mwenye aliuza Goldenberg, mwenye alikula Goldenberg pia tunajua saa hii. Tunashukuru Mungu bwana. Sasa saa hii Jubilee.
Bwana Mondi, sema inasemekana.
Inasemekana, sio mimi mwenye nimesema. Sasa kitu ya maana sasa tunajua sasa uwezi ni wakina nani na Masumbiji ni wakina nani. Wao wenye muungano hao wametusaidia kutengeneza serikali 2022. Ukihesabu uwezi ni wengi. Waiguru ako huko, Musalia ako huko, alienda na shamba ya makaburi Lang'ata. Wetana akauza tu embassy, kajaribu kusimama 2017 president kashindikana, kusimama senator. Kajama ketu kakimwarere haka ndi yako. But Tarasabu watakuwa Busia maeneo ya Buhuyu Galo market hapo. Sasa wamemobilize watu wengi, wananunua watu. Hao watu hawana sera. Sasa wanagawa reflectors, kofia, ili watu wajae mabodaboda. Hawa wanawasanya machairman, lakini nataka kuambia Busia iko locked. Sasa wanatumia Babu na Mwamba kama mall underground, agawe pesa. Kama leo nimeshangaa, nimekuwa Kakamega naona Malena agawa watu 5,000 1,000, watu 5 1,000. Juzi nimeona na kama apige picha na rais wa Sudan. Hope ako na pesa ya Sudan sasa ni mingi. Sasa saa hii nataka kuambia kula kwanza, kura kwa Azimio. Yaani Kenya Kwanza Alliance convert kula kwanza, kura kwa Azimio. Ni hayo tu.
Thank you. Kula kwanza, kura kwa Azimio. That's a good one. It's going with the Azimio Zeneca. The vaccine that is exterminating all colors. No, only one color, yellow color. All colors are colors, but except yellow. All the same. Naomba tuendelee na mchango wetu. I mean, kutoa maoni yetu na the people asking for the link. We share the link once. You just scroll up, you will get the link. To join, you click on the link. The link will lead you. Just allow StreamYard to have full control over your camera and your audio. You will get yourself into the studio. If you get the notification that the studio is full, you keep trying. You give it some time, then try again. If somebody drops out, you will get in. And the show runs until after 4 a.m. So if you miss the first hour, please come back the second hour. You will get the people still here and you will give your views. Alternatively, you can also follow on the comment section, participate on the comment section. It is as good as being in the studio. Thank you very much. I think it's now time for Mamo, kuna nini?
Asante Mr. Bernard. Nilikuwa nataka at least nipatie wengine nafasi, naona labda huko studio labda watu wako nje wengi. So niseme tu yangu kidogo alafu nitoke tukutane masaa zingine. So ile nilikuwa nasema ni yenye sijaguzia ni mambo ya NDC ya Jubilee na ODM. Mimi kwa maoni yangu labda earthquake kama tetemeko ya ardhi itakuwa ni hiyo siku sasa. Because possibility ya maybe Uhuru labda officially sasa atoe kwa mdomo yake aseme ana support Baba, nafikiri itakuwa ni hiyo siku. Ile ingine ni Baba kuwa Ethiopia. Mimi naona kuna mapicture nimeziona amepigwa na ma head of state wengi. Hiyo nafikiri ni Uhuru pia pengi ako huko. Uhuru ako huko. Ni kama kuna introduction huko inafanywa labda the incoming president, the 5th. Ndio naona hiyo inaendelea vizuri. Asante sana. Upande ya mchango niko na 500 hapa nataka niweke kwa ile namba. So nasema kwa heri, wengine waingie, sisi tukutane masaa zingine zile zetu. Thank you.
Asante sana Bwana Mamo, karibu tena wakati mwingine tuendelee katika mjadala wa leo. Naomba tumlete nani huyu? Minister we get to 1, 2, 3, 4. There was Master, there was Mr. Kamau. Let's hear Master, then we go to Mr. Kamau. Master, Mr. Kamau, then Alex, alafu tukaribisha wengine. The Master, unmute and speak. Yes.
Hello, Bernard and guys. How are you?
We are great. How are you?
Unanisikia?
Kabisa.
Very fine. I miss here.
Uko sehemu gani wewe?
Si mimi ndo Narok tu kawaida.
Oh, nilikuwa nafikiria huko kwa jengo kubwa pale Tononoka tupatie picha.
Hapana. I'm not in Tononoka, but Tononoka
Ukataka
ni
kubebwa na
Azimio
chopa.
na hapana. Tononoka ni Azimio na ODM. Na unaona rasmi niko kwa ODM hadi jazi. So
Naona umewakilisha kweli.
mimi ni baba. So going straight to the topic of the day and just coming to contribute for what others have said. Today in Tononoka, mimi naona maajabu. For me personally, is this the Deputy President of Kenya telling us that Uhuru want to meddle with elections? That repassed my mind back in 2017, and one of the most difficult things in this nation is all about elections. So it's all about elections, and if the DP, the second man in command, can cry foul that the president is meddling the elections, then somewhere is wrong. For UDA guys, UDA has no agenda for me. Let me say so, and I can back up that one. In Mombasa today, we still have UDA having the same speakers that were in Nairobi last time. Kina Ichungwa wanaongea Nairobi, kina Kichungwa wanaongea Mombasa, kina Asha Juma anaongea Mombasa, anaongea Nairobi. And my question is, where are the people or the residents of Mombasa? Je, wanawakilishwa kweli? A very big no. Ichungwa doesn't know the problem of Mombasa. Aisha Juma doesn't know the problems of Nairobi. How can you tell me that you are going to solve all those problems? Okay, they may talk, because I see even today they are just talking about the president. Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya hii, Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya hii. But the question remains, even the MPs of Mount Kenya, they are still, or they have the guts to abuse a president. Do you want to tell me that Uhuru Kenyatta does not have influence in Mount Kenya? A very big no. In fact, for me, I can say one of the most influential person in Mount Kenya is Uhuru Kenyatta. Na hezi ongea, he will never talk. Even in all that time, he didn't talk. But it's a man of action. And for you to know that in 2007, I didn't imagine that Uhuru can be a name in the ICC list. Mimi hiyo ilinistua. And for me, I can still believe that Uhuru has the influence of the mountain. If you try to see the Azimio rallies in Mount Kenya, it's all about red. Even Raila Odinga, Junaid Mohammed, and others wanavaa red, lakini imeandikwa kofia rao. That means that the Jubilee Party can still come back, or the Jubilee Party is not dead. Look at what the president said last time. I think jana ama yes, jana alisema Jubilee ilikuwa kazi, meaning that Mount Kenya can still be Jubilee. And who is the leader of Jubilee? Uhuru Kenyatta. So where does the likes of Rigathi Gachagua, Kimani Ichung'wah, Kina Wahome get the guts to abuse the president? Furthermore, they still don't have that influence to marshal them votes for William Ruto to be president. Bernard and others, if you try to look at the statistics, in 2007, Raila Odinga alikuwa na William, Mudavadi na Kinangilu. Akapata 44%. 2017 tu alikuwa na Wetangula na Musalia akapata na Kalonzo akapata 44%. Meaning Raila has that constant percentage 44%, na hajawahi pata the mountain vote from 1997 since he started running, hajawahi pata kura ya mountain. So for me, I still believe that Raila this time has an upper hand. If Uhuru Kenyatta support Raila Odinga, it is game done. Game done. Asubuhi Raila, any percentage from 30% to ikipanda hivyo, baba akipata hiyo atakuwa rais mchana sana. Another thing, look at DFP, the DFP party in Western Kenya. Without Raila Odinga and without others, they have already shown that they can do something incredible in terms of marshalling votes or in terms of marshalling crowds. When did Musalia and Wetangula did that? What DAP is doing right now? That tells you that Ruto has poor guys. Even I can say poor guys. They are not organizers. They are useless, because I don't think you can just go somewhere and all people are running away from you. No, they lack influence. DAP is almost, I don't know if it's 5 months old, but look at what it's doing in Western Kenya. Marvelous. And for today, I can still tell you guys, this is the most easiest question in the ballot. Raila Odinga or William Ruto. Look, if you are keen today, Raila Odinga is in Addis Ababa. Wabunge wa Mvita ama wale wabunge wengine wa ODM Coast walikuwa na rally, but it's almost the same with
Bwana Master, inaonekana wifi yako ime...
Unanisikia?
Haya, umerudi basi.
Are you getting me?
Tamatisha tafadhali, tamatisha, wifi yako karibu kutupa.
Haya. Look at the Naivasha rally and the Kajiado rally where the DP missed. Manze, watu tu wamesimama hivyo, people are not even inspired the way they always do. That tells you that it is always about kama hayuko kwa crowd ama kama haja company usone MPs kwenda kwa crowd, that means that there's nothing. So Raila Odinga is the next president. Take that to the bank. And I so believe that this very time, Kenya is in safe hands. Alex, Nyaje. So thank you so much, guys, and may God bless you.
Okay, thank you, Master, for your contribution. Let's continue with the conversation. We bring in Mr. Kamau as fast as possible, then we go to Alex as we follow these other people coming in.
How are you, everybody?
We are great. Karibu.
Asante sana bwana chair. Sasa I watched the rally at Tononoka, and one thing I noticed is that now when the Wazungu say chickens have come back to roast, I think this is what is happening in Uda now. They are getting to what we call a platform of confusion and lack of direction. You know, in Kikuyu we say that morogi tue moragoli, yani mchawi hawezi kuwa pia niye tabibu. If I bewitch you,
I cannot again say I will now remedy the problem. You have to go for another person to come and treat you. So we are in this problem because the leader of Kenya Kwanza put us there in the first place. He's the same person who destroyed the economy, because we have evidence that he has been accused in many scandals, yeah, land scandals, yeah. So when you say that you are now the solution to the problem that you have caused, then we wonder what magic do you have? And you know, the big five problems with this Uda thing is that Mr. Ruto is struggling with number one thing. The big five things, I'll talk very fast, is the incumbency. How can you be the deputy president, still attribute the success of a president, the government to yourself, and the ills of the government to another person? You know, that is working against him. You cannot be in the kitchen and still the same time blame that the food is not good. You cooked it. So incumbency will affect him when it comes to votes, because you know there are those people who will not vote for him because of the fact that he's in the government and yet he wants to promise more solutions in the future. Number two problem is the face of corruption. He is a person who we know, if corruption was a person, then he is a person who can be pointed out. Yeah, that is number two big problem, that many people will not vote for him. Then number three is that the friends he has. They say, show me your friends and I'll tell you your character. Bernard is my friend and I know his character. I've seen him preach and giving us inspiration sometimes. I follow him very much. And therefore, that is my friend. So I'm also believing that I'm a good person. Yeah, you cannot have likes of Gashagwa, who it is believed, and actually it was in court. I'm not saying stories here. Gashagwa stole 2 million shillings per day for 7 years. Do you know what that means? 2 million shillings per day for 7 years. Those are billions of shillings. When his brother was sick, he did a lot of dubious jobs with a lot of county governments, even Muvuria's Kwale County. What I'm trying to tell you, show me your friends, my friend, and I'll tell you the kind of a government we shall have. There are many people who will not vote for Ruto because of his friends. That is the number three problem. Number four problem is lack of international backing. It seems this guy can only travel to Dubai, yeah? But even the States, he cannot go. We have not seen him even having we see right now Baba is in Addis Ababa with all the international friends. That shows you Baba has international friends. This guy can only go with Sudi to Dubai to be amazed when you don't steal money from the public, how people can build their countries. It's funny. There's a culture shock. If you could see Sudi, he was so shocked that there is water flowing from the building up. You understand? And that is people who are full of integrity. They are not saved. Those are, in fact, this is an Islamic country. They don't say Bwana Asifiwe every day. You know what I mean? Yeah. But here in Tononoka, a man says Bwana Asifiwe, yet he is a person who is being accused of stealing Weston. What is salvation? What happened to our salvation? Where you leave the bad things and do the good things. You know what I mean? So that is number three thing that is going to make millions of people not to vote for that person. And then there is also the issue of I think it's in the 48 books, the 48 rules of power. I think 48, where you don't go against your boss. Yeah. Anytime you have somebody superior to you, I have a superior person in my life, I don't have to love him. I might even hate his nose or his forehead, but I have to find a way of working with him. You don't tell your lieutenants, go abuse a person who is your boss. Yeah, it is very wrong. Yeah, and therefore there also are very many people who are going not to vote for this man because of that kind of disrespect and ambition that without cause, then
again attributes the successes of Uhuru to himself, and yet sometimes I wonder, how can you use development without fighting corruption in the same sentence? It doesn't make sense. When will you develop and when will you steal? You understand? So for me, I find him now getting to a point whereby there is no return. Many people have realized that he is not a serious person. And then I want to talk about Uhuru voice on succession. Mandela, when he's coming to retire, I read a lot of books. Mandela said, you cannot succeed in life without a successor. That is why he went for 5 years only as a president, because he had the Bombeki who he had been training since the days he was imprisoned. Sometimes you have to make sure that you leave the country to the right people. And that is what Uhuru is doing. This is not like the days of Moi. Moi was wrong, and therefore we knew if he's going to use Uhuru, then it's going to be wrong. But later on, Uhuru realized, hey, I'm not going to be like him. And he made his name. Now, you cannot say that the project of Raila is not a project. If he is indeed a project, it's a people's project. And even if you want to say Raila is a project, let us say then it's a good project. Because there are some good projects that Uhuru has done, like the overpass in Nairobi. Yes, let's say he is an overpass of his country. So we know that Uhuru's succession, he still has to live in this country. He's a businessman. He doesn't want to leave this country to people who want to steal right, left, and center. And therefore, personally, what I saw today was confusion, lack of agenda. And it is very interesting in the tour of Coast. He was to go to many stadiums. What I realized is that even he could not get out of his car. And the reason is to manipulate the crowd. Sometimes when you are in the car and the cameraman are focusing on you, you might think that there is a lot of people. And he fears stadiums. But he is a friend of junctions and marketplaces and stopping traffic. Because whether you like it or not, you're going to listen to him because he has stopped the traffic. But that doesn't mean he is a good leader. You understand? He comes to a place like Marigiti and then stop the limousines there. What do you expect? Even a car that has an accident there will be a very big crowd. So those are things that I've observed. We are not going to allow this country. We might have nothing, but we are not going to allow this country to be taken by thugs. I think that is the bottom line. In Mount Kenya right now, we are renovating Jubilee. And I'll tell you, after the NDC of Jubilee, you'll see a trooping back of people that you have never seen. The people that will come back to now look for the nomination of Jubilee. Right now, I'm telling you, it will be so hard for even to get an MP. It will be 1 or 2, 3, because now the Jubilee is now taking back its position in Mount Kenya. I have a friend who is going for a lady friend who is going for women rep in Nyandarua. She tells me she has no competition. He has no competition because the person who was there is a lady called Gitao, but the people don't like her. They want this person. So what I'm trying to say in simple terms is that the goose is cooked. UDA is going nowhere. There is a difference between marching and mark timing. They are mark timing. There's a difference between activity and achievement. There are too much activity in their side, and there's little achievement. Motion and movement, they are in motion. Yeah, they don't know how many people they owe. Actually, they have no membership in the country. It is only Ruto who can. Is the only the presidential candidate of UDA is the only person who can push his own agenda. In other words, he is not there. There is no agenda. While in Azimio, we are here supporting Azimio because nobody is paying us, but we know that is the right policy to follow. Yeah. In UDA, unless Ruto goes to every county and every.
Mr. Kamau, muda wako umeisha.
Aya, sawa.
Tamatisha tafadhali.
Thank you so much, guys, and let us vote Azimio. Let us propagate the gospel of Azimio to the end. Asanteni sana.
Okay, thank you. Mkenya, mkono wako wa nini?
I just have a question to clarify,
Yes.
Mr. Kamau. People say here, they're saying mostly Azimios, people are in this channel are Luos. Kindly confirm, they say that Raila is like a pork, cannot be sold in Mecca in a central province. Kindly confirm your constituency from Mount Kenya, and if you and your family will be voting for Raila Odinga, so that the rest know it clearly.
Okay, can I answer that, Bonacha?
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Like in our family, I had said it even before in a meeting. Yeah, we are about we have a big family. Yeah, but about 10 members of our family, at least 9 will vote for Baba. And I can tell you, the only place where Ruto is fanatically followed is Kirinyaga and Embu. But it other places, I can tell you Kiambu, Nakuru, that is the larger Nakuru, and of course Meru and Nyandarua. Those places, Baba has kuras like never before. You can take it that to the bank. That the only place I find a problem is Kirinyaga and Embu. Thank you.
Kimeeleweka, Bernard.
Thank you very much for being brief and precise and to the point. I trust we are all following this. Please let's keep civility in our discussions, especially in the comment section. Watu wa UDM na ruhusa ya kuingia studio, mtetee mtu wenu. Hakuna mtu anazuiliwa kuingia studio. Ni wewe kujaribu mpaka uingie, lakini ukiingia fika umebeba file, alafu unatoa maoni yako kwa ufasaha. Hakuna mtu atakuzuia. Kuna wale ambao wanasema hii ni meeting. This is not a meeting. We have not called officials. Is your NDC whereby we have the Jubilee NDC here. This is like a marketplace. We have met, we are greeting each other and talking about the politics of the day. And so we don't know who is Azimio, we don't know who is UDA before the show begins. Wewe unaingia tu alafu unatoa maoni yako. And then if you are complaining the majority are Azimio, we are a reflection of what Kenya is. So if we are the majority here, it means we are the majority in the country. So kubali matokeo. Naomba sasa twende kwa Alex.
Bernard, habari na Pemba.
Fiti, karibu.
Tujaze lori, tulipeana wiki moja ili tujaze lori. Naona lori ijajaa hii wiki kabisa. Naona kuwa hii wiki Hello.
Oga Alex, what's happening with you?
Hello.
Yes, come in, Alex.
Nanisikia Bernard, ama nimetoka?
You are back. Go ahead. One Alex, are you okay?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Okay, Alex seems to have a technical hitch. Let him sort it out and then he'll get back. We continue. Let's hear from Joshua. Joshua, you're lifting your hand. What is it? Joshua, unmute and speak. Bwana Joshua, the mic is beside your name. You click on it once and then you speak. Okay, sorry about that. Bwana Alex, are you back? You fell out. I suggest you get out and then get back so that you rectify your connections. Then you can pick up from there. Okay, now let's hear MD. MD and NRGX. Is it NRGX or hey. Majina ingine sangine mnanitesa. Bwana MD, hatukusikii. Are you using headphones? Are you using earphones? Remove your earphones. Probably we could hear you. We can't hear you. Sorry, you need to rectify your gadget and come back.
Mr. Bernard, I'd like to note if it's MD Energex, if he's advertising his product, maybe you should charge him for the platform.
But that will be the next debate. Wapi huyu? Bantu.
Halo, salama. Bernard.
Hali namna gani?
Mzuri sana ndugu yangu, asante sana. Asante sana.
Haya, karibu.
Na sisi tuko bado mapema, lakini tutatupa maneno kidogo tu.
Haya, maoni yako kwa kifupi.
Asante sana. Mada ya leo nimeona ni KKA embarrassing show in Tononoka, Azimio shaking Mvita. ODM Jubilee NDC. Sisi hatuna wasiwasi ndugu zangu, hatuna wasiwasi kabisa. Mwache baba achukue mapumziko siku 10 hizo, na sio mapumziko, lakini huko kwa kazi muhimu zaidi. Pia anawakilisha nchi yetu, na pia aende afike huko bara la India, tukaonane na Mr. Modi huko, nazidi kutengeneza mambo. Nimewasikia wenzangu wakiongea kulimana na cost. Mimi siko huko sahihi, lakini cost kunaendelea vizuri, hakuna wasiwasi wote, mambo yanakuwa mzuri sana. Kitu nataka kuongea tu ni kulingamana na watu wajiregister kabla siku hazijamalizika kwa haraka sana. Na pia nimeona kuna vijana walikuwa wako Nairobi wanajaribu kuomba IBC wajaribu kuongeza siku. Kwa hivyo tuombe Mungu aongeze kidogo siku ili watu wajiandikishe zaidi, na zaidi nitaongea hapo baadaye. Asante sana. Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bantu. Yes, Mkenya.
Bernard, just a clarification on the IBC. 6th tomorrow is the mass registration that is ending. However, there is continuous registration. If you go to their constituency office, they'll still be registering people. So that one should be clear. It's mass registration which is ending tomorrow. So if you know someone who has not taken vote, you may organize so that they go to the constituency offices of the IBC.
Okay, thank you. And on the same clarification, after this mass registration, there will be a closure to registration because of the general elections for them to prepare the register. So don't risk thinking that there is continuous registration. When there is an anticipated general elections, the registration stops until after the general election, then they continue with the continuous registration. So if you have not registered as a voter, make use of tomorrow, do everything in your power to see to it that you get registered without fail. And then if you already registered, go confirm your details. It takes less than 2 minutes to confirm your details. You just give them, you don't even give them your ID. You just give them your ID number. They put in the gadget, they will tell you you are voting in so place, and your details are right. So please confirm your details and don't fail to vote, and vote for the right person. Thank you very much. Now I think Alex, you okay?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's clear now.
Yeah, I was just emphasizing that we postponed, we are saying IBC should postpone, and we were also emphasizing we postponed for 1 week so that to change pesa to jaze lorry. 150,000 is not even transportation. So if we can do better, that will be much, much greater for us. So that is the first thing I wanted to say. The second thing, I will just emphasize what Mama Selina said. I think the missing spice in Ruto's campaign is elders. I think Ruto fascitized elders and now things are crumbling. By this rate, I think in the next 1 or 2 months, UDA will be a village party, whether he likes it or not. So those are my few comments, but jaza lori, Bernard leo tujaze lori. Tuongee mpaka tujaze lori. Thank you.
Asante sana Alex, tuendelee hivyo hivyo katika kutoa maoni na kutoa mchango. Tafadhali tujaze lori. Asante sana. Joshua. Yes, Bwana Joshua, I picked on you. Unmute and speak.
Okay, fine. Now, Bernard.
Yes, go ahead.
There's some of the things we don't need to lie ourselves. You get it?
Unmute and speak. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. No, because you find actually, if you are checking on the when UDA and Azimio is going for a rally, yeah, you find that people capture the crowd. That's what people are actually using to measure the strength. But there's something people fail to understand. What's the main reason Raila has a number of crowds, and what's the main reason UDA has a number of crowds? Remember, each and every time UDA goes for a rally, you'll get the headlines that some people have protested that there's the money which was given out and it was not shared equally. You find the border people are complaining. Some goons who are just paid some money to follow up so that to keep the crowd busy. So actually, to some extent, and sometimes even if I see the crowd is extreme in UDA's party, I'm not bothered enough because I know the reason why that crowd is there. I know definitely the following day, there will be some rumors and some fights behind the bar, meaning that Ruto is actually trying his level best to use his money. He's trying to show that he has to bring the crowds together so that he can have to try to blackmail people that he has numbers. But actually Ruto has no numbers. Because if you see the Tononoka issue of today, if you check the population of people who are in Tononoka and the parallel rally which was for the ODM, which was not even programmed, it was not scheduled. It was just something the ODM funds, the ODM aspirants in Mombasa just said it's okay. Let's also make our temporary tallying. But if you see, the number was almost overpowering of the UDA. So this one just actually shows you that people are pissed off with hate speech, some unprogrammed agendas which UDA has, which some extent will reach a point whereby they will have to hit the wall. Why? Will reach a point they don't have more agenda to discuss. Because if you actually, I'm happy that you said that you have even welcomed the UDA fans to join the group, which actually they will not join because they always don't like something. They will have to hit the wall. Why? Reach a point they don't have more agenda to discuss.
Joshua, you have your YouTube on as well as studio. They can't be parallel. You mute the YouTube so that you can listen and speak through the studio only. Thank you. Carry on.
Now you are getting me, huh?
Yes, that's clearer now. Go ahead.
Now you find actually when you see the rally of the UDA, how they handle, even if you get the information or whatever the agenda they're trying to sell to the public when they have gone to a given rally today, tomorrow, they will not have something to say. Actually, what they always have is just words the abusive words which they have just captured. So I don't know the reason why they're going for rally. They are going to rally to show the public that Raila is old, Raila is a project of the state, Raila is being, I don't know, all shit. Sometimes if you see even when Raila is going for a rally and how he gives out his speech, how he sells his agenda, Okay, if to some extent you want to hinder Ruto, you will bring it in a given way whereby you find that even people will not believe. Like sometimes I always like how you make it that we want our people to go to school, go to primary, secondary, tertiary, and higher school so that to get good job. Then you find, or not to drive wheelbarrow. You see, he brings in a given way whereby it doesn't bring some sense. But now, if you check all the people in UDA on how they handle their politics, it's like they are moving around the country to abuse president, to abuse the abuse Raila, to abuse anybody lined up with the UDA, with the Azimio. So, thirdly, last time, if you saw the rally which was in Busia, me, I watched it closely, and even I watched the one which was in Bungoma. And you see, even in Bungoma, Raila was not there. So this small party which was just formed recently, DAPK, you know, DAPK is gaining popularity in Western. And day in, day out, you find that the people who are defecting from UDA and Ford Kenya from ANC and Ford Kenya are becoming coming in a large number. This just try to shows you that in a short time possible, we'll reach a point whereby Mudavadi will actually be in UDA and Ford and Katuwaitangula will be in UDA. But what are they doing there? Even if you get the closest information which came from the flag bearer of UDA, he has actually ameanza kugundua ati actually he has these people, but there's no reason why he has those people. Are you getting this point?
Yes, Bwana Joshua. Okay, I think Bwana Joshua has run into a crisis. Okay, let's hold on. Okay, let's hear from Vicky. The Vic.
Ngoja kidogo.
Oh, bado kidogo.
Yeah.
Haya, tusikilize Energy X MD.
Hello.
MD.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. Karibu, how are you?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, we can hear you.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. Karibu.
I'm good. Hello.
We can hear you. Bwana MD, just speak now. Okay, sorry. You can't. The moment you get in the studio, you stop the other feed that you used to get into the studio. You can't be following on Facebook or on YouTube as well as in the studio. You have to stop these other feeds so that you hear and speak through the studio only. Sawa sawa, rekebisha hiyo tukisubiri ukirisha rekebisha utatoa mchango wako. Yes, James, what is it? Bwana James Mwangi. Unmute. Oh my God. Okay, Douglas, come in. I think James has unmute and we can't hear you. James?
Hello.
Hello to you. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good.
Yes. You lifted your hand. You had a question or a comment?
Hello.
Hey, Bwana James, you are delaying.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm saying I'm in Mombasa. Yeah, and I was able to see the two meetings that were held here, where the giants were trying to
There seems to have technical issues today. Bwana Douglas, come in. James, you need to rectify your name is very low. Your internet seems to be hanging up.
There's a problem with network.
Rekebisha kwanza basi, alafu tarejea. Okay.
Okay.
Bwana Douglas, come in.
Yes, good evening, Bernard and the rest.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
It's been quite a while. I've not been in the show because of some issues with my connectivity also from this place. But I'm happy to be here today. And from the topic, I've seen the KKA rally that was in Mombasa, Tononoka, and the other one, Azimio in Kwale. Now, earlier there were photos that were shared by somebody in the social media before the Photoshop of Itumbi and after the Photoshop. So the two pictures, the first one was really embarrassing. If that was true, that was the crowd that attended that Tononoka rally, and the way we know Tononoka from the previous rallies, that was embarrassing. And again, I want to say that the UDA guys or the so-called KKA are embarrassing themselves every day. Coast has been a predominant zone for ODM and the ODM brigade. And that one will not break that history. Even if the UDA or the KKA did 1,000 rallies there, it will not break the predominant presence of ODM and the brigades in Coast. Again, these guys are embarrassing themselves in a sense that they thought that by using the euphoria of the bottom up and the psyching up of the crowds, they'll be able to bring people to their sides. And actually, most of those people who attend those rallies, very many of them, I'm 100% sure the young people that attend those rallies do not have voters' cards. They are not registered voters. And when you look at those crowds, whether edited or not edited,
How do you know?
Vic, give me time. I'll be able to explain to you. I'll give you a very perfect scenario. I'm in Nyandarua County and Laikipia County, and I've been traversing the two counties. And the stories I'm getting from the ground, my friend, are very different from what you people are shouting and saying that Mount Kenya is locked. It is not locked. It's unlocking on a very high rate. And you will see this come August. Okay, let me go back to my earlier point. The psyching of the mikutanos of UD and KKA, they are lying to them that they have votes. But by the fact that they allowed Western slip out of ANC and Ford Kenya, it's dealing a very big blow to their ambitions. By allowing dissenting voices, ile yenye walianza village parties in central Kenya, it's dealing a great blow to them. As we speak now, somebody insinuated the other day that UDA is going to be left within Rift Valley. Even in the Rift Valley, there are some places that they're going to be dealt a big blow because of the ideologies they had in the first place of locking out the small parties, not forming the coalitions at the right time, and the way they are addressing their rallies. You look at how Musali is embarrassing himself. He has been the crusader of corruption, always saying these people are disowning their own government, but now he's the man that is massaging the ego of the deputy president by telling him that he is with them, he's with the wananchi. There is no way, as a principled leader, there's no way today you will say A, tomorrow you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. It cannot. You must stand for an A today, stand for an A tomorrow, stand for an A the other day. So in that their inconsistencies is going to cost them a great deal. And again, what their leaders are saying today, I listened to what this guy Jijopef was saying. It deviates from what he earlier stood for. Now he's attacking the president family, that one cannot bring votes. Stand on the podium, sell ideas to people, sell your ideologies, psych the people in the right way. Because at the end of the day, those people are leaving those meetings just psyched up for nothing. They have not been sold any ideology. Nothing has been sold unto them. In fact, if I was to defect today and say that I'm going to Kenya Kwanza Alliance, I will not have anything to take me there. There's nothing, because those people are not giving anything. There is no single day that somebody has stood and said, this is how we will make sure bottom up works. They only say bottom up, tuwatoe hapa, tuweke hapa, opa, hapa juu. Now, at the end of the day, you have nothing you are going home with. But look at the way the Azimio, when Raila Odinga stands and elaborates the 8-point agenda, the 10-point agenda, it comes out clearly. You can be able to, like now we are talking of the Baba Care, the 6K, it's selling, it's going places because it's well elaborated, it's well explained, it's given time. And again, the local leaders are given time to digest and to take it to the people. So these guys are continually embarrassing themselves, and I'm waiting for that time, the Jubilee and the ODM NDC. That will be the culmination of all the events. And that is the day those people will run into hiding because they will have nothing to say. I'll come back to say more, but for now, let me stop there, Bernard and the rest. Thank you.
A question.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Let's go through the standing orders again. You address each other through the chair. That's the new standing order. Secondly, if you want to interject anything, you lift your hand, you'll be picked on to interject or support. You don't unmute until your name has been mentioned for you to speak, so that there is order and we avoid shouting at each other. Sawa sawa. Thank you. Alex, were you lifting your hand? Carry on.
Yes, sir. He promised us that at the end he's giving us a perfect illustration how in Kirinyaga and Laikipia there is nothing called UDA. I was waiting for that, but he promised us that he's going to illustrate.
Okay. Douglas, you honor your promise. Then we bring in the Vic. The Vic, what did the Vic? Hold on, Douglas. The Vic, carry on. Unmute.
Yes,
Ask your question.
yeah, swali langu ni rahisi. Douglas amesema wenye walikuwa kwa hiyo mkutano ya UDA hawakuwa na IDs. How did he arrive to that conclusion?
Okay, thank you. Douglas, kazi kwako.
Thank you, Bernard. First of all, I want to correct Alex. I didn't say I'm going to give an illustration on how there is no UDA in Laikipia and Nyandarua. I did say that most of those people attending those rallies, I have colleagues that I work with, very ardent supporters of UDA, but they have not registered for voters' cards, and I've told them go and register. They have said they will not register. I have my own brothers and sisters who are supporters of Ruto. They do not have voters' cards. They are not registered. Have not registered to vote, but they say they're going to vote Ruto, and they have not registered. Those are some of the illustrations and the scenarios. So if you take a sample of, in a family of 5, 3 have not registered and they're supporting Ruto, take that as a sample of the whole population. How many people have not registered? Yet they attend those rallies every day. They shout bottom up. They shout kazi ni kazi. They have not registered. I sit here quietly saying I'm voting for Baba because I am registered. For sure, I know I'm going to vote. But the 3 of them do not know whether they're going to vote. It's closing some few days from now. They have not registered. Where will they vote? And again, Vicky, ngoja kidogo. I deal with groups of people, and I walk around. My work entails going around meeting chamas everywhere. I've traversed the Nyandarua and Laikipia counties. I tell you, the silent majority, they are speaking in those silent voices. And whatever they are speaking, it's not according to the wave that they're trying to tell us that there's a wave on the ground. There is no wave on the ground. It's literally changing. And you talk, so I deal with the old mamas and the wazees. You talk to them, they will tell you, kijana, sisi tunajua kile tunafanya. Nyinyi pigeni kelele, lakini sisi tunajua kura ndio itaamua. Those are the kind of voices that we are getting, and we cannot close our eyes. We cannot hide our heads in the sand over those. So these people, by holding those rallies and ferrying people and paying them to attend those rallies and to shout. The other day you saw people being caught in Kirinyaga to go and shout bottom up, kazi ni kazi. Those are the kind of people, some of them, they are not even being wise to counter check whether they are registered voters. They should be able to counter check like they did in Trans Nzoia. You cannot have a border, you cannot carry a customer in a border stage if you are not a registered voter. Those are the things that these people should be able to do to make sure that they have their votes intact. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, Alex.
So that is voter apathy. He has a support, but there is voter apathy. To say, or how did you conclude that? I think what you're saying that there is voter apathy in Central Province.
Okay. Thank you.
I think on that, let me just give the medali moja alafu tuende kwa Viki. Sawa sawa. Anasema pwagu upata pwaguzi. If you come with tricks, you will get a better trickster to trick you. So Kenyans, I think especially the young people, they have come to a place where they have come to a conclusion that since it is in the public that these people are taking us for a ride, let us also do what? Take them for a ride. So it's tit for tat at this point in time. But let us wait for the outcome of the closing mass registration tomorrow. By Tuesday, we'll have known how many people have registered. Then we will talk whether it's voter apathy or it is the people who don't want. People are just fed up with voting. But the numbers that will come in will tell whether the youth are the ones going to determine this election or the elders. From where I sit, if the 6 million that IBC was looking for will come in, then we'll have something to discuss. But if after the 1.5 million, they will add another 1.5, that's 3 million, we are still within where we were. Yes, Devik.
Yes, habari zenu?
Salama vipi?
Mzuri sana. It's been a long time, but
yes,
I'm happy to be here.
Tupatie yanayojiri.
But from the look of things, nikaa niko peke yangu hapa mtu wa UDA, but anyway, I'll go on. First of all, Raila dominate coast is not news. He has been taking votes zote like 70%, but that has never made him a president. In fact, what UDA needs, si lazima ichukue votes za coast zote, just ongeza tu kidogo tu. Where it counts ni Central, Rift Valley and Western. Hapo ndo kuna majority of votes. So Raila UDA kutokuwa na show kubwa kwa coast, hiyo that should not be, hata coast ina votes nyingi after all. Ijaipea Raila kura na hiyo 100% yake. Second of all, ilikuwa ni kuna kitu kingine Douglas amesema hapo very dangerous. That amesample watu watatu wako wana ID alafu ameconclude watu wote wa UDA hawana. Okay, but majority of them hawana. That's very dangerous. Ameshindwa kutuambia vile wale watu wenye walikuwa kwa mkutano ya Ruto Coast hawakuwa na ID. So anaongea vitu za kujiexcite, which is good. And then when nimesikia mtu ameaccuse Ruto for the theft hii pesa government inapoteza 2 billion every year. And is it every month? Where is the president? The president is the head of state. Right now Ruto hayuko kwa government. Ako hapo kwa sababu constitution inafanya. Otherwise kama Uhuru angekuwa na uwezo angemtoa.
Viki state fact. Wacha story, wacha siasa.
Yes. No, it's not
Ruto is
siasa.
the deputy president of this country. If there are any
Yes, who
changes, let me know.
was no mandate.
How can you be deputy president without mandate?
Yes, because he was elected. Anafanya kazi gani as at now? He's not being allocated, but the
He is
president
the
allocates his.
deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. That makes him the vice, the assist, whatever, the number 2 man, or who is heading the executive, which is the arm that is running this government.
Yes.
So it is wrong for you to tell the public that he's not in government. Somebody who sits in the council or in Security Council, what do you mean? Please, let's just state facts to watch a story.
The president decides what the deputy president should do. Yeye ndo anamallocate kazi. That one aside,
That is just part of the mandate of the deputy president. But the deputy president has his constitutional office, which is constitutionally constituted, and he remains part of the government until he resigns or dies.
Who allocates his work?
The Constitution.
Okay, can you tell me what his work is right now?
Is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. Is that not
whose
work?
role? Kazi yake ni gani? Especially.
He's earning salary as deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He's being supported. Every bill of his house is paid by the government, including the sleep he sleeps. What are you talking about?
All his roles were moved to Matiang'i, which is
Forget
a fact.
about that. We have had
To another my
in
point.
existence.
What I can interject. Let me move to my point next. I'm a voter in Nakuru. Douglas ameingia Rift Valley recently too. Actually, mimi ni voter wa Nakuru West. Douglas, you are lying. You are either lying ama uko biased. That's not how vitu bado hazijachange sana vile unafikiria. Mahali penye where will decide president is not even the coast. It's Rift Valley, Central and Western. Hapo ndo kuna votes. Hapo ndo kuna focus. So that does not mean Ruto cannot go mahali penye ana support sana to campaign. He should go there because lazima aonyeshe yeye ni mtu hajabagua watu. Kila mtu ataenda, hata Raila atabidi aenda kwa kina Ruto sometimes, si ndio? Lazima ataenda kwa North Rift ama Wasinigishu. Ataenda tu, hata kama anajua atapata kitu, hata kama atapata kidogo, but ataenda tu. So tukue factual kidogo, usikue excited na yani una brush off, mtu ame brush off ati Mudavadi ana influence. Mudavadi ako na influence. However, hata kama ni kidogo, hata kama si 100%, amewacha gap kwa Oka. Bila ametoka, there is a gap amewacha. So it is not right to it is very dangerous to write off Mudavadi and Weta. Zile votes kidogo ataleta na top up zitasaidia. Hata hizi kiona opinion polls vitu si mbaya sana. Ni hayo tu.
So Vicky, you have refused to tell us what happened at Tononoka after drumming up the rally for a whole month. Zilizala za Tononoka.
There's no problem.
The meeting looked and the people were not prepared. The dais was not well set. The people were squeezed.
Mr. Bernard.
What is happening with your Kenya Kwanza?
Bernard.
Yes.
Tumeona hata pia Raila akiferi watu kwenda Central na mabasi za shule.
No. Why are you are not answering? You are avoiding to answer my question.
I'm answering your question.
You are not answering my question.
We have seen school buses ferrying people from
the rally in Tononoka.
That's why I'm telling you that hiyo si news sana because hiyo si stronghold ya Ruto. Hata hiyo namba alipata ni mzuri kwa sababu ile ni stronghold ya Raila. Na Raila hiyo stronghold yake haijamsaidia.
Listen, if you listen you will hear my question and be able to answer.
The problem you want me to answer your question the way you want, you expect it.
No, I'm not telling you to answer.
You'll ask a question, I will answer. I'll answer the way I know, not the way you expect it.
The question you are responding, I'm here to ask it. The question I'm asking is the preparation and the structure and the plan of the meeting.
Yes. What about
everything
it?
looked haphazard, accidental. There was no clear plan. The dais was not arranged. Banners were hanging. I mean, what happened? Because this meeting is not impromptu. Haikukuwa ya roadside.
But you saw what happened the night.
The UDA, you have gone around telling us nyinyi ndio watu wa plan, nyinyi ndio watu wa excellence, nyinyi ndio watu
Can I answer
mnaona
you?
mbele.
Bernard, can I answer
Can I
Fik?
answer? Can I answer you?
Can I answer Fik? Can I answer Fik? Can I answer for a big?
No, let me answer alafu nisaidie. Bernard.
Okay.
Uliona dais ikibomolewa usiku?
Ati?
Uliona dais ikibomolewa usiku wenye you're supposed to have the rally?
Mimi siko
Uko ona?
watchman
Ah, then kama uko na then wacha tuache hii debate. Kama uko ona hata unacheka ni kama uliona, lakini sasa unajifanya wewe si. Anyway, sawa. Nani nisaidie?
Dayas ilibomolewa usiku, kwa hivyo mkafanya mkutano mchana bila dayas.
No, unajua that's a very wrong trend, kwa sababu inamaanisha siku ile maybe opponents wake watakuja kwa stronghold ya UDA. What if watu hizo huko pia wa react the same way? Will that be
No, I think you're mixing two things.
No, I'm not mixing anything.
The story of the conflict of
uliuliza it was not organized. I asked you.
Not in Tononoka.
No, wherever it was.
It was in somebody's compound.
Whatever, hata kama ilifanyika huko, hiyo effect.
No, that was a family matter. It wasn't political.
Is it right?
It is wrong. It's wrong for you to invade somebody's privacy without permission.
What do you mean invade?
If you come into my to my compound and have not agreed with my brothers and
I rest my case then.
To entertain you, and then you're the one causing a problem in my family. Ngoja tukubaliane kwanza ndio mkuje. But if it's a public ground like Tononoka ama Uhuru Park, that's a different ballgame. But if you're coming to my compound, you must obtain express permission, whether you are the president, the deputy president, or whoever. Zachary, is it Kamen?
Yes,
Comment,
Bernard. Yes, Bernard. I want to just ask you to be a moderator, not a campaigner. First, the second thing is that in terms of organization at Tononoka grounds, the first thing you need to understand is those people, they are moving up and down. They are doing more rallies than whatever you're thinking Azimio is doing. Azimio is organizing one rally in a week. UDA is organizing as many rallies as possible. So I think there was no time to organize, to showcase whatever else it has been arranged. That's not a matter of issue. The matter of concern here is the people you're going to reach out to, and as well to ensure that the people that are in the ground to actually get what you are and what you want, so that there is a lot of things that needs to be done in terms of traversing the country. The other thing is you're talking about the campaigns that was done in Mombasa. Anyway, it was not good that way. That Ruto need to organize his people so that they don't attack the president directly. But the problem is the president introduces the issue of introduce himself to politics. That is the problem. And then I don't think I'll rest my case because it's late and we don't have power here in Nairobi. Thank you.
Subiri kwanza. What part of the constitution has the president violated by sticking in politics?
He's the president.
He has all the authority and he should be uniting everybody.
You mean politics is dividing everybody? Bwana Komen. Bwana Komen, answer my question.
Kwanza huyo asijifiche ndani huko, ajitokeze hapa tumuone sura yake.
Komen, huko ama umeenda? Okay, no problem. Yes, Mr. Kamau.
I just wanted to interject. When these people talk about they are making so many rallies in a day. I mean, you know, I said you can be in motion and you're not moving. You're not moving. You see, you can be mark timing and you're not matching. What they are doing, they are mark timing. And they are thinking now because you are stopping in every stage, now you have taken votes. That is a very big, poor way of analyzing politics in Kenya. And the other thing that he's talking about, President Uhuru Kenyatta is doing politics. He's a politician. For God heaven's sake, he is a man in charge of Jubilee, the party leader.
Douglas.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. Let me react to what Komen said. The deputy president is the principal assistant to the president. So if there is an executive decision that has to be made, they share the responsibility half-half. Because he's the principal assistant, whatever the... No. Vicky, listen first. If you are privy to the memorandum of understanding of the sharing of power of 2017, then you cannot oppose that. But if you are not privy, then you can go ahead and oppose. But that was what was agreed. And it was said in the rallies, they shared. That is why even the slogan of Kumi Yangu came from. So they share. So you cannot run away from your house and then you start saying there is somebody who is making decisions. You are supposed to be part of those decisions. If you are man enough, you don't run from your wife. You stick with your wife, you make decisions with him, with her or him, then you move ahead with your house. Then again, Vicky, let us go back to the voting pattern of 2017 that propelled Jubilee to power. When you say that Coast has, you don't need any votes from Coast, how many votes did the Jubilee defeat NASA with? It's about 800,000 votes. Where did they get those votes from? Yes. Now,
Central.
That's where they got the votes from. Now, let's go back to Kisii, my county, Nyamira and Kisii. ODM had huge rallies in Nyamira County. They could be seen as very huge rallies. And majorly, the people who were attending those rallies, they were young people. People were scared that ODM is winning. But at the end of the day, Jubilee carried the day. Who were those voters? The silent majority, the old guards. They were not attending those rallies. They were not shouting, but they voted in the voting day, and they were able to defeat ODM in Nyamira. The same thing is going to happen, Vic. We cannot be oblivious of that. It's going to happen. We need to look at the voting patterns. The UDA is losing in Western. It's being caged by the DAP Kenya, and that is a fact. You cannot run away from that. It's a fact. It's a fact. Coast, they are struggling to go there. Central Kenya is being ripped apart kidogo kidogo. Then the basket that they had last time, the Masai vote, the Kuria vote, the Kisii vote that the Jubilee got last time that gave them additional votes, it's now being caged by the Azimio. So they have been left to battle with Rift Valley and Central. And Central is being taken away pole pole. So where are you going to get these massive votes to get 50 plus 1? Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. If there is no debate from Vicky, we are moving forward. There is Arthur Hayo. Arthur Hayo, your device is not well connected. You need to allow StreamYard, the app that we are using, to control your audio. If you can get me, let StreamYard control your camera for you to be added to the studio. As it is now, you cannot, because the notification I received from this end is that your device is not well connected. So you can't, it can't work. Therefore, I will get you out of the studio. Please reconfigure properly. As you come in, you'll be able to make your submission. Okay. And then what else? 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's hear from Mr. Baz. How are you, Bwana Baz?
Niko poa sana Bernard. I'm very good, and I think I appreciate the response by Vic. I think one thing he has said that you also need to clarify to us is yes, the DP is the DP of this country as per the books, and we also have to ask ourselves who Raila is in the books. He is the opposition leader, and we need to be told where is he, what role is he playing today? Is it in the opposition or it is in government? If we can answer the answer to that question.
Baz, refer us, where is the opposition leader in the Constitution 2010?
We don't have the opposition leader in the Constitution, as you say. What we have
we
is a
have
minority.
deputy president in the Constitution.
We have a minority leader from the minority party,
Basi acha nikusaidie
which is playing
kidogo.
oversight.
Which party ndio ina follow nini Jubilee kwa voter kwa MPs kwa parliament?
Sorry?
Now that's the opposition.
There is no opposition leader. There is no opposition in the after 2010 Constitution. There is no office of opposition leader. So when we are reporting matters to the public, let's report them accurately as it is as at now. Not to mix the old constitution and the new constitution for political purposes. The deputy president owes Kenyans to deliver because he's the deputy president according to the constitution. He's occupying that office right now. He's been in that office for 9 years. He's earning salary. The opposition leader in the old constitution had his own package to be an opposition leader. He had his office and he had his allowances. We don't have that after 2010 Constitution. So what are you insinuating, Mr. Baz?
Bernard, what you are saying is that the 2010 Constitution did not kill opposition. What happened is that he was transferred. He no longer plays his role in parliament. Opposition is not domiciled in parliament. He is opposition even outside parliament. So stop confusing us.
How?
With legal.
How is your opposition? Who is the leader of minority?
Bernard, then you must tell us that the 2010 Constitution killed opposition. Is that what you are saying?
I want you to report accurately according to the current constitution and give us example. Who is the leader of the majority in parliament now?
The leader of majority is Jubilee.
Sorry?
The leader of majority comes from Jubilee.
Comes from Jubilee.
In parliament.
And is in parliament?
Yes, that is a parliamentary seat.
It's called leader of what?
Leader of majority in parliament.
And there is leader of?
Minority in parliament.
Good. So those people, are they there physically there, occupying those offices?
Bernard, before we turn musical chairs, let me refer you and tell you that before 2010, the president was a member of parliament, and that is why the opposition leader was also in parliament. Today, president is not in parliament. So that goes with the opposition is not in parliament, because the opposition leader is the person who follows the president in votes. And he must be outside because he cannot vie for president the same as vie for parliament. Why are you taking us around in a matter that is so direct?
It is not taking you around. You are trying to arrogate an office that does not exist in the constitution. I'm telling you that office is no longer there after the 2010 constitution.
Then I'm telling you to admit that the 2010 constitution killed opposition. Why don't you admit that? Because one must be true.
Of course, that is it. That's the fact that there is no opposition leader. There is no opposition after 2010 constitution. The oversight of the executive was given to the entirety of the parliament as well as the Senate. That is the current state of affairs according to the current law that is operating in Kenya.
That is not so much factual, Bernard. You are so much legalist, because if I may ask you, what role was Raila Odinga playing 2013 to 2017? What role was he playing?
After the 2013 election, he went for holiday in the US.
Bernard, you're just being dodgy.
Yes, you are dodging. You are just taking us around.
Bernard,
yes.
Please just make your submission, please. Let's if you my business here is to get you state facts according to the provision of the Constitution. Politics, yes, but those politics must be stated according to the framework we have.
And you must accept them as they are. The problem you want to
there's no other person in the executive or elsewhere except what is provided for by the Constitution.
Opposition still remains, whether stated or not stated, Bernard. Whether in parliament or outside, it is opposition. Yes.
Baz,
the
how can you oppose a government?
It cannot remain. It cannot remain if it is not provided for in the Constitution. For example, the old Constitution had cabinet ministers. Okay, right now we have cabinet secretaries.
Bernard, this is the catch. This is the catch. Where is government today? Let me tell you why the opposition leader is not in parliament. It is not mentioned. The government is not in parliament. The opposition leader was in parliament before because the government was in parliament. The government is outside. All CSs are not members of parliament. So the most feasible thing to have is to have the opposition outside parliament. And that is the role that is played by the person who comes second in votes. That's direct.
Okay,
and that is
in the votes.
But that's not a constitutional office. How can you say he comes in and it's not stipulated in the Constitution?
No, let him tell us who came second in the elections.
Well, Baba came second.
No. Baba did not participate in the repeat election. The repeat election that made Uhuru Kenyatta president. Akura, what? That's the person you are talking about.
Mr. Bernard, allow me talk to Baz.
Baz is having a hangover.
Order, thank you. Mr. Kama, we are out of order. Let Baz prosecute his case. Give him time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was a very good banter to open my submission with. And let me go straight to the costs matters that were happening in Mvita and Tononoka. I think today's UDA's Larry was just the meet the people tour. Actually, they could have just done these rallies on the roads. That could have been the best thing, just like they did in Kilifi. It was just to meet the people on the roads. It was not so much as the much fantasized rallies that we have seen with the Azimio in Central Kenya, which are partly state they are state events, almost state events. So I think I can't say the event was poorly organized. It lived up to the purpose. The purpose was to kickstart the UDA chapter in the coast region and to give it an upper hand, to give it a lifting hand where the aspirants are working on. I think they are gaining little bit of ground in cost. We cannot say that they will not improve on the 2017, where Ruto knows very well what Jubilee got. And I think he's working on a very clear and definite strategy to improve where he is able to improve on 2017 and still retain his strongholds as they were. So what Vic has said is very correct. That is how our voter demographics look like. Majority of the votes will certainly come from Central Kenya, followed by Rift Valley and Western. And those are the key areas that the DP should fully focus on, as much as he goes touching on the other areas. I think you may recall during the earthquake meeting in Bomas, there is something that the governor for Kirinyaga said about the arithmetics of the vote of how we vote, and I think you cannot take her lightly. She is a very learned fella. Waiguru is a statistician who is very good in statistics, and she has done her mathematics properly, and she knows if you take this region and this region plus others from somewhere, you are in a very good position to complete the race. So what happened today with the in Mombasa certainly was more so DP going to say hi to the people of Mombasa. It was more about the local politics, the aspirant. That meeting could have been for Mr. Hassan and Jichopev to familiarize themselves with the new party. That is why Nasir and the group did the counter in Mvita. So it was all about local politics in Mombasa. And whatever DP delivered the message, Jichopevu delivered a very clear message on what we know him for. And I believe everything is playing out very well. We are in for a very good period. We are going to have a very good campaign. We hope now, as we go forward, we are going to see issue-based campaign with the remaining months. We are happy now the president is back to politics. He has said he was working, now he is coming back to politics. Let's see how what he will inject in terms of Azimio in Central Kenya. I think now he will be relegated to campaigning in Central Kenya alone, so that he can try to rescue the Central Kenya from his deputy. So we are in for a very interesting time where we have had a president now relegated to the village to be able to assist his brother. So I think this is an election like no other. And as I have said, I think it will be a very good election. If this 2022 will be a very good election. All we do is hope for peace, pray for peace, and may the best candidate win. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baz. Just hold on for questions. Jamlek, your device is not well connected. That's why we can't add you to the studio. Please get out and reconfigure well before you come in. If you can hear me, Jamlek, your device is not connected because either you disable the camera or you disable the audio while you're logging in. Please let the app control everything for you to be able to be added to the studio. You can always mute when you are logged in. You can't mute before you are logged into the studio. Thank you. Now there are hands lifted. Douglas.
Yes, Bernard. Let me rebuttal what Baz has just said. Two issues. Mr. Baz, we need to be fair enough to say something has not been done accordingly. Like, for example, I'm an Azimio guy, but the meeting that was held at Olikalau the other day, it was not well organized. I was there. It was not well organized. That one I accept as an Azimio guy. So when you are telling us you want to read the mind of the DP that he was meeting the people tour, where did he tell you that he was meeting the people tour? It was a rally organized like any other. So you cannot just brush it off and say, because it did not perform according to expectations, it was just a meeting. Let's learn to own a mistake that has been done by our camp. Like I have owned in Olakala, the meeting was not organized well. Number two, you are insinuating that the president, the state is helping Azimio campaign in Central Kenya. Who is the DP? The vehicles is using, the fuel that those vehicles are using, it's the government money, my friend. Is still the DP. So either way, if the state is helping Azimio, DP is also enjoying the tappings of the power from the deputy president's office, which is our taxes is using. So let's be fair here. When we say Azimio is being used by the state, is a state project, so the DP should resign and not become a state project, because as of now, he's a state project because he is earning a salary from the government, using government resources, living in a government house, using them to campaign, not to work for us. So let's be fair. That is my rebuttal, Bernard.
Bernard, I think Douglas has been very honest. It is always good to admit when something is not done right. But not everything is supposed to be done right. Some things are supposed to be done as they have been done.
Based on what principle is that, Mr. Baz?
Based on the principle that everyone has his best. You know, your best may not be my
Mr.
best.
Baz, Mr. Baz, you are an honest guy, okay? My only problem with the you and UDA is that you must hold a brief for something that is obviously out of order. You don't have to. Nobody's putting gun on your head to say you have to say it this way. The issue is, if you want to help the UDA and the DP in his campaign, is to tell him the truth. If we did not dispatch the money in Tononoka on time to arrange the meeting, that meeting does not depict his status. In fact, it was a security issue. If it is conducted that way, then God, I will not even
Bernard,
go into analyzing the details of what
let
was
me ask
happening
you before I analyze.
Yes, Vicky, what is it?
Let us accept one thing, that every politician will do everything to lobby people to come to their campaigns. Juzi tu ilikuwa mkutano ya Azimio. Mine was being dished out. Mtu alikuwa anapewa 1000 anaingia. I think the following day, some 2 days baadaye, tunasikia fake mine was circulating in Central. Sijui ilikuwa wapi. Ilikuwa tu somewhere hapo. But ilikuwa Ruto.
Ihora.
Yes. Fake money.
We know the chairman of Wash Wash.
No, okay, hata ukisema, but inajulikana sasa. After that, hata ilikuwa people were being given 1000 bob, eh? 2 days after that, fake money circulating in Central. So
Hiyo ni propaganda.
it is not. It is not. When we pin you down, we don't
You are not pinning me down on nothing. Where was that reported?
When we pin you down, usianze kugeuza ikuwe ni propaganda.
That information that must be from either Itumbi or from the UDA headquarters.
No. Which world do you come from?
I'm in Nairobi, the headquarters.
You're in Nairobi, then you're behind news. Yes. I'm surprised. But umecheka, I know that laughter means what that means. Unajua nimekupata.
No, you collect the fake money, bring it as evidence, then we will.
No, you've been accusing Ruto of giving money. Pesa ilikuwa inapeana during Azimio. Hata ilikuwa kwa social media.
It was not social media. You people create everything. Like there was Sabina Chege's video being portrayed that she's supporting DP. The video was posted the other day. When that video was drawn like 20 watts. Kitambo.
Okay, then do your research. You are in a better position. If you are in Nairobi and you don't know these things.
It's important that we help Kenyans make informed decision based on accurate information. Kama mkutano umepangwa vizuri, tutasema huo ni mzuri. Kama umepangwa vibaya, kuna makosa. Na whenever the DP goes, he's still the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. His security is the priority of the government. He shouldn't be doing what is happening right now. After being in power for 9 years, there are some things we can excuse. Like when they came into power, they didn't know the left from the right. They made a lot of blunders. We forgave them. But now you are on the closing end and you're still making the same blunders. That is speaking volumes. And we shouldn't brush it off as if it's nothing. That's a very serious matter. Yes, Alex?
Leonard, when when Vic says something, it doesn't worry me because I've listened to him a lot. But when Baz says something, and you have already told him, Baz, you're a very honest man. And you know, Baz comes out a very honest man. I don't know if he totally believes that the DP is not the DP anymore. And I don't know if truly he believes that we have the office of opposition leader in Kenya, and that office is being funded by the government, and therefore it's a state project. Baz, you need to come out right because you're one of the most honest UDA members. You totally believe that Ruto is not the DP in Kenya?
Alex, it's nothing to do with honesty or anything. It is about being real. You may be the DP in paper, but if you are not there in action, we know what a DP was. We know the DP of 2013 to 2017. This DP of 20 post I don't want to call it handshake, post whatever it was, that is not the DP. It is a shell.
Okay. So constitutionally, we don't have a DP.
Mr. Baz, the DP made himself a shell. He was not
Ngoja
made.
kwanza, ngoja Douglas, you didn't obtain permission. Wait, let's watch this video. Then when we come back, we'll go to the people who have not contributed. There is Anthony, there is Kenya, and there is Kips. Let's listen to this first.
Somewhere else. We are seeing a situation where somebody is disowning their own boss. If this is not serious, if this is what we call governance, I do not understand governance anymore. Is doing wheelbarrows somewhere else. We are seeing a situation where somebody is disowning their own boss. If this is not serious, if this is what we call governance, I do not understand governance anymore. How can you be part of a government? We are reeling from the impact of debt from that government. We are seeing higher figures of poverty. We are seeing increased corruption. We are seeing farmers not being paid in a timely manner. We are seeing medicine not being there in our hospitals. We are seeing county governments not receiving their money and they cannot pay their salaries, and even essential staff are not being paid. We are basically all under siege. But surprisingly, now we see a scenario where the deputy president is telling the president, sorry, I'm not part of it. It is you. Is this deceit? Or what is it? You formed the government together. If there are failings in the government, you cannot now run away from those failings. When the president calls the cabinet and decisions are made about what is allocated to which ministry, he is there. But out there, you are saying, I am not there.
I need not to say anymore. Can we have Mr. Anthony?
Okay. Thank you. Mine, I just want to talk about two things. Especially, I want to talk to Mr. Baz on the DP issue. I think Mr. Baz is not right if he says that DP has no power or is like. I think many times DP have been told to leave the seat. He has been told to resign if he doesn't feel that he has that power. But amekataa. Why? Why is he still holding the position? So he's still the DP. He has the power. Kama angekuwa na power angekuwa ashaachana nayo na aseme yeye sasa is no longer deputy president of Kenya, but it is fault kusema like DP has no power. Kama ana power angekuwa ashaacha. And then again to the meetings or the campaigns about giving out money. Let me tell you, this UDA, when they are about to go into a certain region, there are those vehicles which goes there in prayer to give money. I am in Viga right now, and I believe tomorrow the UDA party will be in Viga, somewhere in Viga Mbale. Let me tell you, and this is a fact, today, like more than 5 vehicles were transversing Viga County, giving out money. So it is high time the politicians come to Kenyans with a good agenda. Let them sell agenda, not money. This won't help. So Mr. Baz, naona wewe ni mtu wa UDA sana, but is good tuambiane ukweli. Hawa watu wanatembea kwa ground, and this is a fact. So why give money for people to attend your meeting? It won't help. Just come with your agenda, sell your agenda. Like for now, when you listen to what mostly older people are saying, they are talking about outgoing president. Why? These are not agendas which Kenyans need. Outgoing president is going. So even if you talk about him, you make faulty excuses about him. These don't help Kenyans. I think it is high time now the politicians just come out clear, say, mimi mkinipea hii kiti, I will do this and this and this, rather than talking about unaeka like somebody his name as an agenda. So hii kitu ina spoil ground sana. So Mr. Bas, you just accept UDA is going to the ground na wanabai wale wenye wata attend. So nilisikia ukisema sijui Mombasa ilikuwa aje. I think it was in social media, kila mtu aliona what happened, wakasema sijui some hired goons did what. Again, what came later was like the place ya kwanza yenye walichagua watafanya hiyo sijui, they never agreed with the people there. So you see, it is all about money, and this thing is really hindering Kenyans. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Baz.
Then let me rebut a little bit of what my brother has said. He has mentioned me very, very much to a point he did not even speak much about the point he was raising. And Bernard, it is good to be fair. When somebody says that the UDA is giving money, you tell him to substantiate and bring evidence. It is not good in this renowned TV for people to be just throwing words from nowhere. If he saw money being dished in Vihiga, he could have taken at least a picture and brought it here so that we can now be debating on evidence.
So, Mr. Baz.
Sorry.
Anthony. Ngoja kwanza, okay. Anthony. Mr. Baz. Anthony is reporting. He is in Vihiga. There will be a rally in Bale. There are 5 vehicles crisscrossing Vihiga. I'm in Nairobi in studio. Okay? I don't know your location, Mr. Baz. So I think the person on the ground, what is reporting, according to him, it's not according to Mtembei TV, it's according to him. So your purpose is to rebut him by asking him, how does he prove that?
Actually, as a moderator, you have always insisted that somebody should always speak facts with evidence. And I think that's what I'm asking him, to share evidence that the 5 vehicles, because if there is a campaign tomorrow, there must be a prior team coming to check on so many things regarding the meeting. Remember, this meeting, as you have been saying here, will be attended by a constitutional deputy president. So we say a constitutional, not functional.
Mr. Baz, accept. The deputy president is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He's legally in office and he's 100% responsible for government faults as well as government successes. From 2013 to 2022.
Let us drop that and now return back to Mr. Anthony and ask him now, having 5 vehicles coming prior to the meeting, how does that constitute that the vehicle is distributing money? Where is the evidence? Where is the evidence, Mr. Anthony, that you are reporting?
Mr. Baz. Okay, Anthony. Respond to Mr. Baz's question before I deal with him.
Okay, let me respond to him. I think there are 2 different things here. One, sorry guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, there are 2 different things here. One, when there is a meeting somewhere and maybe they have planned like a prior visit, I think the visit should be specifically to that ground where they will hold a meeting. But what I'm saying, the vehicles were transversing. Actually, not that 5 vehicles in one area. No, 1 vehicle per area were transversing and giving out money. And like if you see what Azimio maybe have been doing when they have a meeting somewhere, if there is a prior visit, they visit the area directly where the meeting is to take place. But what was UDA doing? The vehicle were transversing, going into Vihiga County, not even there Mbale where they will hold meeting tomorrow. And I'm very sorry, I never captured any video because this is the first time I'm joining you guys. But this is something which is known. Even in my phone, I have that clip where was it Sudi and the other guys paraded people giving out money. You pick, you go, you pick, you go. And the main reason was people to attend UDA's meeting. So we can't deny this. This is something which has been going on. But let's just be sincere and accept mistakes because they're happening.
Okay, Mr. Baz, do you still insist on a video?
Current video. Don't drag us a video of 2016.
Okay.
Don't give us a video of history.
Thank you. That case is closed. That way, let it end there. Thank you very much. Since you don't want a video, you want current video. Let's listen from Kenya as we move on with the conversation.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning to you, Karibu.
Okay, asante sana. I'm so grateful to join the platform today. I've been away for a week plus. Sometimes I tried to log in, but I couldn't. I had a network issues where I was. But now I'm very comfortable seated at a good place at my place. Let me just appreciate every panelist who is there. Douglas, Mkenya, Baz, Anthony, and Kips. And so let me just mention something about about the deputy. Baz said about the DP of 2013 is not the DP of 2017. Baz, I agree with you, but with a lot of concern on the changes, why he changed the way he was in 2013 and the way he is in 2017. First and foremost, I'm going to give you the reason of is different. 2013, DP had 50% of the government, and the 50% of the government, they did nothing to the public. They did nothing to this country. What happened in 2013, it was a lot of mess in ministries. Corruption was rampant. The project was stalled. No project that went on well, all the projects were off because the money was stolen in 2013, 2017. So that's why the DP was very silent and cool in the government. When the president came to realize what is happening with the 50% of the government that were shared, he realized that his legacy will go on a bad way because he will be having nothing to show to Kenyans. So the DP aim was to outshine the president, to make the president fail. So the president came to understand. And that's why in 2017, things went wrong. Why? The president noticed if you want to survive with a type of DP is to look for Raila Odinga so that you see whether it can work. Deputy President was very much happy when there was chaos in 2017 that the government could not deliver anything. So he could have been saying, see, in 2013 nothing happened, in 2017 nothing is happening. So he wanted the same thing continue. That's why the first thing he started fighting the handshake, because he wanted the chaos to continue so that the president could not deliver anything for 2 terms. I'm done with that. Point number 2. As far as I'm concerned, to me, as I'm from Mount Kenya, I hate when someone insults the leaders that I've chosen with my good health and good mind. Someone come and insult them. The moment the DP insulted the brigade, DP brigade and DP himself started insulting our leaders, especially the president, is the time I cannot even listen to DP even if he comes at my doorstep. The moment he started embarrassing my leaders, elders, he doesn't respect elders. So that's the point. The DP is going wrong. And if you continue to look at this thing, the agenda is, these days they don't talk about bottom up. They changed. These days they are talking about the president, the outgoing president. Watu wa sijui kuchaguliwa mtu, nothing else, nothing else, nothing else. Today I didn't even watch the Mombasa one. I've just watched it in a few minutes right now. And what I've seen in the first 5 minutes, I'm sure the rally went like that until it was over. The insult, especially today, insulting the president, naming everything they want. And us as people, we crap for that reason. You know, that's why in 2017, the same hype made people to make wrong choices, to elect people who cannot do anything in their offices because of the hype. But now I think people are very careful, are doing research, and the DP should not be lied. He is not gaining any ground anymore. And Mr. President will start a tour of farewell within Mount Kenya. And you know the meaning of the word farewell. Juu yeye ni kutoka anatoka. Na everybody knows, even if the UDA rally campaign about president anatoka, even as wananchi, we know ni kuenda nyumbani anaenda. We know, we don't need to be told. So because there is no agenda, that's why they are looking agenda each and every day about the government. I remember very well the Piruto saying, if the government fails, he will be the one to be questioned also. Why now? He is jumping the gun. Why now? He is jumping the gun. In the rallies, he count kilometers, electricity connections, about what. He count all those things. And those things have been done in 2017. And Baz, you are claiming that the president, the deputy president, is no longer doing anything. Afanyi kazi ya serikali saa hii. You are claiming that very well. Na yeye anaenda akiimba hizo vitu. But once it comes to a small failure, he disassociates with the government. But with success, you want to be counted in. You know, that is, I think the bigger parts and the bigger betrayer, it's William Samoei Ruto. And that's true. That's very bad as a leader. He should have supported the president, but he couldn't do that because of he wants the power, not leadership. He wants the power. And that's why you see all this mess. And one thing I'm going to say, there is the day the president said, usione simba amenyeshewa ukadhani ni paka. The president said that. They have been insulting the government for 4 years down the line. Now, the other day, the president said it was a working period. Now we are going out for politics. They have started crying again. Let me tell people, Mr. Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is the best leader I've ever seen. You cannot, if deputy president is the president, you cannot alter a word that UDA are doing to him and go scot-free. That's the thing people should think about. Uhuru Kenyatta amekuwa amenyamaza, yeye ni job, hataki story mingi, nyinyi ni tusi, fanyeni ile kitu yote mnataka, imbeni kama leo akina Jicho Pevu, the nonsense he was talking, na watu wanashangilia. The president didn't even bother about that. Amenyamaza tu. Na kitu moja, ukiguza leader, si yeye atakuguza, ako na watu wenye walimchagua wako. Hao ndio watadiru na wewe. So we don't expect the president to come and fight the deputy president. The people will fight deputy president for their leader. And you know what will happen? The deputy president will lose big times and go home. Will lose big times. You can never disrespect a leader and you go scot-free. That's the only thing I know. Let me just go back now to a little bit of topic. I've done with that. About Mombasa, was not much about it, but let me say they are trying. The UDA people, they have tried now. That is because of support of Weta and Mudavadi, but let them don't forget that Weta and Mudavadi in Western, they have nothing. They have only the certificate. Weta and the certificate, Mudavadi and the certificates. That's what they should know. So what UDA has received from Weta and Mudavadi is 2 people and 2 certificates, no leaders. And every family has got a leader. So they have nothing in Western. DAP has taken Western and counted, take it to the bank. Anybody who's run against DAP in Western will lose in the morning. DAP ni chama ya watu wameshikana, and DAP will become soon a national party from Western. We forget about ANC and Ford Kenya. That is gone. So hiyo isisumbue, hiyo UDA hakuna kitu wamereceive hapo actually. It's just a joke. Hiyo ni mchezo tu wamefanya. That's a joke. Hiyo ni mchezo wamefanya. Then matamshi yao watu kwa rally ya leo Mombasa, by the way, I felt it so cheap, very cheap. And the word that they were uttering there, it was so embarrassing to the head of state. Something that even one of the UDA leaders is a head of state could not tolerate something like that. It was bad, embarrassing, and they acted in a stupidity manner, like people who have not gone to school. And that's too bad. Those are not leaders. They are not leaders at all. They are dealers. And we can't elect someone because of hypes. So thank you, Bernard.
Bwana Kenya, mind your language. Everybody in Kenya has gone to school.
But the insults, those insults are not for people who are learned. I think Deto is there. Deto is a learned person, and is aspiring for MP. Can he talk like that? No. Deto has been there for long.
Subject to debate. Subject to debate. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. I cannot.
I just wanted to make it clear. The level of literacy in Kenya is very high. So there are those who went to school and they choose not to make use of that for political reasons. We wouldn't blame them for this. I mean, everybody stands where they are. Millie Diambo, your device is not well connected. I don't know what's wrong. You need to rejoin again, configure your gadget properly as you get into the studio. Make sure that you allow StreamYard to have full control over the camera and the audio. That's the only way you will be able to be added to the studio. I want us to move on, unless there is any rebut on what Kenya has said. Can we have Kips? Kips, are you there? Wanandeto, what is it?
Yes, good evening, Bernard, and the team.
Yeah, good morning from Nairobi. How are you?
Yes, you know, I cannot just let Kinyua talk the way he is talking, because he is even giving an example with me, which is a good thing, because sometimes I'm not here to spew hatred or vitriol or whatever that can bring division to our Kenyans. So, but I think those are his personal opinions, because all the leaders out there, they know there is law. They know that when you speak to a certain magnitude, maybe you are against what is established in the law. So I think what they are telling the president is the truth. And the issues maybe that we Kenyans, we may not know, but for them as leaders, because they started as Jubilee team, today they are divided. So they are maybe telling their boss, come on, you know, we were together, you did 1, 2, 3, and that's why we are divided. So Kinyua, I think you should not complain so much. You should sell your beef in Saudi Arabia. Just leave the pork. That is not your business. So thank you for that.
Okay, nashukuru Ndeto ameanza ku appreciate vitendawili, misemo na msemiati. na historia pia. Nashukuru sana. Naona tunasonga mbele vizuri na sitaki kumuingilia kwa sasa hivi, asubiri hapo hapo. Yes, Mkenya.
Mr. Bernard, I wish to make a clarification, though not related to debate.
Yes.
I was just checking the lies which UDA peddle. I've just checked my registration membership with 3 of my friends here. I've never been part of UDA. And I've indicated I'm part of UDA. I joined last year, May. And my membership number is 12 million. So these are the kind of things in sincerity, which is not working well. So I'm shocked that I'm a member of UDA according to registration status. I am not, and I will never join UDA. Thank you.
Hebu mniambie unacheki namna gani? Naweza kuwa pia mimi niko huko.
Do this.
I was a registered Jubilee member without my knowledge.
Okay, go do this. Go to eCitizen. Then go to Registrar of Political Parties Registrar.
Yes.
Then you'll see where check membership, resign. So if you go to eCitizen, you'll find political parties. And I suspect you are member number 14 million.
Hey, God have mercy on me. Sawa, thank you. Let's keep the conversation going. Keep some drop off. Let's have Bwana Thomas.
So I want to say hello to everyone. Sijui kama mnanipata vizuri.
Yeah, huko umefika. Endelea.
Oh yeah. So I want to comment very quickly about the status of UDA generally, because UDA has come up to be a political coalition that is surviving on rumors. Because today they will wake up and praise the government. Tomorrow they will wake up and criticize the same government and praise it in some specific region. So when you look at our deputy president, if you remember, there's a time that the president said that he is so working on his legacy, and there is no need for you to launch a new project. Yet there are some projects that were started off and they are still in a situation that they must be accomplished. And Ruto was using that as a way of trying to garner some support, because he knew very well that they are going to have a political party, which is now UDA. And in his previous statement, he alleged and said that that is not his political party and he's not aware of even what is UDA. And right now he is the common prophet for that group. Number two, if someone wants to know evidence, just recently in Nakuru, UDA and his group, they went and launched a police station without even informing the local government, which is so dangerous. And if you can have someone like that in a country, I think that is something that is so dangerous in a country. Now, he has been also walking around and saying that the same government has done so many markets. I want everyone to understand that each and every business person in a certain area, these people pay taxes. They pay taxes that go to that local government. A certain percentage go to the national government. And the same IBEC that is the chairman of that IBEC, they allocate specific funds that come to this local government, and that is how the markets are strategies on how they are going to be built. If they are praising about the markets, we have somewhere called Gikomba, which has been in conflict over a long period of time. They should go there and try on how they can help our people to have modern market. Now, when you look at the situation in Mombasa today, a place where a sitting deputy president is there. And I want Kenyan to understand, if you are a Christian believer, even the Bible says that everyone, I've not crammed the whole scripture itself the way it is, but I'm going to say just the content. Even the Bible says that respect your leaders who are in this planet, because if you don't respect them, then they will treat you harshly. So if deputy president is saying that some of the leaders are punished, some of the leaders are arrested, it's because they have boycotted their duties. They took an oath that they're going to serve our fellow Kenyans. And when you're not doing that, your responsibility will be taken to people that are so loyal to the government and they are ready to work for the government. So if someone is supporting UDA, please, please think about it and look at the track of your deputy president and the whole brigade, because it's the only group that has been alleged for corruption, the only group that has been alleged for degree certificate forgeries, is the only group that has been alleged sponsoring dangerous group in the country. So I think everyone should think about that and divert. Now, Baba right now is not in the country. He has gone to Ethiopia for I think for a peace meeting, and together with our Igbo president. And when you want to know that Azimio is gaining its position in the country, you saw what happened in Bugoma. Baba was not there. What happened in Mombasa? Baba was not there. Even the youths themselves have formulated so many groups that are lobbying our future, which is so fundamental. Even the women are coming up right now supporting Baba. I've not seen any women group, youth group, even Wazee. Look at what happened today in Gatanga. Elders in Gatanga endorsed Peter Kenneth as their spokesperson. So that is a clear evidence that this is a person that understands what the future of our country is. This is a person that is ready to serve and delegate all duties as per the constitution of our country. And you cannot say that that Ruto is someone that support devolution, because when you look at the strategy of the bottom up, he has been campaigning with this slogan, which is a theory. When I used to do a certain course in international relations, and the only part I saw bottom up that was tried and failed was in China. When a certain leader called Zingua was trying to come up with that theory, and it failed. So I want each and every person, when I'm finalizing my statement, to think about it and answer the question how are they going to ensure that bottom up is going to be practical? How are they going to where are they going to get these 100 billions, these 50 billions he's saying? And look at the percentage of Kenya. The percentage of Kenyans that are so literate, because education in Kenya is a pure basic right. It's almost 80%. Now, when you look at the age set, almost 75 to 80% are youths. These are people that are between 35 to 40 years. So it means that the unemployment rate in Kenya is so higher that even a person is ready to find a way he can run away from our country and go and die in some countries that do not recognize democracy. So I think we should not lie to ourselves and support a political party because you feel that there is an association you have in terms of where you're coming from, on the lineage that you're coming from. We have to look at the agenda, what they are going to do for us, and ensure that it's a government that before even asking for funds in foreign countries, they look at the terms and conditions, because you cannot go to our friends here in China. They give you maybe 1 trillion, maybe 20 billion in the name of coming to install an hospital, where they come with their machineries, they come with their work, their laborers, they come even with their expertise. And we have Kenyans who are that are so educated, they lack those jobs. We have hii kitu ilikuwa inaitwa kazi kwa vijana. Those are some of the work that we should have. A leader, a government that will ensure
Hey,
that.
Bwana Thomas.
Yeah.
Time.
Wacha
Begin to
nimalize.
summarize,
Najua
please.
Alex ako karibu kuandika hapo 3 minutes. So wacha niachie hapo because conversation bado itaendelea. Thank you so much, Bernard, and everyone.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. I hope there's no rebut on that. Tuende kwa Ndeto mara moja. Ndeto, karibu, vipi?
Acha nisalimu Ndeto kwanza. Ndeto, habari yako?
Mzuri sana.
Okay.
Yes.
Umesalimika na Alex, eh?
Yes, nimesalimika sana. Alex ana driver bado na ana contribute. Aangalie barabara vizuri.
So Ndeto, tuambie Tononoka.
Sisi ndio hustler wenyewe, sio wewe. Unaona wewe ni boss, mimi ni hustler.
Ni venye huku ni usiku Alex. Mchana tumeshinda tukichapa kazi bana.
Ndeto, tuambie story ya Tononoka. Nimeona Uhuru Kenyatta tena kwa race.
Wow, thank you so much, Bernard. And let me start by putting a context, like to lay some basis on what is happening. One, we cannot forget that all those places where the brigade of Azimio were, plus where the Kenya Kwanza was, they were all in Mombasa. And Mombasa has been a Raila-dominated zone, because if you check in 2017, he was able to gather 238,000 votes against Jubilee, which got 99,000 votes. And, you know, if anything that we are really seeking as the Kenya Kwanza there is to maintain the numbers that voted for Jubilee. It is nothing more, Bernard, because if we are able to get like 100,000, we are ready and we will win, we shall win. So that's why it has been like a battleground. And we saw, despite a lot of arrangements being made, there was still some chaos here and there, because there are people who do not want to see Kenya Kwanza progressing. And that's why someone stated that, you know, it's so unfair to say that even today that the UDA brigade is using government money to dish out money to the residents of Mombasa. You know, I would like to see something like a video. I would like to see something like a photo. You know, we could be having some members on this panel who are agents of distributing money, and we do not know. That's why they are so sure. So what I mean is this, that before you prosecute your case, it is good to have evidence, because the reason we are here is not to compete information. It's to give Kenyans valid data, information that will be retrieved even some years to come, and it will be valid. So for me, I would say having someone like Mohammed, it's a big plus because Nyali is, we know that this guy, he was not in Jubilee when he was voted for in 2017. He was voted for as an independent candidate, and he was voted with about 30,000 votes. You can imagine if we maintain what we had in Jubilee, then plus what Ali has, that is already 130,000. So it is surpassing even the support that Jubilee was able to get. And there are also other leaders who have pledged to support the Kenya Kwanza. So the way some people are really looking down upon us, you will wonder and you will come to be maybe find yourself in a rude shock that Kenya Kwanza has been doing something. Actually, if I can just try to scan through, if you check the major counties where we are expecting to, like the areas we feel like we need to do a lot. One is, you see, like the other day there was Bungoma. Bungoma, they have very many votes, around 600,000. And that's where I think in the recent past, every person in Azimio and also in this other side of the Kenya Kwanza, we have been camping there. And you know, every person from Azimio, as you make your submission pertaining Western, the name Musalia, the name Wetangula, the way you are deconstructing them, it's as if even they do not have their family members there. But I am telling you this, you keep following people like Atuoli, people like Eugene Wamalwa, people who are not even politicians. They are public servants. They do not have any influence in the community. You keep following them. I'm happy to know that in 2013, when Musalia vied as a president, at least he was able to gather some 500,000 votes. And majority of these votes, they came from Western. So I'm very sure that 90% or 85% of Bugoma's votes, they will go to Kenya Kwanza because it's a combination between the two leaders. So that will not be a swing vote. And this DAPK party, where it has been like I don't know even what I can phrase it. It has been receiving, it is claimed that it has been receiving very many MCAs, very many MPs from the region, where, and I saw majority of the members of county assembly and members of parliament with who vied with ANC, with Ford Kenya, they are still intact into their parties. So it is only one person. I think this guy who is called, is it Savula? And a certain aspirant of women representative. Those are accounted for in the Azimio, the aspirants. They are not even the real members of parliament or any position there. And one thing I will tell you that will shock you, come in August, majority of the MPs in parliament today, majority of the senators in the parliament today, majority of the MCAs in the parliament today, they will not be voted back. 80% of them wataonyeshwa nyumbani. So these are some of the people who we are counting in our various coalitions. So, and that's why I am so confident to say that when you see Kenya Kwanza, we are not passing through various leaders. Look at the Central Kenya. We go only with all the campaigns. We have selected someone like Rigathi Gachagua, Kimani Ichung'wah, there is Susan Kehika, there is also Dede Nyoro. Those are the key people who are out there campaigning for Kenya Kwanza from Mount Kenya. Others are busy strategizing. So what I mean is this, that the majority of the people you do not see in the Kenya Kwanza campaigns. They are busy strategizing because they understand the people might change their voting patterns and some of them may not be voted in. So, and that's why the person who is on the face of the people, it is one deputy president, because this is the man to watch. He is the man who is vying for presidency. And there is no way you can be like having a lot of ground people, like I saw in Nyandarua the other day, people who are not even members of any parliament. The aspirants are all that people are following Baba in Central. Others come from private sectors. These are the cabal that are behind the support of Baba. And people are saying, you know, Azimio la Umoja is a revolution. Azimio la Umoja ndio sijui itakuja imepita hadi iharibu barabara kwa sababu ya venye iko na nguvu. That cannot happen. It is good you just check those people who are around Baba in Mount Kenya. These are people who are not in any position anywhere. They tried in 2017, they failed. People like the Kenneth, you are saying
Sasa,
he is so popular.
Ndeto, you've just said a few seconds ago that the members of parliament supporting political parties or coalition don't matter because 80% of them are going home. All right? Then you switch, you tell us you have gone to Mount Kenya and the people with Baba were not in parliament. But DP is going there with people who are in parliament. And they are the ones strategizing on how to get the mountain. So where do you stand?
Bernard, this is my point. That yes, because already they are elected members of the parliament, I've counted for you only 4. Those who are working all over with one William Samoei Ruto. You are not seeing the rest. The 170. Those are, you know, so far we have 165. So meaning,
so
155,
can you give me 80% of 165?
80% of 165 is about 140.
Yes, so 140 are going. So how many are you having remaining?
Wait, those are the people you are not even seeing in the campaigns of Deputy President William Samoei Ruto. It is only, I think, 4 or 5. The consistent, and those ones will be voted back because it's all about the work that people has done to the people. Like someone like
let's get it clearly first before you move to the next point. You are saying of the 170, 140 will be voted back because they have worked for the people. What do you mean?
Don't confuse me, Bernard. I am saying the people you see working with deputy president everywhere, these are the sure bet. These are people who will be voted back. The rest, they are busy strategizing. And these are the people who are planning where to go, and you do 1, 2, 3, you do 1, 2, 3. And that's why you see, despite that there are barriers by some young people paid by Azimio to come and disrupt various planned meetings or campaigns or rallies of the Kenya Kwanza, we are still making progress because the planning is well done. Against what we have seen, like in the previous past, I've seen every media house, some of the media houses, they have become so political.
No, hold on, Ndeto, you are an expert of changing the topic. Relax. Let Douglas ask you a question, then Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. You see, we are giving Neto a lot of airtime. He's just moving from allegation to allegation, insinuation to an insinuation, which are not basically factualized. The first thing Neto said is rightly speaking that 80% of the members of parliament who have been trolling current residents having PGs, purportedly having PGs, which they are not even legal because they are not parliamentary, they are not members of UDA. The 163, 80%, he has rightly said it's about 140. So the 140 are going home. But on the other side, he's telling us those ones, they're the ones they're working with. So they have the votes for the DP. And he's saying these are the ones that are following Azimio, they are not going back because they're 80%. That's a lie. And he needs to come clear and tell us who amongst the 163 are coming in and who are not coming in. Number two, he's saying that the likes of Tuolis and the likes of the Western leaders, they do not have a say, they do not have a following. My friend Deto, you are an aspiring MP. You might be my MP tomorrow. Let me tell you, even myself, there are people I can talk to in the village and have an influence over them to come. So do not write off somebody. Those are leaders, opinion shapers, and opinion makers. Are you aware that even a deputy principal, even a principal of a secondary school, can make an influence in politics? Yes, he can. So everybody has an influence. The only difference is the influence may be negligible, the influence may be big, the influence may not measure at the same scale. So do not write off somebody and start saying that the people following the DP, they're the ones who have influence. The people following Azimio, they do not have an influence. Then again, Deto, get your facts right. You are telling us that Muhammad Ali was voted in 30,000 votes in Coast as an independent candidate. Who tells you that this time round, when he's going to vie on a UDA ticket, he's going to get the same votes? Let me give you an example of myself. In 2013, the MC I voted in my ward at home was an ODM because I'm an ODM member, a registered one. I voted him because he is an ODM member and the policies that he had. But in 2017, I voted in a Jubilee MCA, not because I didn't like the ODM, because I changed his policies. His manifesto was wrong. So who tells you that the 30,000 people will automatically switch to UDA because Muhammad Ali has just moved? That is like telling us then, if that is the case, you are telling us that Raila will maintain the 44% he got in Western, in Nairobi, in Rift Valley, in Coast, and everywhere. You get your demographics right, man, and let's argue on facts and basic facts that cannot be hidden. Thank you.
Alex?
Okay, Bernard, would you allow me just a minute to respond to Douglas?
Let us ask you the questions, you answer them.
Alex.
So, you know, Ndeto, I just want to ask you that, have you been watching news for the last 2 weeks? Because I'm worried. I don't know. Maybe you are reading Itumbi too much. I don't know what you've been reading. Have you been watching and reading news?
That's a fact. I have been watching and listening to even radios.
FM or AM?
Frequency modulation.
Because when you say that the fertilizer party, when you say that ANC is intact, Ford Kenya is intact, nobody has moved out, it is the strongest party. You know, I wonder if you've been really listening and watching news. Ndeto, why don't you just be honest, at least to yourself? Because we have seen it. I don't know. I'm worried, Ndeto, what you are watching. I don't know if you are watching Itumbi TV or Itumbi newspaper. Do I need to subscribe for you, Nation newspaper, for you to read every week?
Can I respond? Because you are taking the center stage to dismantle me.
No, because you are saying, Neto, I'm worried that what
Okay,
you are reading is not right. We have been
Sawa, Alex.
watching. We have been
Let him
watching
respond.
how the
Let him
fertilizer
respond.
part, Bernard, just 1 minute. We have been watching how even us, we've been surprised how the fertilizer party has been winning from Marende to all these people. Everybody has seen it. When you say the ANC is intact, Ford Kenya is intact, nobody has moved out. You even went to the MCS. We saw MCS defect all of them in 1 day. I'm worried what you are watching, Deto. And you are upcoming MP. We want to help you here in Mtembei. That's all. Medad, we need to help Ndeto.
Bernard, can I respond? Because
Please, Ndeto, respond as fast as possible, please. We need to move. Lusweti here can give you news about DAP. So give your response as fast as possible. Mr.
thank you
Kamau,
so
ngoja
much.
kwanza.
You know, we have even diaspora reporters. So what I will tell Douglas first is this, that the way you have articulated that although Muhammad Ali was elected as an independent candidate, like this time round, we may not like know which, if he will still retain the same votes. I will tell you like this: if he has done his work in the last 5 years, there is nothing that will make these people who follow him not to vote for him. And that's a fact. And we have seen a lot of development there. If there are places where schools are being done well, it is Nyali. Look at even issues to do with CDF. Not even once I've seen him doing very good job and even bringing it out in the public to show maybe how many people are given for secondary schools, even for universities. So that means he has qualities of an MP, a good leader, a person who can be entrusted. And if anything, out of the 30,000 votes he received last election, I can see him getting even more. So also when you come to Atuoli, and the way you have said, you know, even if you are, you sound like a high school principal, a secondary school principal, because your examples in a way are animated around a certain social group, which is schools. Let me tell you, your influence can be as many people as your family. And when you see for Atuoli, what I meant is this, that, you know, there is this issue of media stage managing. You are so much in media and you are never on the ground. And that's the Atuoli kind of a politician that you are talking about. You know, even if he may say that, you know, I was told by whoever to support who and who, at the long run, I don't know why they are complaining so much when Musalia and Wetangula are not in their camp. You know, that's something I'm thinking every day. That shows these people could have been having, they must be having a very strong impact in the very region. And, you know, we are waiting to see the statistics come August 9. Let me get to Alex. Alex, you are a very smart person when it comes to deconstructing the concepts of the UDA supporters. And you are animating that we are not even watching news. You are even telling us that there is Itumbe TV. I've never seen one. I've never seen it. It is, I think you might be a reporter in the same TV. But look at the media broadcasting this news. That's why I started by saying when media is bought or when research also is bought as the fourth estate, you know, we have the government, we have the civil society organization, we have the public sector, the private sector, and the media. Let me finish, Bernard, because
order. You are lecturing. They asked you a question. Are you watching news? you confirm yes, okay, or no.
It was not a question of yes or no.
Okay,
It was
have you been watching?
qualitative.
What
It
have you
was
been watching?
qualitative. I
Okay,
have been
now
watching news, and
yes.
I would like also to update my
And
brother
you
Alex.
are not aware of the defections from ANC to ODM and from Ford Kenya to DAP.
Very few members have defected the parties,
How
and that's
many?
what he is
How
making
many?
a mountain.
Oh, hold on, Deto. How many? Very few.
They
How
are
many members of
negligible.
how
They are
many members of
negligible.
parliament are, hold on? How many members of parliament are still with the Musalia Mudavadi in ANC who have not defected either to ODM or to DAP?
The number that has defected is insignificant, Bernard.
Based on what?
Based on statistics, head count.
Okay, where are the statistics? Where are you getting your statistics from?
Because
Because
everyone at this moment,
the defections have taken place in broad daylight. Okay, and we know how many members of parliament does ANC have. We know how many members of parliament does Ford Kenya have. Okay, so if they have 5 members of parliament and 4 defect to DAP, is that insignificant? If you have 10 members of parliament and 8 defect, you remain with 2. Is 8 not significant, Mdeto, or we should look for a new dictionary meaning of significant?
listen, Bernard. The reason I'm talking about insignificant is I saw a group of the true members who have remained in the party. They said they were even approached with 500,000, 20 million, 1
Deto,
million.
that's propaganda.
That is not propaganda. It is something that is reliable in the media.
Hold on, reliable,
Azimio, that is what you are doing.
Hold on.
Don't
I'll give you
defend
time.
Azimio so much, Bernard.
I said hold on. I'm not defending Azimio.
Okay? Pahali kidonda
If members
inaguzwa
of
unaumia
parliament were
sana.
approaching 500,000, we cannot prove it here. And that
We
does
can.
not mean
We can.
that does not mean
We
that we have
can
not
because
had
I
any
have real
defections.
I have real
Sitaki
information
kutuma
about that.
quarantine. Now, there is a spirited complaint. The screen is too dark. The people behind the curtains, Operation Fagia Yote. Show your face or we remove you from the screen. The people are demanding to see a screen brighten up.
Hey, Bernard, I have some issues with my light.
Issues with light, 1%. Nancy, are you there?
Yeah, niko.
Utaki kamera kwa nini?
Kwenye niko siwezi fungua kamera kwa rumu watu wengi.
So what we do is sawa. So what we do is we'll give priority to the people behind the curtain. You make your submission and leave because they want the screen brightened up for them to keep watching. It's our responsibility to ensure that we retain our audience and give them what they require. Sawa. So tukubaliane hivyo. For that purpose, we'll give Nancy the first priority, ladies first, and then Caleb, alafu tuwapatie ruhusa msikilize kwa on the comment section mkifuata mjadala. Nancy, karibu.
Sawa, nashukuru sana Bernard. Kwa siku nyingine nimepata nafasi ya kuingia. Nashukuru Mungu sana kwa kuwapa nguvu pamoja na hekima. Yes, pamoja na hekima mnaendelea kutufunza hapa hivi. So kwanza acha niwaambie mimi leo kuanzia jana nimelala na viatu. Kwa sababu ya ile tsunami imekuwa kwa kaunti yangu. Kwa sababu ya ile Koran imekuwa imekuwa kwa akaunti yangu. So nilikuwa nataka nijibu kwanza huyu Ndeto sababu yenye anaongea sijui anatoka wapi ama sababu kama jana mpaka MCA wote wenye wako wenye wana surround Dan Wanyama, wenye wana surround Ditmas Barasa wote waliingia DAB jana. Wabunge wenye wako sahii wenye wamebaki ANC ni wabunge 2 peke yao, wote wameingia DAP na ODM. Weta sahii hana hata MCA hata mmoja. Sasa sijui ya Ndeto ametoa wapi, sababu mi napendanga mtu akikuja hapa akuja aseme ukweli, si ile kitu umesikia. Mimi ninaongea kitu ninajua na ni kitu nimeshuhudia, unaona. Sasa ukiona for example vitu zenye zimekuwa kama Mombasa, watu wanaongea mahatred peke yake, badala ya kutolea Wakenya agenda, watakuja kufanyia Wakenya nini? Wanakuja kuongea mambo yani ya kufanya watu wakosane. Vitu kama hizo hazitusaidii sisi kama wananchi wa chini. Tunataka tujue mko na nia gani mkipata hii serikali, mtatusaidia kinjia gani? Lakini nyinyi mkikuja kuleta zile issue zenu za huko juu hazitusaidii. Sisi hata hatutaki kujua ni nani alichukua mashamba, ni nani aliiba, ni nani si kitu tunataka. Si tunataka amani katika nchi na tupate ile nafasi ya kufanya kazi zetu, biashara zetu kwa amani na uongozi bora. Unaona? Sababu bila uongozi bora hatutaweza pata hizo vitu zote. Lakini mkianza kuleta hatred kumaanisha mnataka nchi ichomeke, na nchi ikichomeka hao wenye wanatuambia wako na pesa watatoka nje. Sasa hakuna haja. Alafu mtu kama DP mi sijaiona international network yake. Nashindwanga hii mambo yenye anasemanga bottom up. Na nchi zetu hizi za Afrika kusema ukweli, hakuna nchi itaendelea bila hizi nchi zingine za nje kusaidiwa. Hakuna. Ama hizi pesa yeye alichukua katika serikali anaona ni kama zitakuja kutusaidia sisi, akiingia bila usaidizi kutoka nje ama kutoka kwa jirani yeyote. Sababu wakati anaingia mahali anasema atakuja kupeana pesa kiasi fulani, ametenga pesa kiasi fulani. Hizo pesa zote saizi nilisikia juzi Njoha akisema wamepiga hesabu zimefika trillion na hajapewa nafasi. Na hizo kazi anatuagiza anasema atatupea akipata serikali atatupea kwa siku zake za kwanza 100, of which zile za kwanza zenye alituahidi hajatimiza kwa miaka 9 saizi na miezi 9. Kwa miaka 9 na miezi 6 sasa hajatimiza. Sasa kwa siku 100 atakuja kutimiza aje na matrillion zenye anatuagiza hizi bila network yoyote kutoka nje. Wacha unaona sisi kitu moja yenye Wakenya tuko nayo moja. For example unaona mtu anakuja anasema ati baba ndiye atakuwa Magufuli wa nchi. Wacha niwaambie, mjai fuatilia habari za Tanzania. Magufuli ndio alijulikana huku nje kama mtenda kazi, lakini katika nchi yake alikuwa anakopa mikopo chini ya maji. Na Magufuli aliacha deni ambayo huwezi ongelea katika nchi yake katika nchi yake. Unaona? Sasa sijui mtu akiongea madeni zimejaa na mwenyewe ako katika hiyo serikali, anapata mshahara katika hiyo serikali, anaishi kwa nyumba ya serikali. Sisi wenye anatuambia ndio tunaumia. Yeye hana shida, hata kunyolewa tulisikia ananyolewa na pesa za serikali. kuoga anaoga na pesa za serikali. Alafu mtu anakuja kutuambia ati serikali haifanyi kazi, serikali ijafanya hivi, serikali ni mbaya. Alafu mahali mdomo ingine serikali inafanya kazi. Mimi kitu huwa najiuliza, DP atatoa wapi hizi pesa zote? Ili hali apeane mipango yake, yani mipango tu aiweke halali ili watu tuelewe. Jinsi baba amesema, baba hakuna kitu, akiongea kitu lazima aweke na maelezo. Atuelezee nimeamua kufanya hiki na ni sababu ya hii na nitafanya hivi kwa sababu ya hivi. Lakini DP hatuelezi kwa njia, yani kwa kina tumuelewe. Yeye anakuja anapita anaongea na anaenda, anakuja anapita anaongea na anaenda. Mimi kitu tu najiuliza atatoa wapi? Alafu huyu Ndeto anasema mtu kama Mohamed Ali ati alipita ati sasa raundi hii alipita na 30,000 votes. Sasa raundi hii ataongeza, of which sasa ndiye hata kupata tu 10k itakuwa kwa ndoto, sababu hatapata, hawezi rejea kwa hiyo kiti, amejiharibia. Mimi nilimjua kama mtu mwenye ni mtu anapigania watu wa chini. Nilimjua kama alikuwa mwanahabari wa kitini, alikuwa mtu mzuri, alikuwa anapigania wale watu wa chini. Akiingia huko juu sisi tulikuwa tunajua ataenda kutusaidia, lakini kufika huko ile bangi wanakula sijui inakuanga aje. Ndio hiyo tena amekuwa sasa mbaya hata kuliko wengine wote. Sasa hakuna mtu mwenye Ndeta anasema ati sijui wale wenye wako upande wa DP ni sure bet, wenye wako kwa Raila au wanarudi nyumbani. Yani unaangalia hata maelezo mengine mpaka unashindwa, mtu anafikiria ndiye anaongea ama anaongea tu sababu imetokelezea tu, acha tu aongee. Hakuna msemo yote yenye imekuja kutusaidia. Mtu wa UDA akitokelezea, alafu kitu inanishangaza na hao watu, mtu akiongea alafu ukimshinda katika maongezi yake anaanza kuleta jokes ama aanze kuleta matusi ama aanze kuleta mambo yenye hazieleweki, kumaanisha ni wanafuata DP ile blindly tu, yani hawaelewi ni nini wanafuata, hawajafunguka, hawajui ni nini wanataka katika hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mimi ningependa tu kuomba watu wafunguke macho, waache kufuata mtu kwa sababu ya uongo yenye anasema mingi. Ama kama anaona Bungoma imechukuliwa na DP, wacha basi wapee Weta vice president, wapee Weta akuwe DP, sababu hata Weta ukiangalia kwa sasa Weta na Musalia, Weta anaweza deliver something, lakini Musalia huyo amekufa yani kisiasa kabisa, amekufa kisiasa, hata amuka kabisa. Lakini wacha wajaribu na Weta, sababu wakipea, na mimi kitu ninajua, wakipea Weta ama wapee Mudavadi, Mount Kenya inawatoka. Of which sahii ninaanza kuona wanasema vinara wa One Kenya Alliance wanaweka hapo Weta, wanaweka hapo Musalia Mudavadi, wanaweka hapo DP. Imagine au Waluya wenye wako confused, Waluya wawili. Sasa sijui watapewa wote DP. Huyu ni DP wa left na huyu ni DP wa right, ama inaonekana aje? Sababu ni watu hawajielewi, hawawezi kaa chini waelewane, wasongeshe mtu mmoja mbele asimame ni kwa ajili ya region yao. Wao wanaenda tu kwa sababu wanapigania matumbo zao na wanataka kuonekana hao ndio wenye wako na uwezo zaidi. Sasa mi sioni kama mi hata sijashtuka, sababu saa hii mimi venye niko hivi bado ninalala na viatu tangia jana. Nilikuwa nimeona MCA wangu wote jana wakiingia DAP, of which wote sasa wameingia Azimio kirasmi. na hiyo ndio ground. Sijui ni ground gani ingine mnataka. MCA ndio ground, sababu hao ndio wanakuja kutuongelesha kitambo. MP akuja atufikie, MCA ashatuambia, ametuelezea ni MP mgani tunawapigia. Sasa wacha mi niwaambie tu watu wa UDA, Bungoma sahau kiroho safi, sababu huko Dani Wanyama na Ditmas Barasa hawana bahati, wanaenda nyumbani saa 2 asubuhi, na hiyo ni kushua. Na huyo mwenye sijui wanasimamisha ati sijui cover na huko kwetu hana bahati, hataingia. Already si tunarudisha Wangamati, huyo ni 5 tena, na hiyo ni sure bet huko kwetu. Ukienda Trans Nzoia, venye jana tu watu walikuwa wananini Bungoma, venye watu walikuwa wanaongea wakisema Ruto tawe, Tang'ola tawe. Trans Nzoia, wale maaspirant wa Trans Nzoia wa UDA wamebeba mikono, wameunga mkono nani huyu Natembe. Sasa sijui ni wapi hao watu watajibeba kifua wakisema hapa tumeshinda. Wacha tu niwaambie kiroho safi, Western hamuna bahati. Na raundi hii tulisema hatutacheza ile game ya kupembeleza, tutacheza ile rafu, sababu tumechezewa sana, tumekuliwa sana. Lakini raundi hii hata kama ni viboko, tutachapa watu wanyoroke, wajue ni wapi wanafaa kuelekea. Na serikali tuliambiwa inatoka tu hapa jirani Kisumu, na huko ndio tunaelekea. Sasa Ndeto, pole sana kwenye huko, lakini jua Bungoma imeenda. Kama huko ndio ulikuwa unatarajia, pole. Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Nancy. I think that is clear enough. And Ndeto, you are on the platform. I gave you ample time to prosecute your case. Very leniently, I even gave you free hand, exempted you from 3 minutes. You preached all your sermons. When I was calling things to order, you want to shout. I sent you to quarantine. I did not throw you out of the studio. You left by yourself. So carry your cross. Watu wangapi natumanga quarantine wana behave alafu narudishwa. So you're supposed to be a moderator here. I don't know what you're making noise about on the comment section. Please wise up, grow up, and be a leader you want to portray yourself to be. And debate on facts, not stories. This is Nancy. She's in Bungoma. She's telling me what is happening on the ground. Yo na uko kwako, unatafuta kura ya wapi? Kinango. Na unajua ground ya Kakamega vile inakaa. I was in Kakamega 3 weeks ago. I interacted with people from Navaholo, Kakamega town, went to Butere to just confirm, to be sure what I'm being told in Navaholo is the same in Kakamega. I went to Butere. I have to confirm all the facts. I didn't see what you're telling me. And that was before the earthquake. Then now, after the earthquake, things now fell apart completely. So, relaxini tu, fanyeni kazi, jitahidi kama UDA, piga campaign, omba watu kura, lakini elewa kwamba kura inapangwa vizuri na inapangwa kuchanganya wenyeji na wageni. Atuoli is a doorway to Western. Write him off at your own peril. If you think he's just making noise, you will miss the Western vote by far. Right now, he's not what he used to be. You need to put that in consideration. That is if you want to assess politics properly. But if you want to propagate propaganda, you're free to follow anything that has been imagined by Itumbi and his team. Those people sit in the desk like this and write whatever they're imagining. That doesn't translate into any vote anywhere. Get to the ground, understand the people. We are all Kenyans and we are approached differently. There is how to get to Western, there is how to get to the mountain, there is how to get to Rift Valley. All those people are approached differently, although we are looking for the same thing, the vote. You cannot use uniform approach to win election anywhere. There is how to win Rift Valley, there is how to win Western, there is how to win the coast, and there is how to win Nairobi. So you can't use the Nairobi script to win in Eldoret. You can't use Eldoret script to win in Mombasa. That is information any person aspiring in politics should be knowing and arming themselves with. Badala kuja hapa kwanza kupropagate mambo, they approached an MP with 500 and then they approached this one with another 500. So people are crossing because they have been bought by 500. But if they received the money, they said buy Mudavadi and get Weta for free. No problem. So let the buying and selling continue. That is enough from my end. Naomba hivi, kuna wale watu hawajasema chochote na wana request kuwa behind the curtain. We are doing operation toka nyuma ya curtain. So I promised we give Caleb the first priority. Amalize aende ili we brighten up the screen for the viewers. Caleb, karibu.
Okay, thank you, Bernard. As I start my submission, I will only say one thing to the Azimio guys. Continue massaging your ego. Time will come. Because I had Nancy, I had a question for Nancy before she was off the screen, but I'll ask her this question. When you say that nobody is going to be elected from Western because they are associated with the DP, we know are the people going to elect the people because they are not associated with the DAP or because they have not worked for their people? You know, I've been trying to look at a list of the best of
Caleb, your audio is very bad. Are you using earphone? If you're using earphone,
No,
toa
I'm not
kwanza
using earphones.
upate vizuri. Ama you're holding the mic too close to your mouth. We can't get your words clearly.
Okay. What I was trying to say, I heard Nancy trying to did Masbaras and Dan Wanyama from the Bungoma County that they're not dead. So I was trying to ask, because of their political affiliations or because they worked for the people? Because I was trying to look at the list of
Okay, Caleb, you are dropped off.
the top of Bar
Yes, you went quiet.
Baraza was number 8 list with 6.
We can't hear you. Are you still submitting? We can't hear you. There's silence from your end. I think when you try to get out and get back so that you configure your gadget properly.
I think my now is stable now.
You're stable now.
Yeah, I think the network is stable. It had some little bit of
Okay, submit. Keep your mic away from your mouth, but close enough to get the words.
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is that I was trying to tell Nancy whatever she is, maybe she's listening.
You're whispering. We can't hear you clearly.
The people to elect their leaders because of the track record, not because of their political affiliations. I think everybody should get that into their mind clearly. If the MP is performing, then be sure if that MP even comes, I don't know, Simba party, I don't even, some kind of fun of a party. If the leader performs, be sure that leader will be re-elected because the people know what that leader can do, not because of their political affiliations. I was trying to get that notion that just because somebody is not affiliated to them, maybe the DAP, person is not going to be re-elected. Number two, there are some people, I had maybe they were Tangula and Mdava, they were bought by the DP. But I heard you, Bernard, saying that somebody should not say that maybe the leaders who defected to ODM, I don't know, Azimio, they were bought. So I don't know why they double standards, because I don't know if you're able to substantiate. Maybe the guys were saying that Mdavad was bought, but when it comes to the leaders who defected, somebody wants to claim that they defected because of their maybe reasons best known to them. But I don't want to get into that because I want to get into the main agenda. Looking, basically, I'm trying to assess the situation. The DP William Ruto doesn't even need 60% of Western region. The DP only needs 40. or match 50% of the region. The only thing the DP wanted is to split the Western votes, and I am 100% sure with that he has succeeded. And then I will ask this question: what are the chances of the leaders who defected to Azimio or being re-elected? Somebody like Savula is going to vie for the Kakamega governorship seat. I'm not certain he will be re-elected because I think he will receive a very stiff competition from Clovis Malala and maybe Boni Khalwale. I'm not sure he will even succeed in the battle. So, what I was trying to ask, what are some of the, you can defect to somewhere, okay, at the present time. So, for us to assess the performance of the DAP Kenya, which is the new wave in the Western region, it's after the elections. How many seats will they be able to capture? Because now maybe ni moto ya karatasi ama moto ya tissue, baada ya dakika mbili itakuwa imezima. You never know. Tissue ukiwasha hapa moto itawaka kubwa sana, lakini baada ya muda mchache hiyo tissue itakuwa imezima, and maybe it will be a forgone case. So that's why we're trying to say, let's try to assess the performance of DAP. Maybe if you had maybe a by-election, maybe some leader resign. So, or further, I will urge them, maybe Savula and Anodo Wamunyini can as well resign and try to seek re-election using the DAP Kenya to test the ground if it suits them. If they will get re-elected, then we can basically say that the people are in touch with the DAP. But if they will not be re-elected, they should go back to the drawing board or they should go back to the center, because I don't think DAP is there just because it's a party. I think DAP is sponsored from somewhere else in the Western Kenya. Anyway, going forward, there's somebody who was trying to say that. And then today the DP was in Tononoka. And then I had also Nancy Teng saying that maybe Mohamed Ali will not be re-elected. Again, if you look at the best performing MPs, Mohamed Ali is one of them. I will ask the same question still. Are leaders elected because of their political affiliations, or are leaders elected because of their performance? I think we should get that right. And then there's this somebody who argued this way, and I think maybe the people in Azimio from the West Nyanza region should go into the ground. Somebody was saying that try to look at some of the maybe the background and some of the, I don't know how can you call it, the performance of the constituencies from the Nyanza region, which is affiliated to Raila, and some other regions. That person's trying to argue that the people from Nyanza are lagging behind in terms of development because their leaders, they think that once you are affiliated to Raila, that's enough ticket to be re-elected, not because of their performance. I was trying to assess the situation at the Suna East constituency. Yes.
If you listen to me, I talked about using the same script everywhere. Doesn't work. Secondly, if your memory serves you well, you remember Peter Kenneth was a member of parliament for where?
Gatanga.
And he was the best performing member of parliament in that particular parliament. Voted for that way. You remember that?
Yes.
Did he make it back?
No.
No. I'll give you another example from Navaholo, where I come from. We had a powerful minister from there called Newton Kulundu. He served in the NAC government.
Yeah.
And in I think the Grand Coalition. He failed in 2013, not because of not performing, but because he bragged in some funeral somewhere that the reason why he was voted for as member of parliament is because he's the only one that got distinction 1 in English. And the people told him, let us meet at the ballot and see whether distinction 1 will give you the vote. And that's how he lost the election. So,
Bernard, I have a question. Did the people vote for the MP because of the track record or what has he been able to do, or because of
what I'm telling
affiliations,
you,
or to give me a lesson?
Caleb, that's what I'm telling you. UDA is pushing the track record ideology as a narrative. I'm telling you the reality of Kenyan people and how they vote. It's not uniform and it's not for the same reason. Okay? Mvita Kenneth can be the best performing member of parliament, you still lose the seat. Kimunya can be the best performing member of parliament in Kipipiri and still lose the election. So there are different people voted in different circumstances. So in Bungoma, Didmas Didmas Barasa can be the best performing. I see him building kiosks and climbing on the roofs by himself, nailing the kiosks. After doing all that, he can still go home. For one reason, he went to the market and did not greet mamas properly. Muhisa Kitui is celebrated internationally. He was rejected in Kimilili because he told people to plant sisal, or something. Oh, to plant pilipili badala ya mahindi. Wakasema atuache
Bernard, I will only support your argument with one thing. I will forgive the people for not re-electing their MPs because of petty issues. And the reason will be very simple. We have a lot of illiterate people in this country. Illiteracy is
But Caleb, your audio is very
illiteracy.
bad. Hebu malizia tafadhali to we move.
Okay, I was saying this. Bernard, you're trying to say that the people didn't elect the leader because of this and that. There are petty issues. And I will only say that, echoing the words of the late First Lady Mama Lucy, our people are ignorant. They are ignorant not because they want to be so, because it's the nature. I mean, you're not able, maybe if they are educated well, then they should be able to understand the importance of voting in the right leaders. So if you don't vote for an MP because of his political affiliation, but he performs well, or because of that, some petty issues, I will only define you with one word. You are ignorant. You are not able to see the other side of the truth.
Thank you. Please, let's end it there. Okay. Thank you, Bwana Caleb. Next time, please work.
Bernard, your mic is muted.
I want to appreciate Caleb for making an effort for making his submission. I've tried to follow you closely and to hear what you're saying. I get you, I hear you, but your script is wanting in the sense that you want to apply uniform script of winning elections everywhere. It doesn't work that way. Different people in different places vote for different reasons. There are places where you may never campaign, they will still vote for you simply because unateteanga baba ukiwa Nairobi. Okay? Anytime anybody says anything against Baba, you stand up and do anything to defend Baba. They will vote for you even if you don't campaign. But there are places you can be the best, like Halwale. Halwale was during the time Kimunya must go. He was the most vocal, the most player on the floor of the house. But he went back to the Luya people. They didn't want to hear anything of the sort. So different places, different strokes for different people. I hope for those of you that remember that. All the same, tukubali kwamba mabadiliko iko, vindu vichenjanga, and when vindu vichenjire, let us also change along, not stick in one place and say everything will be the way it was. It will not be business as usual. From Davadi and for Weta, it is not business as usual. The encouragement and the massaging of their ego by UDA, it is. Now look, I don't want to speak too much so that somebody, Titus can come in to speak. But look at the role that Mudavadi and Weta are played in Tononoka. They told us the Kenya Kwanza has not decided on who will be the candidate. That means maybe there will be a Kasarani to decide between Weta, Mudavadi, and UDA leader. But what happened in Tononoka? They were not even flower girls. And you see, come and tell me it's business as usual? I don't think so. Titus, karibu. Titus, unmute and speak. Are you still there? We can't hear you. Unmute your mic. The mic is beside your name. I think, Titus, you have a problem with your gadget. Mamo, I can see you. What is the matter? Is it a question?
Asante sana Mr. Bernard, sio swali lakini nilikuwa nataka tu ni contribute kidogo. Kwa before ni contribute, kwanza nilikuwa nataka, kuna kitu kidogo nimetuma kwa ile buy goods, sijui kama umereceive. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza. Ya pili, unanisikia?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So ile ingine sasa, kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka niambiwe tu na panelist. Unajua upande ya hii nilikuwa nataka nitoke kidogo kwa mada lakini nitarudi. Okay, upande wa running mate. Kuna mahali nimesoma naona kuna ya running mate ya baba yani.
Naomba hivi bwana mama. Naomba hivi.
Yeah.
Ngoja kwanza. We have people who have not made submission. They are on the waiting list. So it will be not right for me to give you to make your second submission.
Okay.
Them making their first submission.
Sawa Mr. Bennett. Sawa.
Yes.
Lakini unikonfirmie hiyo nini kama imefika.
Okay. Yes, I can see. Let me see. Genawi?
Ni Mamo Forole.
Okay. Oh. Okay, no problem. I'll confirm. Let me just get the show going fast before.
Okay.
I'll confirm and let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Titus, have you sorted out your audio? Unmute and speak.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Today is my first time on this side.
You are too soft. It will do better if you remove the headphone. Remove the earphone so that your mic can pick freely. Okay, unmute and speak. Unmute. We can't hear you. Unmute. Yes.
Ya kwanza nimependa sana mjadala na vile mimi nasikia.
Inua sauti kiasi, hatukusikii vizuri lakini tunakupata.
Okay. Vile nasikia saa hii UDA iko kwa crown. Ukisikia watu unajua unafaa kujua watu wangapi.
Increase the volume of your gadget. We can't get what you're saying.
Ukisikia wenye watu wanaongea huko nje, unafaa kujua ni watu aina gani. Kama unaona watu wa UDA.
No, Titus, you are too low. We can't get what you're saying. Please, jaribu tena, sort out that sound issue. We can hardly get what you're saying. We can hear you from very far. Can get Kenya, Spain.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Yeah. Hope you had a blessed and good day. It's weekend. I think people are relaxing, though it's a bit night. It's a bit late out there. So my contribution, me, I just want to make just a simple comment. There's this sister of ours ametoka hapo akasema about they are sleeping with their shoes. They are sleeping on shoes ati njuu end time end moment ati mtu anaweza akatolewa mahali huko. But I think what our leaders should know is that we don't want to experience same thing we end elections 2007. Yeah, if I can remember, if I can recall. Why am I saying this? Because we have seen what are the results of all these. But it's very bad if our leaders, instead of preaching peace, some of them they are preaching violence, and those are the same people we are here campaigning to vote for them. So it's like somebody here has said that Kenya has illiterate people. I think you should apologize to us, to all Kenyans, because calling Kenyans illiterate, that is like saying, hey, we don't think, we don't, all kinds of names you can call us. But the problem is not Kenyans, the problem is our leaders. They are the ones who have made Kenyans that illiterate you have seen with Kenyans. They haven't allowed Kenya to think for themselves when it comes on time of election. They have been buying their votes. They have been doing what they want so that they can get to that position they want. But the big problem is not those illiterate people. Remember, this affects all of us. The only person who is enjoying our sweats are those leaders who are just milking our money. They are getting from what we get sweating. But it's a pity if we can hear some people. Okay, it's in this 21st century talking of violence. I think we are just like we are taking ourselves back, because instead of talking of development, our leaders are trying to divide us. I don't like talking about tribalism, because I know the effect of it. I know what it can cause to us. Everything, the effects of those bad message our leaders they preach to us. As Kenyans, we should come together and accept that we did mistake. That is, if we have been doing bad elections, but now it's the time for us as Kenyans to stand together and vote for a leader, not to vote for a dramatist, or to vote for someone because maybe saying I love God, I'm saved, I don't know what. Remember, even Judas Iscariot was disciple of Jesus, was the apostle of Jesus. He was the one who was carrying that contribution, that money which people used to give them so that they can support themselves. But at long last, what happened? So we should be wise in some things. We should look who are these leaders who we are trying to vote. For me, I said I'm neutral because I know if I want to elect a leader, the characters that or which type of leader I need, somebody who can lead me, somebody who I can admire when I'm saying this person is a good leader, not somebody who is like, hata Waswahili wahenga walinena wakasema debe tupu aliwachi kupiga makelele. So we know people who want good for Kenya, people want just to gain from Kenya, people want just to use us, and then after that maybe we said that we were out of dictatorship. Maybe we don't know. There are some leaders who can take us back to the dictatorship era, and that will be a big problem to Kenyans, because it's time to preach peace. It's time for Kenyans to come together and at least join us together and vote for a leader. This is not time to say, from this tribe I can't vote for this person. No, we know hata kama mtu, the same way we say hapa, hata kama mi niko na rangi dark na wewe uko na rangi, si wote tuko na damu moja. When you cut my veins, you not get green blood. The blood is red. We are all human beings. Ukue kabila ngani, kabila itatupeleka mahali. The tribe won't take us anywhere. The tribe will just take us those eras watu hawako wanajua what to do. We just come together as brothers and sisters and vote for a leader, not to vote for somebody who want to gain from us. Mwenye mtu anataka kila siku akuwa anakaundiwa ako na mamillions na sisi nje, kwani sisi pia we are tuko allergic. Tukikaundiwa, ukiambiwa uko na millions, you are happy. Pia sisi tunataka kusikia we are getting those millions. So think, when you are here supporting somebody who has done nothing in government, who has just gone the 5 good years campaigning without doing anything, na ako kwa ofisi ya public na hiyo pesa ni sisi tunalipa, think twice when you are campaigning somebody ndio arudi hapo akue kwa ofisi tena, na amekuwa kwa ofisi na hajafanya anything. We have been promised, watoto wetu watoto wakapromisiwa sijui nini, watoto wakafanyiwa. We have seen Uhuru mwenyewe akisema ni yeye anafanya kazi peke yake. Me, I'm not campaigning for him. I'm neutral, but I'm trying to open people's eyes to see when you try to say a leader, what characters are you just looking for? Somebody anaenda hapo akisema ati nimeokoka. Wokovu iko, but the action talks. You can go preaching water, but you drink wine. So let Kenyans think about this. Let's preach peace, but not violence. We know the effects of this. We know how it affected us. Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Tunakushukuru kwa maoni yako na tunaendelea na debate. Wekesa, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Karibu. I want to play this video and then I think I'll leave you in the able hands of work.
The ANC leader Musalia Mudavadi over his deal with the Deputy President William Ruto. Former National Assembly Speaker Kenneth Marende termed the move by Mudavadi as suicidal, saying that the alliance with Ruto goes against the political DNA of the Western region. Marende and Matungu Member of Parliament Peter Nabulindo are among leaders who have today decamped to DAP Kenya in protest of Musalia's move.
As they decamped to the Democratic Action Party DAP Kenya, leaders formerly allied to NC leader Musalia Mudavadi dismissed Mudavadi's new alliance plans. Former National Assembly Speaker Kenneth Marende and Matungu Member of Parliament Peter Nabulindo protested by quitting Mudavadi's ANC.
My brother Musalia just acted in a manner typical of a suicide bomber. He threw a bomb but did not realize that bomb was wired on him.
Marende says Mudavadi's decision to work with UDA was political betrayal, since they had advised him against the move, which could have ripple effects on his political future.
If you are going to deliver on an economy that is reformed, that is revitalized, indeed, as my brother speaks, then you must have the right company. And I'm afraid from yesterday, I see an act of betrayal.
Ukiwa katika chama cha ANC, hauko kwa serikali na hauko kwa opposition. So lazima sisi tuchague, tunataka opposition ama serikali, na wananchi wametuchagulia kwamba twende kwa serikali.
Former Nyamira Senator Kennedy Mongare, who plans a comeback in the political scene this year, was also received by DAP Kenya leaders at Chui House at an event also attended by Tessa North Member of Parliament Edward Kaunya. The Democratic Action Party leaders have termed Mudavadi's partnership with UDA as inconsequential, as the Western Kenya region is firmly united behind ODM leader Raila Odinga's presidential bid.
Na unasema coffers are dry. Na unakaa na mtu mwenye alifanya this coffers dry. Musalia, the Luhya community will never be auctioned. Never be auctioned to UDA. We'll stand as leaders and convince our people to support Azimio la Umoja to make Raila Amolo Odinga the next president of the Republic of Kenya.
Today as we speak, Musalia Mudavadi, Moses Masika Wetangula are our two Yonas who are in the belly of the UDA fish. They no longer speak for us.
Mheshimiwa Musalia na Mheshimiwa Wetangula, mumetumia vibaya jamii ya Mlembe kwa muda mrefu. Mumetumia uongo, mumefanya biashara na jamii, lakini sasa wakati umefika.
Elsewhere in Kilifi County, Court Secretary General Francis Atwoli joined those dismissing the UDA-NC alliance, terming it politics of betrayal and deceit.
Mudavadi is in the business of bringing down his small house to cause total destruction to both his supporters and opponents. This explains why he was dragging my name and that of the Central Organization of Trade Unions Kenya in his speech that was not written by him.
Atwoli warning leaders from the Western region who are planning to join the pact that they will face the wrath of the voters.
As an elder from Western, anybody will be associated with either Wetangula or Musalia Mudavadi in Western, that person will suffer a serious defeat if he would be a candidate.
The pact has, however, received support from a section of members of County Assembly from Bungoma County.
Wananchi wa Bungoma walikuwa wanataka na kwa nia ya hamu na gamu kwamba sisi tupewe direction, na jana tuliona direction.
The reactions come at a time when UDA, NC and Ford Kenya are expected to tour Western region later this week for a series of rallies to rally residents behind their partnership ahead of the August polls.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Wekesa Titus had issues with the gadget. I don't know if that is sorted. The only person who has not made a submission is Jakenya. Hao wengine wameongea mara moja ama mara mbili. So naomba ushikilie kutoka hapo na Operation Jaza Lori. The post is in the private chat. You can recopy it and then repaste it in the comments, just like you are sharing the link. And we appreciate all of you that are sending in their contribution. Please, let's do that. We are closing this campaign tomorrow, although we are very far from getting to filling the lorry, but the campaign should officially end tomorrow. So between now and the next show, let us do our very best to see to it that we get what we need to put in the lorry and take to Marsabit. Thank you very much. Wekesa karibu na uendele.
Yeah,
I needed to preside over your submission first.
Yeah, I need to submit before I...
Sawa. Please come in with your submission, then...
and I'm suggesting you recopy the message. My private chat is blank. It's fresh. So you can just recopy, it will appear. Okay. I want to begin by, I've had different people make their submission, and I will begin by one guy who was rebattling issues to do with between politics and performance. And one thing I want to tell him is that politics is a science. So you don't just join politics and you want to show that you are a performer. You have to understand all the factors that play in politics. And that's why there are people who have always, who have been unable to balance between politics and development. If you are unable to do that, you may do it right the way Tuju did the best things in Rarieto, but he found his way home. He was not politically aligned. So you need also the understanding of the times. That's why unasikia every time Mount Kenya anasema tunasikiza Uhuru. Tunataka tusikie Uhuru anasema nini. Because every region has its own way of doing politics. So despite being a performer, there is what people listen and there is what people follow. So if you don't know that, you can step into politics thinking that you will make progress, only to find yourself in a political oblivion. Ask yourself, why is it that Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula seem to have been leaders for quite a long period, but when they make a political decision, it's not going well with their supporters. You cannot go in the left and then your followers go on the right. You cannot make a move today and all your supporters go in the opposite direction. That means as a leader, you have failed in the judgment, in the understanding the politics of the day, and failing to guide your people. So I just needed to make that comment that it's good to balance. It's not just about performance, but also it's always about leadership and what people want and where people are. As a leader, you need to take people from where they are to where you want them to be. There are people who always think that you can go and stand at the place of perfection, or tunatafuta leaders who are performing, and the society is not at that level. So you cannot stand at a place of perfection and start beckoning people to come there. You must go pick them where they are and slowly walk with them towards where you want them to be. So understand the politics of the day and know how to align your people towards the future you want them to be. So I just thought I need to comment on that. In terms of Tononoka, I didn't watch the rally, but I've just seen a few clips. And what I could say is that UDA is it's more of PR than the realities. When they go to a place, they don't take time first to do the the ministry of John the Baptist for running and getting the message before you yourself go. I don't even understand how you can take a ground for someone and then they have not agreed that you will use that ground. So I saw that embarrassment in Cleveland and said that, is it that someone was given money to organize for a place and then he never used it? Or is it that they didn't, they took it for granted that you can use any empty space you can see, just as they have been grabbing any empty space? So they saw someone is empty space and they decided they can do a rally there. So those are things that that shows that UDA is more of a cosmetic party than a well-organized movement. Mombasa, it will take long, and it will take someone higher in skills to overturn the influence of Raila Odinga. Someone who tried to make inroads was Uhuru Kenyatta. But for Ruto, his approach is more, it cannot sink him deep to endear him to the masses, because he's not addressing the real issues that Mombasa thinks, not just Mombasa, the whole of the coast region. He's not addressing the real issues that made Coast to feel like they're not Kenyans. You remember there's a time Coast was telling us that Pwani sio Kenya. Yeah, and when you look at it, there are deeper issues to do with the historical injustices, issues to do with land and whatever. So those are the ones that they want to see an upcoming government address. But someone who comes with a cheap handout adventure, they will come, yes, listen to him, but moving them to your direction, no. So it was a PR exercise that they were doing. I also say that Baba has his strategic plan to have partners is working for him. No wonder he can take a leave of 10 days. Why? Because he already analyzed the politics and realized that for me to approach 2022, I need to have partners. Partners will own the process and will move the process forward. Ruto's followers, when he's not there, you just realize that someone is not there in the camp. But for Raila, he has partnered with the what he calls small parties, but they are, we say all politics is local. So even when they are small parties, but when you go to their region, they have a say. That's why yesterday DAP was rocking Bungoma. Why? Because when it's on local politics, DAP has more say than maybe even ODM in the Western. So the challenge also DP has is that he's also competing with his own affiliate parties. When he goes to Western, I think the problem they had with the poster ground rally is that UDA wants to compete with the ODM, not ODM. UDA wants to compete with ANC and Fort Kenya. In fact, after they left, the mamas on the ground was some people are not recognized because UDA believes it has to field candidates everywhere. Fort Kenya and ANC believes that they have come to strengthen UDA, so they need to have a zone, or what we call zoning of the regions. So they wanted their candidates also to have an upper hand in the Bungoma rally, but they didn't have that. So Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwisha Alliance, it appears mega in the eyes of people, but in terms of strategic political plans, they are very, very far away. And like what Nancy was saying here before he was rebutted, DAP has gained grounds on the in Western. You cannot come here and tell us in one hand that Ruto has 160 MPs or 140 MPs, and you say that the ground is favoring him. And when DAP gets those like 10 MPs from ANC and Fort Kenya, you say hao wanaenda kuanguka. How? We also can say that the 140 MPs that Ruto has is not a guarantee that they will come back. So if it's a script of saying the MPs will not come back, it does not only apply to DAP, it applies to Jubilee, it applies to ODM, it applies to UDA. So generally 70% of the MPs may not come back. But why do we accept? I think I come back from my the beginning point of politics is a science. Why do politicians or parties strive to have defections in their camp, even when the defectors have no political value? Because some of them we have seen being paraded at Karen are just for cosmetic purpose. Why do parties invest so much in defections? Because also politics happens on perception. You can be perceived to be winning. And there are people who join parties based on the wave. So if you create a perception that you are this is the direction that is going to win, then people who never campaign on agenda but on a wave will come on your side. That's why you have to create that perception. So DAP he has scored 10-0 as compared to ANC in Fort Kenya. Mudavadi started an earthquake that shook his own party and his friend Wetangula. So that one, you cannot write it off. As whether they will make it back to parliament, they may not make, but they may even create a wave that will make people to go to DAP, who will be the next MPs, governors, and and MCS. I think I will stop there and then have now other people to contribute. Ulikuwa umesema tuanze na Jake Kenya.
Yes, Wekesa, Kenya. I think Mama Selina has come, and then Titus had the issues. Let's confirm. Titus,
Yes.
speak up.
I think can you hear me?
Sorry, Titus.
Hello. Is it my time, Bwana Bernard? Is it my time, or is there somebody on the spot? On the
Kenya, we are coming. Yes, Titus, say something. We can't get you. Remove the earphones from the phone, yes, and then unmute. Then try. Unmute the mic first. On beside your name. Yes.
Wacha nimjibu kwanza Wekesa on concerning DAP party. DAP party is
volume yako iko chini ndugu. Tungependa sana kusikia wewe, lakini volume iko down. Jaribu kuinua volume ya mic yako vizuri. By the time you come back, I think it will work better. So Wekesa, the mantle is with you. Go as long as you want. Me, I will see you later in the evening when we have another debate. Let me put myself together for my market day tomorrow morning. I mean, it is already tomorrow here.
May Angel Gabriel follow you.
Amen. Thank you.
With a message, with the Rema word.
Amen.
Amen. Okay, let's
see you later, my guys. We see later in the evening. Lakini hela iendelee kuja. Nasikia simu ikilialia hapa, nafikiria ni M-Pesa. Tafadhali hiyo isikose. Tujaze lori tafadhali. Thank you.
Mr. Bernard, confirm ile nilikuwa nimekuambia. Please confirm ile nimekuambia.
You're on mute, Bernard. You're on mute, Bernard.
Yes, the one from this is Mamo. Where is the name? Yes, Mamo Dege Folore.
Forole, yes. Niyo hiyo.
Forole.
Ni jina unique sana hiyo. Nafikiri hujaisikia.
Hiyo sijasikia, ndio nimeshindwa kupronounce.
Yes, ni jina kutoka North Horr. Umeisikia North Horr?
North Horr.
Yeah.
Nasikianga huko lakini sijaenda huko kutafuta kura.
Oh. Sawa, tutatembea siku moja hiyo North Horr.
Asante sana.
Asante.
Yeah. So Wekesa, let Jakenya take on and then tuendelee from there. See you later, you guys. Thank you.
Jakenya.
Bernard, before you go, thank you. Now, good evening, gentlemen. I don't know whether it's morning. From wherever I am, I think it is morning. Now, I'm a very worried person. I'm a very worried person from what I've been getting. First, there was this aspirant, MCA aspirant from Kisii. And then today, there's this MP aspirant, Mr. Ndeto. And apparently, all these people are vying on UDA. Now, I don't know, having that added to the current Kiamba MP, I'm getting worried. I don't know, this is the type of leadership the UDA are trying to bring to us, because I also appreciate that UDA will be getting some seats. So if that is the caliber of the leaders UDA are bringing us, I'm a worried man. One, you remember the MCA ran away because he had no substance. Now today, Mr. Ndeto could not even explain himself. Mr. Ndeto could not even appreciate that he is not aware that ANC had 11 seats. And as we are talking now, they are remaining with 2. I don't know, is that the type of politician we are bringing to the house, the coveted, the house that is respected in the country, really? Now, having said that, I wanted to talk about today's Tononoka rally. We need to also appreciate that we've always said here that the rally crowd matters very little. Just like Wekesa said, politics sometimes is about perception. So crowd only helps in perception. One of the panelists here said earlier yesterday, or lately yesterday, that some of these people who attend rallies do not even have identity cards. I think he was coming from around Kinangop area. He was telling us that he's working with the community in Nyandarua. Now, that cannot be confirmed. But the rally today in Tononoka was a big letdown to our Honorable Deputy President. And I think when he goes back and sees whatever happened, because I'm almost tempted to believe that sometimes they do not know what happens at that particular point in time, because they are surrounded with a lot of people who are making noise. So they don't know what is behind these people who are making noise. So when the deputy goes down and sits, he will realize that he has a long way to go in Mombasa. Statistically, of the 4 or 5 coastal counties, Kwale has been the pain in the neck in Honorable Raila Odinga's basket. Kilifi has been giving him the best. Lamu and Tana River has also not been very good. But Kilifi, Mombasa, and the Taita Taveta has also been giving Baba some votes. Now, if I look at it comparatively from the last election, remember, last election, it was Honorable President Uhuru Kenyatta and Ruto. They were together. And I'm tempted to believe that the votes that Jubilee got from the coast came because of Kenyatta. Now, at the beginning of last year, there was this hustler wave. You remember in the Kwale by-election, the independent that the UDA claimed was theirs. I really even don't know whether to say it was theirs because this guy was an independent until he won. That is when the UDA started now claiming that he was theirs. Now, there was that wave, but that wave is waning. But again, we also have to appreciate that the governor, Mvita, until today, he spoke and apparently is with the DP. And we know governors are very popular people. So there are people behind them. That now tells me that he's not coming out with nothing. Now, to come back, if I want to compare Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, we have to appreciate that Kenya Kwanza will get votes. Mudavadi will give Kenya Kwanza votes. Wetangula will give Kenya Kwanza votes. That is a fact. But now the numerical, the number of the votes that will be given to Kenya Kwanza by Mudavadi and Wetangula is less compared to what the Mudavadi and Wetangula going to Kenya Kwanza gives Raila. So we are not saying that Kenya Kwanza will not get votes. But again, we are talking of millions of votes. Probably we are forgetting this. We need to appreciate that the number of people attending rally, sometimes they don't even reach 20,000. But there appear so many. As a panelist, we need to get to now help to be able to give a rough estimate of the number of people attending rallies. And that we can help. Because like in Tononoka today, I can say without fear of contradiction that the people who attended that particular rally were less than 5,000. 5,000 brought together in one place appears very big. Anyway, that is beside the point. The presidential race is won by millions of votes. I am saying here and now that Deputy President will get votes, but as it is now, with the confirmation of Kalonzo Musyoka or the One Kenya Alliance joining Azimio, it is done and dusted. Azimio will win. That is without doubt. But of course, our lovely Deputy President will not get less than 4 million votes. But 4 million votes in 2022 elections will not give you the presidency. Statistically, I'm tempted to believe that the voter turnout could be less than 50%. But even with less than 50%, 4 million will not give you a presidency. So I just wanted to let, especially the older people who are here, especially those, the guy who was not, we were not seeing. We are not saying that the deputy will not get votes. He will get. But votes to propel him to presidency, no. I think that he has even also realized. Having talked so much, I beg to submit and hope to hear from other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you for your incisive submission. Let's have alikuwa Mkenya ama alikuwa Selina? I think ni Selina. Hi Selina. Selina, uko ama umeregister na ukaenda mahali? Hi Selina. Okay, Selina is not around. Mambo Ndeke, had you submitted?
Ndio, lakini bado kuna kitu nimebakisha.
Okay, and then Thomas, have you made your submission?
Just my first round, maybe the second one.
Okay. Kenya, Spain has submitted, isn't it? Now we can do the second round if Selina is not around. So let's start with Mama Deke, and then we go to Thomas. Thank you.
Sawa, asante sana Bernard. Nafikiri jana hata wewe hukukua. Leo tumekuwa na Bernard. Shukran kunipatia nafasi. So mimi ni round ya pili sasa, narudi sasa. Yangu ilikuwa ni kidogo niende out of mada, lakini ni kama swali hivi. Panelists wanaweza nijibu. Kulingana na running mate ya baba, naona kuna watu wameimage. Leo kuna mali nimesoma kidogo tena, kuna mtu ameongezeka. Ilikuwa ni kuna watu wanasema ni Peter Kennedy, na leo naona Peter Kennedy tena amewekwa ni kama kingpin ya Mount Kenya. Alafu kuna Martha Karua, kuna watu wanasema Martha Karua. Na leo tena kuna mtu ameimage kama mtu anaitwa Sabina Chege. So swali langu kwa panelist kidogo, nilikuwa nataka nielemishwe because hii forum unajua sasa tumejifunza vitu mingi sana. Na hiyo ni shukran kwa Mtembei family. So yangu ni hayo tu, nilikuwa nataka at least panelist wenye wako hapa wanielemishe kidogo juu ya hiyo. Asante sana Wekesa.
Okay. I think the question of running mate, most people are not able to talk on it conclusively. Hata ukiuliza mtu kama Tuoli atahepa hiyo swali. Why is it that people don't talk directly on the issue of running mates? Because there are many factors that determine on why somebody should settle on person A and not B for running mate. And when you look at Mount Kenya, the interests are so many. To balance them, you need the third eye. So Baba cannot afford to make a blunder when choosing a running mate on Mount Kenya. And I think to that extent, he has also invited his brother. I hear Uhuru says that he will guide the Mount Kenya in the issues to do with running mate, because he will not just be a running mate to Baba, he will also be a potential Mount Kenya kingpin when Uhuru exits. So that makes it, that's why they are doing it with a lot of carefulness and precision. In fact, I heard Kanini Kega, who said that Jubilee will have its own NDC and choose their own flag bearer. Then ODM will have NDC to choose their own flag bearer. But when they meet at Kasarani, so the ODM flag bearer will be the Azimio flag bearer. Then whoever is chosen by Jubilee will be the running mate to the ODM. So we don't know whether the input will come from the caucus of Jubilee or it shall be dictated by the party leader. But I think there will be an in-house talk to understand. But I don't think they will go outside their own Jubilee affiliation. People like Mother Karua, I think they're increasing their presence either to bargain for a cabinet slot or use it to be elected as governors. I've also seen the headline of today talking about Oka has put a lot of demands to Raila Odinga before they join Azimio. So there are many factors that will play to choosing the running mate. I think as we move on, we will understand. Although people say that Baba has a soft spot for Peter Kenneth, but we may not know whether the soft spot for Raila may go well with the Uhuru or the Jubilee. Maybe Jubilee may want a different person. So let's wait and see. I cannot talk conclusively on that because it always remains, it is the flag bearer who, and maybe those, now the two parties, it's the flag bearer and Jubilee and ODM who will determine who is the running mate for Baba.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ama roho amekuongelesha. You have the octopus.
Hapana. Niko sawa. Nimeridhika.
Okay, Bernard, you had a comment on that?
I wanted to say that the running mate issue is a very close card that is kept close to the chest as at now. And then also, let's not forget that the DP's behavior as deputy president is something that will not be considered in the choice of who becomes running mate. Because I don't think anybody would want to have the turbulence that Uhuru has had, especially in his second term, with his conflict with deputy and running the presidency. So there's, like you said, well, there are many factors to be put in consideration. I'm sure Baba will want somebody they will work in harmony and deliver on the promises they have made to Kenyans for the safe navigation of the country from where it is to where it needs to get to. So there is the party decision, there is the personality of the person being decided to, and then the harmony between, or the chemistry between the two people as they work towards the common goal of helping Kenya become better. And the names being floated around is part and parcel of the pull and push of politics. But for Sabina Chege, in my opinion, she's a strong woman. I have noted here before saying that loyalty leads to royalty. She has proved that she can stand even contrary wind. When the wave of UDA was sweeping across the mountain, she remained put, and see now her political scorecard is rising. She's now beginning to play on the National League, when previously she was just a mountain person. Now with that, she's in the picture, but in my opinion, she's not yet. She's not yet, because whoever becomes the running mate for Baba in the merger, or rather in the coalition between Jubilee and ODM, like Wekesa put it, needs to be the Mount Kenya kingpin. And when it comes to that, the issue of her assuming the shoes of Uhuru Kenyatta, those will be too big for her, in my opinion. But it can still be considered, because in politics, we make what we want from whatever we have in order to achieve whatever we need. So if she's good enough, then she can be created and be brought, just like Uhuru was picked and brought and groomed and presented by Moi. And now he has served 2 terms as president. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And maybe just one thing that they have ensured that it will not create a fallout. They have done this by endorsing Uhuru as the party leader. So they want to ensure that whoever they pick, they still answerable to Uhuru. So they are trying to tame that fallout that may arise from the choice. Okay, let's have Thomas. Sorry, sorry for that. Thomas.
Am I really clear?
Very audible. Can you proceed?
Okay, so I want to correct one of the panelists. Peter Kenneth is not a spokesperson. He's not a kingpin. He is a spokesperson. He was elected as a spokesperson. And I think, commenting on running mate, this one is so clear, because the effect that the party leader for Jubilee is going to influence in politics in Kenya, I think it's something that is so huge and very important to ODM, and I'm very sure that it's going to come from Jubilee. The only challenge that I think maybe in UDA is going to cause a great conflict is because when you look at in the initial campaign, Ruto was trying to gain power in central Kenya, and that's why the slogan for tumepanda milima and wow and mimi nitinga nitapanda milima came up. But right now, it is very evident Raila Odinga is having maybe 45 to 50% approximately influence in central Kenya. So I think Deputy President is going to shift his selection between Mudavadi and Wetangula, considering nani ako na CV mbaya na nani ako na CV mzuri. Now, when you look at the political way or the political structure on how the two political parties right now in Kenya are using, Kenyans right now have shifted the way what they want to hear from these politicians. They want to hear agenda, and it's unfortunately enough what my good friends from Kenya Kwanza, they are always talking about projects, and that Raila Odinga is a project, which is very shockingly, and that's a very high voltage statement. When you say that Raila Odinga is a project, what about yangu kumi na yako kumi? I think hapo ndiye angekuwa Ruto ndiye angekuwa project. Now, there's a comment that Jakenya said that in a political setup you might think that so many people you have so many people, and Ruto I think is not really following up on what happened after each and every campaign, because he doesn't, I think he's lacking a committee that is giving out feedback on what happened and what to expect in a specific area. Because when you look at the comments that he makes in a place, for example, a statement like that your land was taken, your land was taken by these people, maybe a certain project was taken from these people to these people, and this is another person that is saying that you want development in a country. So I think that is a double statement. And there is a clip that Bernard shared. Bernard shared where Musalia was trying to describe the deputy president, and I don't know what benefit he got, that now he revert from the statement he used to describe Ruto, and right now he believes that deputy president can bring a change. I think that is so unfortunate. So anyone following up this group must always have a double standard statement that is a route for not believing these people. Now, there is in terms of how the strategy, how these people. I saw somewhere that for nominations and nominations in Jubilee and ODM, they are going to consult their national election board. And there is a statement I saw that on the same day ODM is going to have a national delegates conference, is the same day that Jubilee is going to have. So let us expect a very great earthquake on that day. And after that, there is going to be a very wave. And if you can observe the political rally for UDA right now, imejaa baridi. Because Ndeto was saying that, unfortunately, he is not here. Ndeto was saying that someone that Kimani Ichung'wah is now busy strategizing. Strategizing for what? These are person that did not test what gaining votes is. Huyu ni mwenye alichaguliwa direct because it was a direct ticket. So this time round, vitu ni tofauti kabisa. Now, my last point is, I think I've said almost everything. So before I leave the panel, because I'm about to go for another schedule, I want Kenyans right now to look at these aspirants in the name of the peace, because peace is very important, in the name of agenda, because a good number of Kenyans are very unemployed. We have 70 to 85% are very unemployed. And let us not think that UDA is having a great number. I think that is a pure lie. That's a pure lie, because out of this, I think it's 65 fresh members in the previous election. Almost 65 were fresh members in the 12th parliament. And I think it's going to be a very shift this time round, because Kenyans believe that in the previous election, vijana ndio wataleta maendeleo, which is very unfortunate. Even President himself that said severally, some vijana wanapatiwa this opportunity and they misused it. So that's why Baba is there, and Baba is going to bring changes. So thank you very much, everyone. In case of any question before I leave, I'll be very happy to answer.
Okay, thank you for your contribution. If there is a question, you can shoot it. Selina, are you back? Okay, Mkenya. How are you? Hata Mkenya ni kama ako shughuli. Let's have Paul, how are you?
I'm fine. Am I audible?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm
You
there.
have been following up the debate?
Yeah, for a short time I've followed, and I think I'm catching up on the. Yes, it's about the politics of the day.
Okay. You can make your
So,
submission.
and let me make a little submission about choosing of the running mate of Baba. at this time, because I think the politics of the day, a day counts, or it counts so much. One day is like 10 years in the day's politics, because we wake up at the day, we find many things are changing day in and day out. And one thing about choosing the running mate, I think from what we have experienced, deputy president is a person that do not have a lot of power in the government of the day. Yes, he has a constitutional very few, but I think everyone who is choosing the running mate or the deputy president, they must have an agreement that they make. So the major thing is not about who you choose, but what you agree on. Because let us look at the government of the day as a deputy president. At this time, he doesn't have such say in the government. He can be bypassed. Many things can be done without him. So the thing is, I think whatever they are choosing, or in mind, I know Baba has the person that he wants him to be. He wants him or her to be the running mate in the coming election. But I think behind the tent or the boardroom meeting is all about the agreement that they make on the formation of their government. Because you have mentioned about the former Moranga women, you have mentioned about the Kenya. They're good politicians at the moment. But our question is, what is the agreement that they will form as their coalition? Because at this time, yes, they are helping him to climb the mountain, which he has been doing it well, and actually he has been. No, at that time, what I'm happy of is the changing, the moment that Kenya is changing at the rate at which Kenya is changing at. You can walk free in the country, you can walk free in the counties. But one thing is the agreement they are making. I think even who is chipping in to help them to make an agreement. That's why they have endorsed him as a party leader of Jubilee. So at this time, whatever they are doing is more is about the agreement that they will make after announcing. Because I think the timeline that they have been given to give the person that will be in the ballot, I think it will be April 8th year. It is also running. And I think that is a mission that they have been waiting for, to see the running mate. I think at this time they have the person in mind who will be the running mate, only the agreement that they are making. Because I think at this time is still in the thinking. I think who will remain to be the thinking of Mount Kenya. But he is trying to look who he can live, he can earn the trust to be thinking at this moment. Let me submit at that point.
Okay, thank you. Selina. Selina is off. Let's have Madenge. Mama Denge.
Asante sana Mr. Wekesa. So urudia tu hiyo mambo ya hiyo running mate. Unajua kuna school, kuna wengine nasema kuna watu wanasema, unajua okay, like tuseme side za Nyeri wamewaiongoza, okay, Kiambu wameongoza. So sasa imebaki sasa within Mount Kenya region sasa mali imebaki ni Mount Kenya East, hiyo ni Meru, tuseme Embu, Tharaka Nithi, alafu tukirudi hapa kwa Murang'a na Kirinyaga. So sasa nilikuwa nafikiri maybe kama ni kuchukua running mate, I think place kama tuseme Kiambu hiyo ni X, alafu Nyeri ni X. Sasa possibility inaweza kuwa labda hii running mate kama anaweza toa kutoka Mlima Kenya, maybe Mount Kenya East huko side za Meru, Embu, Tharaka, alafu Murang'a hapa hivi na Kirinyaga. So maoni ya watu wengi yenyewe kwa lakini out of hizo mali tatu unajua lazima ikuwe tu ni running mate moja. So maoni sasa ukiangalia sana hapa kwa Peter Kennedy ndio watu wako wengi. Nafikiri yeye ametoka side za Murang'a, I think if I'm not wrong, ni rekebisho kama nimekosea. So ile nyingine baba vile anaendelea, kitu ya kwanza unajua, before baba alikuwa na watu, na kuna mahali tatizo iko yenye sio watu. Sasa unajua kuna watu wanasema kitu kama deep state TV, hawakuwa wanaelewana, na hiyo ni kweli, kwa sababu unakuta kama ni tuseme mwananchi, kura ya mwananchi inaweza fanya mtu akue president. I think mtu kama Raila angekuwa president if not thrice, labda mara mbili. So kura zinakuwa lazima watu wapige kura, lakini it's like lazima tena ukuwe na backup fulani. So kwa saa hii sasa mtu already pengine alikuwa na tuseme hizo ma elections zimepita zote, alikuwa amegana kitu kama 44%. Hiyo pengine ni without Mount Kenya region. So saa hii sasa Mount Kenya region unakuta pengine hata akipata let's say 10%, kwa maoni yangu hiyo ni big plus kwake. So nasema hivi kwa sababu alikuwa na watu, saa hii ako na watu, na hiyo deep state ya sasa kitu inaitwa deep state hiyo, na kuna backup sasa ya president, current president mwenye yako. I think upande ya baba nafikiri it's a big plus, na kwa maoni yangu mimi naona kama hakuna rerun, atapita tu na ile first round 50+1 atapata. Asante Wekesa.
My question, do you think the two leading candidates, kuna ule anaweza toka outside Mount Kenya in search of a running mate? Can Raila still go back for Kalonzo, or can Ruto go for Mudavadi? What is your take?
Asante kwa hiyo swali. Mi maoni yangu, farasi mbili hawa sasa lazima watachukua kutoka kwa Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu gani? Mount Kenya saa hii Ruto vile alikuwa anaenda huko, it's like amepromise hawa ya kwamba running mate itatoka wapi? Kutoka kwao. Kwa vile maoni yangu vile ninayaona. Okay, baba I think mara ya kwanza Kalonzo kama angekubali mara ya kwanza wakati walikuwa wanaitwa State House wakiongea na Prezo, so nafikiri kama mara ya kwanza kama angekubali angechukuliwa. Lakini sasa mali shida ilikuwa kwa Kalonzo akue running mate ya baba, it's like kuna wabunge wake ama wafuasi wake walikuwa wana push hakuna haja usupport baba mara ya tatu because utaonekana kama mjinga. Kwa hivyo hawa wakimwambia hivyo, kitu ya kwanza okay, it's for their own interest. Kwa sababu Kalonzo akienda kwa debe, alafu udandio jina sasa ya Kalonzo, possibility yani hiyo dandio jina ya Kalonzo na Wiper. Kwa hivyo possibility ya kupata tuseme MCA, MP ama Senate inaweza kuwa iko high. So kwa maoni yangu hiyo swali vile umeuliza, hakuna namna farasi hao wawili watatoka nje ya Mount Kenya. Asante Wekesa.
Okay, thank you. Paul, what is your take? Can the two decide to go outside Mount Kenya? Raila apate Kalonzo na Ruto apate mtu kama Mudavadi ama Weta?
Okay, kwa maoni yangu ni kuwa hawezi enda nje ya Mount Kenya kwa sababu I think kwa population Mount Kenya iko juu, na pia wanataka wa win the heart of those people. Wanataka hawa watu wasikia kwamba tuko the part and parcel of the coming government yenye inakuja kuformiwa. So hawa watu wawili wakienda outside the Mount Kenya wanaweza rule that feeling of Mount Kenya to feel I'm the part of and parcel of government. And as hapo ambao amecomment mbele ameongea about choosing from Mount Kenya, kuna kauti ambao wana feel tulikuwa kwa government na representiwa, lakini kama mahali kama Murang'a, Peter Kenneth ndio ametoka Murang'a, huyu mama kauti wa Murang'a Sabina Chege, na hawezi enda my answer is ama maoni yangu ni kwa hawezi enda nje ya Mount Kenya kwa sababu hii population ni wale wengi kwa population. So ukienda nje ya wao watasikia kwamba tumetengwa toka kwa hii kwa serikali, ama akiamua kuenda hivyo agreement lazima wataonyesha watu wa Mlima Kenya kwamba agreement yenye tumefanya mtafaidika kwa hii na hii na hii na hii. So if they decide to go out of Kenya, they must have a very well documented agreement that tukienda tukichagua mtu mwingine matokeo ama benefits zenyu zitakuwa hii na hii na hii na hii na hii. So but at this point sidhani kuna wanaweza toka katika nchi ya mlima. Asante sana.
Okay. Sami, how are you? Sami, how are you? Okay. Ni kama bado nisikii.
You can hear me?
Yeah, you are now audible. Now,
thank you. Thank you for ushering me in.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have you been following up the discussion?
Not of today, but previously, yes.
Oh, today the discussion imekuwa story ya Tononoka.
Okay.
Yeah, DP alijaribu kuweka rally lakini Tononoka ina responding to baba. So
yeah.
Haikutosha unga. Maoni yako? Alafu Nasiri alikuwa na rally at Mvita, I think Mvita ground.
I think people are coming to reality. You know, Mombasa, I've lived in Mombasa in a place called Kilifi, Mnarani. And coast basically is we may call it Baba's bedroom. You may want to believe it or not, but Coastarians have historical injustices zenye wameishi wakiona. Can I mix English and Kiswahili?
Hata Kimeru weka.
Sawa. So Coastarians, there's a way they perceive Baba. For many elections, you can go to 2007, 2013, 2017. They have always been Baba people. And so I think eventually Baba naenda kuokota kura za Mombasa vizuri sana. And given the fact that he has entrenched the governors, look at the governor Kinky, look at Joe. This guy has structures, man. He has a system. You know, the only difference between UDA campaign as opposed to Baba's campaign is that Baba's campaign has structures. It's more of a system. We have the governors. These people control big chunk of voters. And so to kuingia Mombasa ama kuingia Kilifi, those two zones, those two counties inakuwa hard sana for UDA. And so eventually itakuwa ngumu sana hata vile Ruto ataendelea na campaign zake, especially if he does not come up with the structures in place that can be able to help him campaign. Can you imagine, I was asking someone, can you imagine a meeting, a UDA meeting in Meru minus Ruto? Can you imagine a UDA meeting taking place in Busia minus Ruto? Or a UDA meeting taking place in Kiambu minus Ruto? Who is going to attend that meeting? But with Baba, with or without Baba, meeting will proceed. Look at what happened in Bungoma minus Baba. And you are going to see most of those kind of scenarios where Baba amekaa Nairobi lakini mikutano zinaendelea.
Thank you. Someone will argue that they had a meeting in Naivasha and Kajiado when Ruto was away. What is your take?
Naivasha predominantly utasema ni unajua there are those areas that Ruto controls, ni kama bedroom ya Ruto pia, ni kama Nyanza. So places where predominantly there are Kalenjins and Kikuyus, yes utasema ni Ruto, because kumbuka Ruto alianza kampeni mapema. Kampeni kwa mlima, alianza kupanda mlima mapema. Ruto ameanza kupanda mlima juzi. And for now, Ruto, Raila is doing 30-40 from my estimation. But give it a span of 1 or 2 months. Utaona baba amepanda pale. So I don't know, unajua mimi siko nyumbani sahi, niko nje. I may not be right to kuona vizuri, lakini ukiangalia vile opinions zinaendelea, Ruto amefika pale optimum, ako pale juu kabisa, lakini sasa hawezi songa. The guy amefika, unajua ni kama dancing, ni kama wimbo. Jamaa alitoa wimbo mzuri, watu wakacheza, wamechoka. Raila, wimbo wa Raila sasa ndio unajiuza. Raila anapanda. This guy, look at Western, for example. Unajua, I'm from Western. When people are saying Mudavadi ametoka, Wetangula ametoka, at impact iko Western, believe me, Western hata hakuna chenye wamefanya. It's solely behind Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila anapanda.
Yeah.
And in
I
fact, I would challenge you.
The governor of Bungoma say that we want to congratulate one William Ruto for taking Weta and Mudavadi wametoa jam. What is your take?
No, that's true because of the following. One, Wetangula, we border. You see, for me, I don't come from Bungoma, I come from Kakamega. Wetangula cannot and has never ever came to Matungu, where I come from, and campaigned. He only campaigns in Bungoma. And in style of politics, Wetangula, they are the guys who are behind. Unakumbuka there was a year when people were being massacred in Bungoma and by extension Mumias and Matungu. Wetangula has really misused his position kuangamiza watu vibaya sana. And I can tell you, Wamunyinyi is a seasoned politician in Western Province. Wamunyinyi, he has been there for more than 4 terms. He's the oldest among all the politicians in Western. And by now, as we are speaking, so many people have defected from Ford Kenya to DAP, including my own member of parliament, Peter Nabalindo. And if you saw the meeting that took place in Bungoma, there is a very big revival of politics in Western Province. And this time round, Baba is going to get many votes in Western Province. Look at the meeting that took place today. Was it today or yesterday? During the burial of the mother to Peter Kenneth. 3/4 of those members who attended the meeting were for Azimio.
Anyway, but how do you advise us?
Marende. Sio Peter Kenneth, Marende.
Yeah.
Sorry, Marende, sorry. Yeah.
How do you advise us? I saw in Sirisha we have someone, Levy is in DAP, and then the other guy, this other youthful rich young man is in your DM. So if the two go against Waluke, will they make it? Or they should, these affiliate parties should give one as a male candidate?
What's going to happen? You know, Bukusus wanaendaga direction moja. Kama watu wataamua kwenda for DAP, they will go for DAP. Bukusus they don't divide their votes. If they believe in DAP, they will go for DAP. If they will have to stick with the Wetangula, they will have to stick with the Wetangula. But as things stand, they're all going for DAP. And you know this guy, the governor of Bungoma, by the way, ukiangalia governor of Bungoma, huyo jamaa kona pesa bwana. Wetangula is nothing to Wangamati. Wangamati akona pesa, huyo msee. And most of these governors, ukiangalia like Oparanya is not just Oparanya when watu wanasema Oparanya. If you want to know nguvu ya Oparanya, do you remember what happened on 1st of March this year, last year, when there was that big fight between Oparanya and Mudavadi? Mudavadi was supporting Peter Nabilindo Oscar, the current member of parliament for Matungu. And Oparanya had brought another candidate through ODM. And the argument was that Mudavadi, can he be able to come to Matungu and control the politics of Kakamega? If it was not the intervention of the state machinery, that seat was going for ODM. Because of the machinery na pesa yenye hao magovernors wako nayo. These guys are loaded. Hao watu waliiba pesa kwa kaunti wako na pesa.
Thank you.
I can tell you for free. Believe me, look at Busia. You watch the meeting which is going to take place in Busia. Watch the meeting which is going to take place in Kakamega and Bungoma. Wetangula will not manage unless he gets some resources from Ruto. Peke yake hataweza. That's a big force.
Thank you. I had seen somewhere on Citizen say that Dr. Eseli was telling people why Wetangula differed with the WW. Alimwambia mnunulie chopa ya kampeni akakataa. Anyway, wacha hiyo iishie hapo. Let's have Richard, not Richard. Selina, are you back? Demba, how are you?
I'm good, Wekesa. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for coming. I was feeling sleepy, but now when I sleep, you unaniamusha. Yes. We are finishing up the topic ya mambo ya Tononoka na Mvita. Of course, baba kwa EU na bradake. But tuna slot in current affairs, the headlines that we are seeing also pop up. Yeah, so we were just discussing issue to do with Mudavadi. That was by the way, but the main nini was about Tononoka. What is your take?
Yeah, of interest was of course the arrangement, and of course the other thing that I picked as something that I see they want to try and wipe up emotions, especially when you listen to Muhammad Ali's submissions or speech. You know, he tried to paint Uhuru as the one who has taken the Mau, I mean the family as the one who has taken the Mau land. And he also tried to bring out the concept that, you know, the SGR, according to them, is not benefiting the people from cost. Now, what we need to appreciate is that these people have always thought that one of the ways in which they can get votes is by wiping people's emotion to sympathize with them. So the key area of attack was try to make sure that they make people go back to areas that in their view they think will make people hate. You know, they thrive in hate. They thrive in emotionality. They thrive in making the other people look bad. Muhammad Ali's 15-minute speech, none of it talked about what they are going to do and what he wants, or even, if possible, the KKA are going to deliver to the people of Kenya, let alone the people of course. None of what he said. You can't be given a speech of 15 minutes and 12 minutes or so, you're busy bashing your opponent. That's a lot more of negativity than what is it that you want to do for the people. But what I could notice also was that the people were not excited with such kind, because he kept on saying, Nirudia ama nisirudia, people were quiet, And I think one thing they are trying so badly, according to their propaganda machine, is that the more you create hate, the more people are going to feel like these people are so bad. And it's going to make them vote for you. I think that is overtaken by
Stop there first. I know you are a political scientist. Up to now, when you analyze what is happening in the UDA, have they managed to create a revolutionary message, or are they flip-flopping?
No, I like what you are asking, because you realize, and that was where I was going to land my my speech. Whatever Muhammad Ali was saying today would have made sense 2 years ago, when the concept of us versus them, the dynasties versus hustlers, dynasties versus hustlers, was kind of on the higher heat. But then it would have probably caught some fire. But right now it has been overtaken by events. Kenyans are awoke. Kenyans have seen them for who they are. And it's not possible. Like, for example, what message, Wekesa, can you create that will unite all the Kenyans? Because when you start saying, go tell us those people who took Mau Mau land in Central, and one of the guys who was leading the Mau Mau, the sons of Mau Mau kind of thinking, which was the Mungiki, which was leading the concept of, we are leading the sons of Mau Mau, because there are these other people who took our land from us, or they took the Mau Mau fought for the independence, and then these people came and they took the land and they didn't give us anything. Now, those people are actually with Baba. The former Mungiki leader, Maina Njega, is supporting Baba. So when you want to say they should tell the people of Central and the Mau Mau, whom are you addressing? And whom are you talking on behalf? Because the so-called people who suffered because of Mau Mau, remember what united Mungiki was the idea that there were sons and daughters of Mau Mau, fighters. Those who apparently were mistreated, or when Kenya got independence, they were not given what they deserved. So they united and formed Mungiki. So what kind of message are you going to send? In retrospect, whatever Muhammad Ali said was painting the team as, first of all, lacking focus and trying to see if what they're going to do is going to bring any sense. Now, when he talked about the concept of the government, this is the irony, Wekesa. You're talking about the government that gave you promises to give you, things in the coast. Yet you have the deputy president of that government who was giving some promises also 10 years ago, seated there. So whom are you addressing? You're telling them that Uhuru Kenyatta, your government has done this to us, and the deputy president of that government is seated right there. So you see,
yeah, we have made it look like the only functional seat in Kenya is the seat of the president. So why are people running for other seats? Because if we say that DP has not worked because he was not the president, so why are we giving out others? We can as well scrap all the the positions in our constitution and remain with the seat of the president, because it's the only seat that functions, if that is the argument.
And you see, Wekesa, I think you're bringing us another very interesting part that we can pick from the deputy president's speech. I think is it in Malindi? I think when he was in Malindi, there's something he said that needs to be taken very seriously, and it's something that also can be used, you know, because he wakes up and says that we are going to bring 50 billion to mtu wa bodaboda na mtu wa mboga, and hii haitapitia kwa serikali ya county, haitapitia kwa nini, itakuja straight kwa MCA. Now the question is he going to do away with the devolved governments? Is he going to do away with the Revenue Allocation Commission? Because there's revenue allocation bid. Whatever it is that goes back to the county has to go through revenue allocation. Is he going to do away with CDF? So this is, like we have said, this is someone who has consistently not supported the constitution and is not comfortable with it. That's why he's actually having the guts to even go against it by staying in a particular position where he's being paid for 10 years and he's not delivering on what is expected of him. Yet he's coming again to claim the benefits or the successes of the same governments that he doesn't want to take the failures of. So you see, the consistency is there in terms of disrespect for the constitution, the lack of moral, you know, standing out. The idea that you can have that moral judgment that tells you that if I'm here and I'm earning and I'm not working, it is not a good thing for me. Let me come out. He doesn't have that, you know, he doesn't have that. He doesn't take the moral obligation to step aside. Yet his lieutenants can also rise on the same platform and attack his boss in his watch. So lack of respect for constitution, the danger of constitutionalism. This 50 billion is saying is going to take from the government and take to the person down there. And he's saying they're not going to follow any of those steps. So that means there will be no respect for the institutions that have been set. For example, revenue allocation commission, respect for CDF, respect for county governments and what they are supposed to do. So is he going to create an alternative mechanism to pass that? If that is going to happen, then we are going to have a case of someone who does not respect institutions of governance.
Okay. My last question to you is that what do you foresee this Kenya Kwanza alliance? Someone was arguing today, I think it's Wahome Thuku, who was asking people, are we likely to go to the ballot and miss the Hasla Nation and to be more specific, the Hurbar? When we talk about Kenya Kwanza, is it coming to conceal? Maybe have they seen that this Hasla thing is not working? And Kenya Kwanza has come to conceal that and maybe help them repackage.
You see, this is in my view, it is the result of a lack of planning. Remember, Wekesa, a few years ago, this was the narrative of the deputy president. Sisi tumejipanga, tuko na sera, tuko na presidential candidate na tuko na ideology. A few years later, just 6 months to the election, they don't have a presidential candidate. Hawana sera. Hawana, you know, they are now, because apparently according to him, it was wale majamaa bado wanaenda kwa hoteli, wanaenda seminar, could decide ni nani atakuwa presidential candidate. So right now, ni akina nani wanaenda seminar. It is the deputy president with the two Luya core principles. Two Luya core principles. Ndio sasa wanaenda seminar ku decide ni nani atakuwa presidential candidate. Now, look at this. One Kenya Alliance iko na Kenya. Azimio la Umoja Kenya. UDA inasimamia nini? So they had to look for something that could endear them to think that now we are thinking about Kenyans. Because basically, when you talk about bottom up, it is first of all delineating a certain aspect. And I remember someone telling them, Kenya does not have only Mama Mboga and mtu wa wheelbarrow. Kenya has other people. Iko na walimu, iko na madaktari, iko na other sectors of the economy which also want to come up. So when you say sisi tutashughulikia mtu wa wheelbarrow huko chini na mama mboga, so where are all these other sectors of economy? Because it is the daktari, the mechanic, and these others who consume ile kitu mama mboga yako nayo. So if you don't also give them something that's going to empower them to also enable that mama mboga, then you have delineated a whole part, a whole stratum of the Kenyan economy. So what do? They go back and then they decide, let's now think about something that's going to make us now embrace all the others. And we realize for something, after they joined these guys, now they have started Kenya Kwanza, and then they have started issues of pesa mfukoni. Now they are changing. You don't hear them saying a lot about bottom up kwenda juu. You don't hear the deputy president say tutatoa hapa chini tuwapeleke hapa juu. You know, it is now beginning to lose its flavor as they keep going by, because they have been told and they are noticing that narrative is not as a reflection of what is the reality in Kenya right now. So yes, I agree with you. The wheelbarrow narrative imegonga mawe. The hustler versus dynasty pia imegonga mawe. They are key. I want you to also notice this. The key propagandist in the UDA is one Gashagwa, and now they are trying to recruit others who are going to help him to keep pushing the propaganda. He's the one who pushes the propaganda for UDA. He's the one who comes and says, si tulisema hivi, si wanasema sasa. Yeye ndiye alienda in Kiambu, in Murang'a, I mean Kirinyaga the other day, akaongelesha kwa Kikuyu, akawaambia waambie president aseme vile hao ndio wanafukuzwa kutoka kwa serikali. That means if kama nyinyi ndio mnafukuzwa, amfukuzi kwa sababu jina yako ni Kamau. Nobody goes and saying that because this one is Kamau unafukuzwa. It is Kamau kama umeiba. Now again, if Kamau has stolen, it's not Kikuyus who have stolen. If Gachagua is in court, it's not Kikuyus from Nyeri who are in court. It is him, and let him carry his cross. And it doesn't mean because you are in politics, so your mistakes should not follow you. They should follow you. Go with them wherever you go. And if the court decides today, I'm going to look for you, it's going to look for you. So he's a propaganda machine. And you realize now they want to bring in the concept of hate.
Thank you. I'll come back to you. You know, you are our political scientist here, so we learn many things from you. I will come back to you. Let me have PK. How are you? Good morning. In Kenya, it's good morning.
Morning, Wekesa. Yeah, it's morning. How are you guys?
I'm fine.
Good
We are
to
fine.
see you. Thank you.
Yeah, so we are weighing in on the issues to do with the Tononoka and Mvita rallies, but you come from Mount Kenya. I will not
Yes.
avoid the question. I think I've seen many headlines that are pointing at Uhuru after his State House meeting. One, Uhuru seems to be taking charge now of Jubilee. He will be the party leader. I've seen another headline say that he will propose a running mate to Raila Odinga, and he's maybe here for Mount Kenya Kingpin. So, what is your take?
Thank you. I've just landed. It's true. I come from Mount Kenya, Lower Mount Kenya, if you want to be more precise. And I've always tried to let people know that Mount Kenya, especially the upper Mount Kenya, is the one that controlled the rest of areas that surround that Mlima. When I say it's the one that controls, it is what Nyeri, Muranga, Kiambu and Kirinyaga will say. In fact, Nyeri, Embu, Muranga, they are the ones who call the shots on what the political direction should go. Kirinyaga, Embu, Meru, au wanafuata. That's a fact. That's a fact that, people have tried to avoid, but it's the truth. And then one also unique thing about...
Wewe ni wawapi kwanza?
Mi natoka Mbere, Embu.
Oh, so you are not among the shot callers.
We are not. We don't call the shots. We follow. Now, and we follow because these ones to be followed, they always have a direction, and it is always very assertive direction. There's somebody who very early on the onset told Ruto that you can only rent a Kikuyu. You can't buy a Kikuyu. That's true. And you know why these people have remained very, very neatly close. I mean, very closely knitted in terms of critical decisions, is because they have a system, and at times they decide. Anything you see them doing, it's something that is agreed upon. For example, they have 3 arms that control the lives of the mountain. They have the elders, who they still respect. Forget about this small young generation which has come. They have been confused by Yuda, wanarukaruka. Some even don't have votes. Okay, forget about that. The real mountain people, they respect elders. Okay, and that's why you find some ceremonies being performed. People sometimes have they have puzzled them, but they are very critical. They have elders, council of elders. Then they have the politicians, and it's not every Tom, Dick and Harry ati kwa sababu ulichaguliwa unakuwa ati you can be held very critical. Okay, there are those who are known as the politicians, and for them it doesn't have to be an elected one. Inategemea heshima, the respect you have commanded in your people. So you have those critical politicians, and then you have the tycoons. They value... Mamulima hates poverty. Okay? They respect mtu ule ametengeneza mali, and they respect huyo mtu because he provides for their people. That's why somebody like SK is seen as a god. Okay? Mwangi of Equity, those guys are respected very highly. Achana na these people who are suffering from poverty, wanaenda kusema matajiri wanakutana kule. If
so
these guys...
That's why you respect Ruto also?
No, Ruto is not respected. Foreign. No. Ruto is not respected by anybody. Mountain, especially if you have made your money through hard work, you become an enigma in that area. Talk of like the Mwangi of Equity. Not that kind of stolen. If you have stolen, you come to them, you give them the money, they will take. They will never say no to your money. Okay? So the 3 arms I've mentioned are the ones that are calling the shots. They are the ones that install leaders in that area. You can't be lied at mtu utatoka huko, then you come and say you be utakuwa kiongozi. All right? And if those 3 arms make a decision, like they have done already, they have decided it is Raila. And anybody who was keen watching how the politics was turning, when these people from 2019, when they started going to... There are some elders that went to Bondo, then they came, then people are shouting and they were saying this and that. Then you could see Muturi being coronated. Then people started, crying, and this. All those who are testers. Okay, those who are testers. So already they know, and by the time they came to decide and say it is Baba, it was a card already played, na hiyo maneno ikamalizwa. Those of you who watched one of the meeting that was at Safari Park, and it is where Matthew, the eminent Matthew, this Meru elder, head of church, when he declared openly in the glaring cameras that we have decided it is Raila Amolo Odinga, and he almost said, whoever is not happy with that, it is too bad. That was done. And that's why you see Ruto is so mad and crazy. Okay, because that cannot be undone. It is the same people who decide, if you are not in their interest, they decide to paint you on the other side. They can call you Kemondo Kihoroki, they can call you everything. And what these people do, they have their mouth. They also have a team of musicians, artists, composers, who now are told, okay, you go ahead now, pass words to our people in terms of music. They also do it in kanisani. Choirs start praising you. You start, prayers are all over churches. Okay. Right now in Central, every other church is praying for Raila in his absence. Raila Amolo Odinga, and he's not there. You see, they do it as a religion. And for those of us,
mnaombea aje mganga nyinyi?
But alikuwa ni mganga tulitengeneza. It was alibandikwa hiyo jina.
I think the only time you pray for Raila is when you rebuke him because he seems to be the only Kurugi you are proud.
No, let me tell you, even when he was, they were saying he was mganga, he was never rebuked in church. That is something very funny. Even when they were in serious competition with Uhuru, nobody rebuked Baba in church. It was only the politicians on the platform. Because truth be told, Kikuyus have always known, the real Kikuyus, they have always known that Raila is not a bad person. Only that he has to, with his following, he has to react, akinyang'anywa kura. That is the truth. It did not come out today, and it was being spoken all over. They are confessing undertones. That's the truth. And they knew. Kutoka mtoto mdogo mpaka ule mkubwa. So why am I emphasizing on this? It's because now they realize they are cornered. If they had one of their own for 2022, and if Kenyans had not started getting tired, saying that they are tired of mountain leading, they would still have asked one of them to contest. And they tested the waters, by the way. When you are hearing Kabogo trying to throw jabs, mimi nitaenda kwa debe if Kenyans decide, they were throwing those two jabs. Peter Kenneth was being floated very early.
Sasa, hebu niulize Stone PK.
Yes.
Mnatubeba wana, mtu kama nani? Mtu kama Kiraitu Murungi comes here and confesses that sisi ndio tulipaka Papa Matope. We are going to undo it. And then he goes and relaxes there. He's now forming his party and he's focused on his own party. When is he taking time to undo what he did to Baba? Because he confessed that we are among the people who painted him black. When will he paint him white? We only have 6 months.
Now, that's a good one. Kiraito is a special case. There was a time I mentioned in this forum that people, even back at home, people are trying to ask, could he have attained senility too early? Because he's even confusing people. His own ground, by Meru, he's confused. He has panicked. And when you panic at an age of 70 plus, it can be serious. He has panicked. He's not sure what to do. Okay, because one, he doesn't know. He has one serious rival called Munya. Okay, and in the real sense, by the way, for him to get the governorship, not that he beat Munya. Okay, he had to do his own things and all that. Munya is still more popular than Kiraito. So Kiraito is a bit confused with his mbasa and all that. Okay, because at one time he had said, Mujue kila mtu ni baba, we have all those clips. And then all of a sudden, he started saying, bado hatuja decide, and that's why his mbas is not popular, because it is kind of wavering. The people are waiting for him to say it is totally on Azimio. But then he says he's with the Baba. When he came to Embu, he said, no, we hold on a little bit because hata sisi tunaweza kujisimamisha. And that's why hiyo mbasi yake itabaki nyuma. So don't worry about Kiraito. Yeah.
Thank you. I think I want to put a comma there. I will come back and press continue. There are interesting stuff you are bringing to us. Shiro, how are you? Shiku, how are you? Shiku ako ama ni picha tu? Okay. Maybe she's off. Inawezekana, how are you?
Wewe kesa, wacha siasa.
Yani ushalala ama uko morning glory ya kanisa, sio ile ingine. Unajua leo ni Sunday.
Ni hivyo sasa, hata inawezekana ongee. Nimeona unaniingilia.
No, Wekesa, okay, wacha tu nisiongee hiyo maneno. Okay, si kukuwa na points. I like the way Stone PK is articulating his points. It's unajua huwa tunapenda kusikiza what is happening in the mountain. Some of us are not from the mountain, and we are always curious given they are the largest population, they are the largest block that always votes wana vote as a single block. So huwa tunapenda kusikiza what they are, wako vipi. I wanted to know what is this
Inawezekana. Sorry,
Yes.
inawezekana it's not just about listening. Take someone from the mountain. Wacha na vitu za kusikia. Then utakuanga unajua all the information.
Okay, that one
Okay,
will
Shiko,
happen.
now that you have interrupted, are you like Weta? Maybe when I buy someone on the mountain, I get Shiko for free.
Never.
Anyway, inawezekana malizia.
Yes.
Wekeza Shiko is taken.
For free or taken me?
Not for free.
Okay, inawezekana malizia, we are coming back for Shiko atuambie hiyo story ya taken.
Hiyo maneno ya Shiko na Themba it's somehow complicated. Wacha tumwachie kwanza, acha nimalize hii maneno. Stone PK, I am really interested on hii ni mambo ya Naivasha. Was it Naivasha Limuru 3? How is it going? Because it had kicked on, ilikuwa imeanza vizuri, and tulikuwa tunaona ni kama something serious would come out of it. At this point, I don't know. I think most Kenyans will say they don't know where it is headed, because Moses Kuria was saying ya kwamba Martha Karua is the spokesperson. Martha Karua ameenda Oka, and Moses Kuria juzi alisema Azimio, it's not something serious, if I may rephrase. So where is this headed? I would like to nipatiana my time to Stone PK to explain that. Thank you.
Thank you. Inawezekana.
Before you explain, maybe let me also try to create something to you answer. Is it because Uhuru is not retiring, and so he played the confusion game? Huh? You know, they normally say when all factors are held constant, this will happen. So do you think he was trying to play so that all factors remain the same, so that there is no kingpin that arises except that one he anoints? because when you look at it, they were playing the game like it's going this way, and then it has not gone anywhere. And at the last minute, we are told he's going to be the party leader. In fact, one of the headlines say that he's also demanding half of the government from the Azimio government. So does it mean even Limuru 3 was avoided because he's not going anywhere? He's still in charge. They are not going to anoint anybody. Maybe he can only put someone there who can act on a delegated power or a responsibility. So you can weigh in. Wewe ndio unatoka Mount Kenya. Na Shiko atakusaidia akimaliza Morning Glory.
Shiko kweli ataweza. Okay. All right. Thank you, Ekesa. The reason why I might be more of a sharp shooting Mlima yetu is because, you know, when you are from the periphery, you are able to see what has been happening. And of course, because of the interaction with those people. Let me, first of all, you know, kind of demystify one thing for this forum. Moses Kuria is nothing. He has been reduced to nothing. Because he also made similar mistakes that Ruto has made. Okay? No wonder he opted not to even contest. That is, you can take that. Okay? When he started, through his personal issues, attacking his own MP and president, the Mulima didn't take it well. It's like what has happened today in Tononoka, that has killed Ruto totally. Never should you think that when you go scolding Mudhamaki, you know, I told you Central, they respect these 3 pillars I gave you. I didn't add you the fourth one. These 3 pillars, they come up with a person they call Mudhamaki or Rurere. Okay? It's a respective word or name or title given to their leader, their own leader. Mudhamaki wa Rurere. Number 2, a mountain, they don't believe, they what they call Rurere is their land, and they believe this country is theirs. This I'm calling as it is, and I'm telling you that is what they believe. And you see, this has been traditional, which has been passed from generation to generation. Rurere, Ruito, our country, our land. They are so patriotic. It's like people who have taken oath about this country. In fact, they love this country. Traditionally, ukipima ile mapenzi na patriotism, iko na tofauti. Okay? So they believe in that. They believe in their Mudhamaki. So the moment you start hitting the Mudhamaki below the belt, una lose marks. But again, they don't come and tell you, we tunamalizana na wewe. That's the bad thing. You know, they never tell you. They just withdraw from you pole pole. You'll be surprised how many members belong to Moses Kuria's party. You'll be shocked. So that one nimemaliza. So for him, he's just trying to be relevant, you know, by those kind of comments, giving, you know, those, he's just trying to be relevant and watu wamemalizana na yeye. Then the other point is about the kingpin. Mountain hawakuweza kupata a kingpin. Okay? Because they believed their kingpin, who is Uhuru Kenyatta, is still very young. Okay? And hakuna mahali anaenda. So when you had this gentleman called Atoli very early, akisema Uhuru is very young, hakuna mahali anaenda, people thought Atoli was mad. But that's the belief of the Mulima. Okay? It's what Mulima believes, and that's that is the inside. Okay? When people here are talking, oh, Uhuru to retire and go where? Ana retire aende wapi? Those are theories za wazungu. In African society and leadership, hata hii vitu mnaitanga democracy, it's not there. It's not there. We are just going by the books. Oh, now we are democracy and all that. But they still hold traditional beliefs about their leader. For them, Uhuru is still very young. In fact, if they were asked, they would have said Uhuru aende tano ingine, ama kumi ingine.
Maybe just to correct you,
Yes.
democracy is there, but the interpretation should not be from the Western world, because democracy is the rule of the people by the people themselves. So how you decide to govern yourself should not be by the book.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, but this one of ours is not the rule of the people by the people. Because if you ask, Jubilee came in and they know what they did. So it's not us who decided. That's why I'm saying it is not there as per the book. So in the true sense now, oh, somebody has posted a very nice thing there, which is true. You see?
Yeah, you talked about Utamaki. Now I've brought the 3 power structures. Explain.
Exactly. So now what is happening is that since then, since Uhuru became in power, since Uhuru was ascended as a president, you could not have, there was nobody else who came to control Mount Kenya. If you notice and you study, anybody who came trying to be vocal, to be this, somewhere, somehow, aliishia huko. Now, the other point, now I'm trying to touch on Limuru 3. This Limuru 3 was being fast-tracked by people like Moses Kuria, this gentleman called Kabogo. And another point I want to tell you is that they don't believe in Kabogo. Okay? Kabogo is too arrogant. That's the truth. Okay? He's too arrogant for their liking. Okay? So that's why they try to control. And you can see Kabogo was in the group that was talking about Limuru 3. Martha Karua is liked by a bit, not the entire Mlima. Why? Because she comes from one of the lower Mulima community, which is Kirinyaga. These are now the internal politics that simmers round and round. Like the one you used to hear of, they don't want the leadership to cross River Chania. Those are internal wrangling. So Madakarua comes from Kirinyaga, which has never been accepted 100%. These are very classified information I'm giving. They've never been taken 100% with jubilation as part of the upper Mulima. Okay, so that's why you see the wanasita, wanaregarega, because if it was anything, mother would have been given leadership kitambo. All right. The fourth reason is, truly speaking, they have, just like many other African communities, they have not come to accept 100% that time has come for the top leadership to be given to the ladies. Okay? Hiyo utaona, yes, wengine wanasema yeah, it's possible, but it has not been unanimously accepted. That's why you see that Limuru 3 has been simmered as they wait for their Mudhamaki to end the term, aingie kwa field. And that's why umesikia Mudhamaki ataingia kwa field kuenda kupeleka watu kwa mahali inatakikana. That's why you'll have the NDC ya Jubilee, you'll hear what they will say. Then of course, then they'll join the Baba, and then the Azimio. That will be now another tsunami that will be seen after Jubilee NDC. I hope I have answered all the 3 questions in one.
Stone PK.
Go ahead.
I thought Limuru 3 kind of got into a little, halting because of the apparent division on the leaders. Because you realize Martha Karua, Kabogo, and Moses Kuria were the people so much in the front and they were thinking of bringing other people on board, people like the speaker, people like Kiraitu Murungi, TSP. They were thinking of bringing those people together. But as soon as things started moving, you realize Kabogo tended to move towards Mudavadi. And Kabogo was the only one who, according to Mount Kenya, Unity Forum, who attended Mudavadi's thing. But even after that particular day, you haven't seen him following Akina Mudavadi. Moses Kuria has been, he cannot be placed because he's one day blowing cold, the other time he's blowing hot. So his Facebook posts cannot really tell where he is, whether he is supporting the Unity Forum or is not supporting it. Martha Karua has since looked like he's embracing whatever it is that is being sold to by Kalonzo. So I suspect, in my own interpretation, the Mount Kenya Unity Forum ground to a halt when the key leaders of it seemed to have different political future, as according to them. I don't think I don't see the idea that they are still pulling together as a unity forum, because as it stands, Martha Karua has decided to chart her journey behind Kalonzo and One Kenya. Kabogo is lost in between, because after he attended Mudavadi's thing, I think after that he has been confused. And he's the one who proposed the idea that before you guys talk about any other thing, go and introduce a bill in parliament to push up this 35%, I mean this 15% to 35%, which they rushed to do. But after that, even William Ruto has not acknowledged him as part of the principles in Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And he didn't even attend the Mount Kenya one. So I don't know what you have to say about that.
Yeah, and Themba, don't you think kings are not just anointed to be there? They hold the last word. You see, this idea of Limuru 3, they have been floating it, expecting the president to comment. He has never commented on it, because it's Limuru 2 is the one who called. So maybe they are only reminding him by trying to create something like we need Limuru 3. So if he doesn't speak about Limuru 3, I doubt whether there will be a Limuru 3. Okay, PK.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Kesa and Themba. Now, let me put it this way: there will never be Rimuru 3. Rimuru 3 was killed when we had Safari Park. Those of you who followed. Now, Rimuru 3 will never surface because it was going contrary to the 3 pillars I gave you earlier. It went contrary to the elders. It was going contrary to the Mudamaki, okay, and it was going contrary to the Mwangis and the Equity people. Those teams, those guys have already decided who the leader should be. This is what I said earlier. The moment these guys, especially Kabogo, and this is for those of us who are making money, be careful, because when you get too much money, you think it can do everything for you. People become arrogant and all this. It can destroy. Kabogo is very rigid and very arrogant. Okay? And if those of you who listen to his presentation, even on TV and on radio, he keeps on posing as if he's, he can be a kingmaker at the mountain, just because he has money and he has all this. So now they want to show him, actually he has been isolated. That's why you are not able to know which side he falls in. He's totally isolated. Why? Because he did not support an outright support to where the mountain wants to go. That is Baba. Okay. Moses also has been yumba-yumbering. Now they are yumba-yumbering when the elders and everybody else have decided they are safer in the hands of this old man. Okay, so then they finished that na wakamaliza. Sasa hizo Malimuru 3 and all that, hiyo ni game zao, which will not take anybody there. Watakuwa wanaita ma press conference, wanaongea, but nobody is bothered. And that's why now the Mudhamaki is coming to put the last nails, okay, for the country to move on. Actually, Mulima has moved on, only that people want to play politics. Hakuna siasa ingine kwa Mulima. Ati sijui watu dini. Even when you go there kupiga siasa ati UDA mnavaa yellow, hiyo maneno ilimalizwa. Yeah? Ruto will get some 1 million votes from Mulima and all that to be consoled by these boys who are following him. But mambo ya Mulima imekwisha. And Mulima is the most dangerous region in terms of Kenyan politics. Yeah. You know, all the Israelis will be packed.
And is that why I think that's why Mother Karua has waited for this thing, and he has seen is not going anywhere, has decided to align himself with one of the forces to find a space. Ameachana na Mount Kenya Forum, now amealign with Oka.
Exactly. And those of us, you may have seen Kalonzo today, alikuwa Mlima, and his speech was devastating to Uda. I mean, for 5 minutes, he was talking about how people were killed at the Rift Valley, and even almost concluded, I'm better off in Azimio than ever following UDA. That is what Kalonzo said today in his whatever. So the deal is done. You know, it is sealed. And then UDA continues to even mess more. They are going there, instead of having their speeches, wanaenda kutukana the anointed. So that is the complication that there is. So people like Kabogo and all these other guys, they'll just remain floating. Thank you.
Shiko. Yes, among the 9 daughters of Mumbi, Shiko is number ngapi? Come on, pour wisdom. Pour some wisdom.
Okay. Mimi natoka Nyeri na like venye Stone PK amesema, Mkikuyu atakwambia Eric leo mko na yeye saizi mchana, but during the night the person huwezi sema ni mwenye mlikuwa mnaongea na yeye during the day, right? In 2000 and in 2020 ilikuwa 2013 na 2017, Stone PK anaweza kwambia ungesema Raila mahali because we believe and we know, it's not that we believe, tunajua sisi Uhuru is the Mount Kenya kingpin. Ungejaribu kusema mambo ya Raila, hata kofi mtu atakukura tu kofi mpaka unakemewa ama mawe. Hata hivyo mnasema Wajaruo ndio wanapiga mawe. So for us we know Uhuru is our kingpin, and majority of the Mount Kenya voters are not decided, and Uhuru just needs siku mbili tu akuje Mount Kenya. Unaona, aende hivyo Nyeri, akuje hivyo Kiambu na Murang'a, he will dismantle all the lies that the William Samoei Ruto has been telling the Mount Kenyan people. Siku mbili tu, we ngoja uone. Kuna wakati Stone PK uliona alikuwa hapa Ruiru, alipitia hapo prison, and uliona wakati alikuwa anaambia watu mutigathure mikorana mutigetikire miaka yakwa yurire thi miaka 10, and you would see people telling him, na ni Wakikuyu anamwambia turenda ingi 5 arudi ingine 5 because they still believe in him na wanampenda sana. Wacha nikwambie, wachana hao politician unasikianga wakimtusi. Mount Kenya people love Uhuru Kenyatta and he knows that, and that's why you've seen ajakuwa akibishana na William Samoei, yeye anakuja ati kufanya kampeni za mapema. Watu huku wanajua Uhuru ndio wa kingpin, and most of those who are not decided who they will vote for wait and see. Uhuru tu akikuja huku, hii mountain itakuwa inawaka moto. Eric, sisi tunajua ni Uhuru, unlike what nani PK have said. Unaona kama Martha Karua kuna wakati hakusupport Uhuru Kenyatta, and that it's not that the party hiyo na Kenya si ati watu hawampendi Martha Karua, lakini hiyo yenye alienda akakataa kusupport Uhuru Kenyatta presidency, wakaanza kumpiga. Uliona you've seen what happened even when alikuwa anaenda kunini governor for Kirinyaga, she can't win because watu wanaonanga huyu anapiga, huyu arahura mundu witu, you know, they say that huyu anapiga mtu wetu, and that's why Martha Karua hangepata hata hiyo nini ya Kirinyaga. Na saa hizi ndio sasa anacheza because she was criticizing Uhuru Kenyatta kila wakati, saa zote, and when Peter Kenneth aliona hivyo enyewe, hii unapiga the kingpin, alienda chini sasa, ndio akakuwa hata apigani nama kucriticize Uhuru Kenyatta, and see the guy where he is saizi. Kama si Raila na hiyo Azimio ya Umoja, Peter Kenneth alikuwa ni kama amesahaulika. So if you come here and tell us, if you come to Mount Kenya and you start telling them fulani and fulani, na tena wanajua the Mount Kenya kingpin ni Uhuru Kenyatta, you going nowhere. And that's why unaonanga kama kuna wakati Moses Kuria anakuwa anaandika on his Facebook account that sasa siku hizi Mount Kenya ukianza kutoa kichwa ni kama venye nyoka inatokanga kwa shimo, ikienda kutoka ikitoa kichwa inagongwa. It's not because of Uhuru Kenyatta. It's because they're not being given the support they needed. They want to make themselves, wanataka wao ndio wakue king. Ati wao ndio wanaongea on behalf of Mount Kenya. Moses Kuria hajulikani mahali kwa Mount Kenya. Nyinyi ndio mnamjua na Facebook. Huku hajulikani. Anajulikana tu Facebook. Hakuna mahali anajulikana, na Didi Nyoro anajulikana juu ya wheelbarrow. So huwezi kuja huku uanze kuambia watu ati about Moses Kuria, ama ni hata wenyewe wanasemanga hana adabu. So Moses Kuria for us
na dio
na Didi Nyoro watu walimjua wakati alikuwa na shida. Didi Nyoro
no dio anaitwa Rigathi Gachagua ndio dio.
Hapana, huyo unajua ni wa kwetu Nyeri, na watu wa Nyeri as they say we are no nonsense. Na hizo wheelbarrow wameenda kupelekea watu huko, you wait and see. Wait for wakati watu hata wenyewe wanasema huku tulenda muthamaki, tunataka muthamaki. The name muthamaki ni kama venye tunasema na Kijaruo ni Jatero ama Jacom. Yeye ndiye tunagoja akuje ajua themba anataka kuongea.
Rudia hapa. Jacob, rudia hapa.
Tunangoja
Jatelo ama Jacob.
Tunangoja Uhuru Kenyatta, tunaenda Uhuru okay. Kwanza atuambie, tunataka ukweli, atuambie walifanyana nini na huyu mtu, what happened. Ndio sasa tujue tunapigia kura nani. Rigathi Gachagua hakuna mtu ajui. And sijui bona kwanza hii yenye anaanza kusema ati Uhuru alisalimiana na Raila, sijui ikakuwa nini. That guy is very tribal. Na wacha nikwambia, hata watu wenyewe wa Mathira huko kwenye ako saizi yako MP walimchagua sababu ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Na hiyo mambo na hiyo ati wao wanataka kujifanya wao ndio kingpin. We know our kingpin is Uhuru Kenyatta, and people are going to follow what Uhuru Kenyatta will say. I've told you, just to give Uhuru Kenyatta 2 days, he's going to dismantle all the rights zenye watu wamekuwa wakiambiwa huku Mount Kenya. Sasa hata kuna mwingine alikuwa anauliza mahali naishi karibu, ananiuliza sasa, mimi Eric nikikupatia wheelbarrow, what have I done to you? Nimekufunga juu wheelbarrow mimi haiwezi nipeleka hadi Nyeri kwetu, ama so nikikupatia wheelbarrow it means you are going to be rotating around that place forever, because hakuna mahali wheelbarrow itakupeleka mbali, labda uuzie miwa ama ukundu ukiuzia sukuma. So watu wanasema huyu mtu watakula pesa yake, au kwa pesa ni ukweli watakula pesa ya huyo mtu. Lakini nakwambia saizi Ruto is in panic mode. The mountain has shifted. The only thing that people need ni hiyo sasa Uhuru, na anajua na ndio ulisikia akisema wakati wa siasa unakuja na ushafika. Utaona, ngoja utaona. Hii Mount Kenya saizi hizi penye tunaelekea sasa, hiyo ndio itakuwa sasa ni siasa. You will see people defecting. Niliona hata huyu mwenye anaitwa Stone PK, huyu wa Jango, yule wa Thika ameingia UDA tena juzi, ndio nimeona tena ametoka anasema sijui anataka kujoin hiyo chama sijui ya Munya sijui nini. Huyo hata gavana ya Kiambu hatapata. Believe me not, he's not going to be like, na mtu mwenye sasa maybe anaweza kuwa governor wa Kiambu ni Wamatangi, na that's why umeona Wamatangi hajai kuja aseme mimi na support Wilbaro, mimi niko wapi. Amengoja Uhuru Kenyatta aongee, and that is the
Wamatangi ni
guy who is the
survivor.
governor of Kiambu.
Wamatangi ni survivor, aonyeshange true colors.
Amengoja
Even kwa debate is always like that.
lakini huyo ndiye gavana wa Kiambu mwenye anaingia saa hizi. Huyo ndiye tunagoja, na amengoja president. Wengi wamegoja president Uhuru Kenyatta aongee. Kina Kafungo
Shiko
mwenye Stone
kidogo,
PK amesema,
shiko kidogo.
Okay.
Wekesa, if you may allow, can you tell us who is likely to be the running mate? Because kwa magazeti tuliona Uhuru is likely to choose the running mate for Raila. So wewe kivyako unadhani ni nani anaweza chaguliwa from Central, if I may ask?
For me, saa hizi watu wanasema ni Peter Kennedy, but niko 50-50. Mimi mwenye naona kama anaenda na hiyo kiti ni Peter Munya. Peter Munya is also likely to be the deputy president. Peter Munya anaweza kuwa ndiye atakuwa deputy president, either Peter Kenneth or Peter Munya, au wawili. Na sana sana mimi ningependa Peter Munya. Peter Munya knows how to deal with those wheelbarrows, akiwa anajua kuamok na anajua kudismantle all the rice. Juzi hata alimuuliza, ulikuwa mnasema watu waongezwe pesa ya bonus, na mulikura pesa, mulikura yote na mulipora mali ya Kenya yote. So Peter Munya ama Peter Kenneth, but mimi ningetaka ikuwe ni Peter Munya. At least we give them people from hiyo side ya kina Stone PK na Wameru tuwape chance pia, because these people have stood with the other Mount Kenya for quite a long time. So we would also want at least Stone PK, we say it like Goshokia Gadho, at least tupatie Peter Munya akue hapo, because huyo ndiye ataezana
guoko.
yeah. At least we would want mtu mwenye ataweza kukua a strong deputy president, mwenye ataweza kusaidia baba kazi.
I also think my thoughts, the reason why Uhuru is coming in strongly is because he's likely to give away that DP post to the east, as we are saying. So because they are giving away to the east, the west should not feel there's a vacuum. That's why he's coming out that I'm still there. So nobody should feel like power has left us. I'm in charge.
Yeah. Na ukiangalia hata Peter Munya amekuwa kwanza akienda mara ako Murang'a, mara ako nini, mara ako wapi. He has been very active, but to my thinking, mi naona kama Peter Munya, kama tunapea watu wa Meru raundi hii, because Peter Munya yenyewe he's a no nonsense guy, he's a leader, na huyo ndiye kwanza atakuwa naedhana akiwa pale DP. Hatakuwa kama Aibu, tutamuita Aibu wa rais, hatakuwa kama huyu Aibu wa rais mwenye tuko na yeye sasa hivi. Atakuwa mtu mwenye at least ana support baba, ndio maybe tuone next time hiyo presidency inaweza enda huko, ama pia iende place ingine. Tusikuwe selfish tu, ni Mount Kenya ya huku, hii ingine the upper Mount Kenya ndio sisi tunachukuanga, ndio sisi tu tunataka kukua kwa presidency. Na pia ningetaka kusema Wekesa, unaona hii kitu UDA walifanya na Musalia Mudavadi, Ruto amekuwa kama yule boyfriend anakutongoza saa hii na kesho anataka uende kwake. So alikimbia sana, angegoza kwanza Uhuru Kenyatta aongee.
Hiyo statement.
Amekuwa kama yule boyfriend anakutongoza leo na kesho anataka uende kwake. Yeye alikimbia, angegoja Uhuru Kenyatta aongee na asimseme msimamo wake, lakini yeye
Anataka night time.
anakimbizana sana na msichana, apei msichana time. Yeye ukimwambia unamtaka anakukimbiza tu mpaka uende kwake. Anataka so he rushed, na ungesikia venye watu walikuwa wanasema hiyo siku. I was in Kahawa West na watu walikuwa wanasema enyewe hakuna mahali tuko, na ukiona most of the hashtags za Kikuyu saizi ni Gekoyore, hiyo inasema Wakikuyu hiyo. So ni kama sasa watu waliona this guy will betray us. Now a certain percent hiyo siku walianza kusema mimi huyu mzee huyu mtu hapana. Na tena unajua kitu ingine watu hawajai sahau kitu nini ya Kiambaa. Hata unasikia mtu anasema na Uhuru hata tunamblame yeye ndiye alituletea hiki kimtu, hata hakumletea kura mingi cause huyu ndiye alichoma watu wetu, alienda akachoma watu wetu. So hiyo hata hatujasahau, lakini wewe wacha pesa tukure, but kwa debe DM watajua wajui. So wait and see, wekesa mimi natoka kule kwa Profesa Wangari Maathai. Huko nani Rigathi huyo dio haizi peleka hizo nonsense huko. Hata huko wamama unajua wanapiga wazee, but mimi sipigi, nisitaki kupoteza nini hapa.
Acha kutengeneza CV, kama unachapa chapa tu.
Anajua, anasikiza from the background, anajua sifanyi hivyo, but huko watu wa Nyeri
kuna watu hapa vitu ngumu kama Ndemba, kama wanaweza pata mtu wa kuwaunda, mimi naweza furahi. Anajisumbua.
Wewe acha kukua.
I'm just giving an example, si ati it exists.
Weke saa, wacha nimalizie nikisema.
Okay, and then we got to
wacha nimalizie nikisema huko unaona pia Nyeri saizi hata huyo governor wamejoin. Unajua watu wengi wamejoin hiyo nini ya UDA because they felt Jubilee is dead. Na wacha sasa ndio utaona wengine kama huyo Rigathi haezi enda kupeleka hizo ni nonsense za nani za UDA huko. Mimi kwanza kwetu wenye wanasimama, wacha wenye ako saizi MP wa kwetu wanasimama na chama cha kazi, hawasimami na UDA. MCA pia wanasimama na hiyo chama cha kazi. If Moses Kuria anaweza kuwa at least akifanya kama venye anasikia anakuwa jadhika, akuje join Azimio, hiyo chama ya Moses Kuria ndio itaenda na watu wengi kutoka Mount Kenya. Hawataingia hiyo nini wheelbarrow. Watu watajoin, watu wenye watasimama for the MPs, they are going to go for they are going to vie using the CCK hiyo ya Moses Kuria. So Nyeri sisi ndio tumewapanga, lakini Mkikuyu atakula pesa yako, lakini baadaye wewe ndio atakuacha kwa mataa. So sisi tunajua our Mount Kenya kingpin ni Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, na hata nani alisema mishtuki wakati wali install Uhuru Kenyatta kama Mount Kenya kingpin, walisema na Kikuyu mtu mwenye mondori wa uriagaga mtu mwenye anakuja Mount Kenya from the mountain, he or she has to go through Uhuru Kenyatta, lakini ikikosekana hiyo tunatwanga yeye kwa debe. So sisi tunajua ni Uhuru Kenyatta, and wait and see 2 days hiyo uongo yote yenye watu wamekuwa wamekiambiwa mnapewa wheelbarrow na mnadanganywa, he will dismantle all the lies. Na sisi tuko Azimio damu, baba kwa debe na Wekesa. Sisi sasa unaona mimi nataka kupata baba number 2 at least, ndio baba akiretire niko na baba from the mountain.
At baba from the mountain ama lake.
Mimi nimesema baba, nataka kupata baba wa Mount Kenya. Si unajua sasa that's the real handshake. Ndio sasa hata Mount Kenya tunakuwa na baba tu.
Sawa. Patriot
Wekesa hajaelewa. Unajua kama vile baba ya Obama, unajua alikuja Amerika akatengeza Obama na tukakuwa na president. So right now we are working on having sasa baba akitoka huko mountain, hiyo handshake. so that next time hakuna story mingi za sijui tuungane, already itakuwa ni one part. Stone PK anataka kuteta.
Patriot, how are you? I think you will explain to me.
I'm fine, Wekesa.
Yes. Tuko hapa utuambie, you know you are the only person who tell us the time the time Steve Kalonzo will defect officially. He has been defecting in stages. I don't know whose mic is having some. Okay, Dominic, kindly mute. Yeah, so let's have Patrick.
Thank you, my fellow panelists, for the opportunity. It's always a pleasure to see you guys here, and we always make progress when we interact and when we talk. As Temba puts it, when we stop talking, we start fighting and quarreling. So the best thing is to continue talking. So let me dive straight to your question, Wekesa. I'm only a very generous person when it comes to my friends. You know, I share information of my friends to others. So that is the generosity that I have. But that does not mean I'm the only person who has friends of that level. I know some of you have even closer friends. But the only thing that makes the difference between me and you guys, you are a very nyinyi ni wachoyo kwa information ya marafiki zenu. So that is the only difference, Wekesa. It is possible that some people could be more privileged.
Maybe our friends don't make headlines, but so you have
Now the biggest difference, Wekesa, is that kuna wale watu wakiambiwa maneno wanaanza kutetemeka. Sasa the difference is sisi hatutetemeshwa ngwingwi. That is the difference, maybe. That is the biggest difference. But nevertheless, we could be lacking the most required information. Ile yetu tukiwa naye kidogo tunashare. You know, there are people who share. Akikuwa na 1,000 anasumbua sana. Yeye anatafuta ule kuja tukule, anapewa huyo 100 nini, anatangaza ufalme. Na kwa sababu yeye 1,000 ni pesa mingi sana ya kushare. Lakini kuna wengine wakiwa na 3,000, my friend, tena anakuomba ile yako 200 unayo. So that is the difference that we have. And as far as that influence. Anyway, let me go straight to it, Wekesa.
Usikuwa unachongoa presidential candidate yangu bwana. Unajua tunapeananga handout.
Nani huyu?
Presidential candidate wangu wa UDA nilihamia huko.
Oh, because ningeshangaa sana. Nimesikia unatembea na Wanjigi siku hizi, Wekesa, lakini sitaki I don't want to put that on this platform. Nasikia wewe na Wanjigi iko maneno mnafanya. I'm yet to know whether you are our friends or not. I was given that information yesterday. Niliona iko mahali unaongea nyuma ya Wanjigi. Sasa sijui kama ni ukweli, but I'm sorry to have brought this in public, but that is what I had. Now, what was very discerning, my brothers, is what I saw in Mombasa. Tononoka was a great, sorry. Tononoka was a very, very revealing moment for the people who have run out of ideas. They have run out of lies. They have run out of slogans. They seem to even run out of their belts on their trousers. Niliona wengine ni kama hata walisahau kufunga mishipi kwenye longi zao. You see, when you run out of ideas, my brothers, Wekesa, I want to address you as a speaker, because that makes it better. You know, a moderator is a very small term, a very small title. You are the speaker. And let Mr. Speaker be clear, let this be clear to you. Time comes when lies are obviously lies. Even to those who have been believing lies, they will tell you, these ones are lies and we're not going to believe in them. You know, unajua kuna watu who thrive on lies. but inafika wakati wanasema hii hapana, hata kama tunapenda uongo, this one, hii tunataka ukweli, we want the truth. You know what happened in Tononoka? I don't know whether you watch it, Wekesa. When Musalia Mudavadi anaamka, badala aongee vile yeye anafanya kazi na UDA, he's explaining to us why he thinks people should not choose friends for him. And it's already too late, we know. Wewe uliolewa 2 months ago, sasa harusi iliisha, mumetoka hiyo mnaita nini, honeymoon. You are still explaining to us vile bwana yako sijui alikupata kwa guest house ya mtu fulani ndio mkawachana, na uko na mimba ya huyu. Surely wewe tuambie uhusiano mnaenda wapi? Wewe ni bibi wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu? Are you the only one who is going to have children? Are you part of the properties? Wewe unaongea ex yako, you know, that seems to be you kwamba I think you don't know what you are doing in that marriage. When I listen to him, mimi niliona mtu amechanganyikiwa, because you know what he said. Oh, I have come to discover that the president said Mulima wataenda kuamua mambo ya, ataenda kueleza Mlimani why alikosana na deputy president. And kwa hivyo tunataka kuambia Uhuru Kenyatta hata coast wanataka wajue, hata huko kwingine. So he was trying to paint the president as a tribalist. He was trying to paint, how can he be a tribalist? Mtu anaacha kazi yake, anakuja kuzika your mother. Anakuja kuzika your mother, a very somebody we should forget in the history. Well, allow me to say that. I'm not trying to demean. Anakuja bari inafanya presidential, anaongea pale na heshima. Wewe today you are forgetting kwa sababu you've gotten a few millions from somewhere, unaanza kuongelesha baya the president. Unajua kuna watu watakufa bila kuwa president. There are people who will die by remaining party leaders. There are people who will die remaining aspirants in their lives. They will never get it. So when you look at how some of these people speak to a sitting president, I wonder whether they have brains or they lack of either. So mimi huwa nashindwa sometimes. The other thing that was very interesting now, Wekesa, is this. But of course, if you wanted to hear about Kalonzo, Kalonzo is coming. That's a fact. I told you Musalia will be a running mate of Ruto. Si tulileta hiyo topic hapa siku nyingine.
So if Musalia was a vice president for 2.5 months, alikuwa amemaliza probation.
Sorry?
Most jobs unajua mtu anakuanga probation 6 months.
Wekesa. When Patriot is having his mic on and you are talking, inaleta feedback. So when he's when he's on, you have to tell him to mute first so that tuweze kuelewa.
Oh, sir, Patrick, just finish. Let me mute.
You know, Wekesa, I saw the spirit of how you invited me, so I wanted to keep that tempo. That's why I went that way, but it's okay. So it's okay. Now let me conclude by saying this. When you listen to Musalia Mudavadi, you find a man who is ranting, jittery, a man who does not know where he's going, and because where he has come from, the door has been closed. It's like you're running out of a house. Alafu unafika katikati, unagundua. Let me give you an example. Like where we live in Kisii, the village houses those days, nyumba ya vijana unapata iko about like 15 meters away from the main house. Then saa zile mnaenda kulala, mnabeba ile taa ile ya Waluya wanasema tobe. So unafunika na kamvua kananyesha, unataka kuross uende na kasi ufike kutandika, because since you left in the morning haujui ni nini inalala kwa hiyo kitanda yako. Unajua nao umepiga story, now you want to rush, na unajua kananyesha mvua. Sasa unakimbia, kumbe wale waliotangulia wamefunga mlango, wamelala. And you know those days watoto wa miaka 5 wanangorota miaka 6. Wewe unafika kule unasikia, now you wonder, do I go back to the main house ama niambie, na kunanyesha hapa nje. And then those were the days Kisii wanasema watu wanatembea usiku, ile watu wengine wale. So una knock, unasikia jamaa anangorota, unashindwa urudi. So Musalia Mudavadi is in between, amefika katikati. Mvua ya radi ndio hiyo. Huku nyuma wazazi wanafunga nyumba, wanasema waenda lala, sisi tunataka kulala. Mama anafunga nyumba, ameomba. Na huko mahali umeenda na kachove, you are not sure kama wanafungua nyumba. That is exactly the description I'm giving to Musalia. So you explain to the aliens, to the imaginary enemies, kwamba msiniumize, niko between my parents and my brothers who have not opened the door. This is what I seem to see from Musalia Mudavadi when he talks about the relationship of the president and the country. I mean, where does he come in? He's not running for the presidency, number one. He's not the head of UDA. Is he speaking as who now? Yeah, anaongea kama nani sasa? He's not an aspirant for anything. Yeah, anangoja apewe ama asipewe. So that's why I'm saying that catch-22 situation, it was very funny. And I wondered, when Musalia Mudavadi alikuwa anaongea juu ya presidency na ile mambo anaongelea juu ya vile president atatuambia why he went, you know, why things went haywire with the deputy, he spoke as who. I found that to be very difficult to put in place. Lastly, what they did in Tononoka gave a lot of a lot of fodder to the Azimio moja team. Wacha uone kuanzia kesho kutwa, we will hit them, my friend. You see, you hitting the president, you are simply saying the votes that UDA have in the mountain should start running away from the wheelbarrow. That's what you are simply saying. Ni kama unawambia HEPA. Today as we are speaking, 100,000 and thousands of votes have run away from the wheelbarrow party. Immediately Musalia Mudavadi spoke. And that's why I told you someday that I tend to think that Musalia Mudavadi is a spanner that has been thrown into the works, and I still retain the same. In my view, it is an academic paper one can easily present. Kwamba Musalia Mudavadi is not working for UDA, in my view. In fact, I will treat him as a more.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. It was nice. The last part you have said, it can also be true. I remember Uhuru telling Musalia Mudavadi, I hope he will come to his senses and come back. So we may not know whether he's there. And another thing, another perception I have over the same is that, have you ever seen this employer who gives you salary, but make sure that that salary is spent on work? You are spending it on the work related, on the work. So at the end of the day, the salary is not benefiting you, it's benefiting the employer. So this Ruto guy is very genius. He gives Musalia some token. Then when they come to campaign, he says, we are not one, you are ANC, we are for UDA and you are for Kenya. So that means we only meet at the rally, but how you plan your own things, it's up to you. So there is no budget going to ANC. So we meet just at the rally, and at the rally, we make sure we are dominating you. So you are actually campaigning for UDA, but spending your own resources. So ile pesa tulikupatia, una invest back. That is what is happening. So at the end of the day, he is not benefiting. At the last minute, if they will assess and see that he's not adding value, they will tell him there is no deal. You either join UDA ama ujipange. Inawezekana uko na swali na PK?
Yes, niko na swali kwa somehow to Patriot and to PK. It's about I think the politics of today is about emotion, and I think the Luya nation ilipatiwa emotions ya kwamba there is betrayal that Musalia has done. So my question to Patriot, don't you think there will be a high voter turnout to prove Musalia wrong? A higher percentage voter turnout compared to ya Mount Kenya ambapo kuna undecided vote. I think huko kuna voter apathy. Now that's the question to Stone PK. Do you think in Mount Kenya there will be voter apathy because we see there is a high number of undecided people? Somehow it gives an impression of ni kama watu hawataenda kupiga kura. Kama hiyo swali imeeleweka. Thank you.
Patriot, do you go first or I go first?
You go back. You go first, Stone PK, then I come back.
Okay, through the speaker Bwana Wekesa, let me answer the one for Mount Kenya. Inawezekana voter apathy in Mount Kenya it's apparent. In fact, overall, I think the best turnout will be from Western, but hiyo nitaachia Patriot. Mount Kenya, the voter turnout will be very low. It will be low because of there is as of now, unless after, if Uhuru comes, he might increase the whatever the undecided. But as it is now, if elections were to be held today, tomorrow, the voter turnout at Mount Kenya would be very low. I think they would not even reach 50-60%. Okay, itakuwa that low because there is that desperation, and then you know they need some explanation, proper explanation from Amudhamaki, which they have not gotten yet. Forget about Akina Karua, Akina those guys I mentioned earlier. They are not telling the mountain things. You know, they are not talking on behalf of the mountain. They are talking about their pride. Ile watapata nini. Yeah? But Mudhamaki is the one who will come and tell them what will happen. There is one guy who can easily become a Mudhamaki and who is really talking about the mountain. He's called Mr. Kioni, okay, from Daragwa. That is, as of now, is the only leader who has come out very clean to explain to the mountain what they stand to lose if they are not with Azimio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patriot, now you can answer Nani.
Hiyo swali yake, it was lost in between. I'm sorry, for the first time I didn't really get it clearly.
No, he talked about voter turnout in Western. Will it be affected? Will it go low or go high?
Thank you so much, Wekesa, for that reminder. It is very, very obvious. Inawezekana you have brought up that question out of thorough thinking. I know you are one person who speaks very, very diligently, but well calculated. You know that I've been with you for a while. By the time you are putting up a question, it's always a question that one must be careful to answer. So the answer to that is this. Your research is as good as it can be factual. The Western community today, in fact, the Western community today, if Musalia Mudavadi was running for a public office, he will be sent home. I mean, let me paraphrase your question. And to confirm that, Wetangula, trust me, if Wetangula makes it to the Senate, inawezekana, I will send you 10,000 shillings. Hiyo nitakutumia 10,000 if he will ever go to the Senate as we are speaking. Because the announcement that was made in Bukusuland, and I have a reason why I'm using that. Bukusuland is the epitome. Hiyo ndio kitofu ya Mluya. Yaani kitofu ya Mluya ni Bukusu. They are the majority. They are the people when akikwambia Baheba or Baheba, yaani it means that is a very serious swearing. When they tell you that, my friend, wewe lazima uanze kuepa. What I saw in Bungoma. Remember, the last election, quickly, the last election that, of course, had a formation of NASA and Jubilee, I happened to attend a rally that we had last in Bungoma. That rally had very few people, my friend. In fact, I was not happy even when I was there. The NASA rally that we had in that place. But this rally that was there the other day, my friend, is triple what we had last time. And remember, as I've mentioned to you, Bukusus have their own way of, following their leaders. If their leader tells them today, tunakula vitu zingine ambayo hata wajui, they will eat. For your information, if there are people who follow their leaders like the way Luos follow theirs, they are the Bukusus sub-tribe of the Luyas. So it is true, inawezekana kwamba Musalia Mudavadi has agitated higher voter turnout in Western Kenya to the level that they will use those votes to send people like Wetangula home. So you are right. That is what is going to happen. However, as I mentioned last time, you see, there are things that we put here on TV, on this platform. You think that these guys don't listen to. I think they must have listened to that Wekesa. You remember, we were discussing the possibility of Musalia Mudavadi going as a running mate of the UDA, of course, the deputy president. You remember that discussion. Had the things remained constant, had factors remained constant, meaning had the ANC moved with his MPs, with Fort Kenya, trust me, we will be having trouble in Western. Yeah, that is what I was speaking to last time. That if Musalia Mudavadi, meaning the ANC of that time, the Sabulas, the whatevers together, had they been with UDA today, I think we'll be speaking with our tails down there, a bit coiled. That would have been, but unfortunately or fortunately for Baba, who is a strategist and who is an engineer, both political and of course, as an engineer, professionally speaking, he was able to come up with a strategy that was faster, well calculated. Musalia Mudavadi went there as a man ambaye hana kinyasa, ana shati mrefu inafunika paka hapo chini, lakini ile suruali ya kwenda shule hakuna, it's not there. So I don't think that he will make any serious concerns to us, to the extent that we are now concentrating in Mount Kenya. In fact, Azimio la Umoja is purely a Mount Kenya affair today as we are speaking. I'm speaking this from very reliable authority, that today our budget is to deal with the mountain. But as far as Western, tulimaliza. Wakisi waliingia box. Waluya wako hapo. Sasa Wamasai tuko ndani. Nairobi ni yetu. So we are going to walk that mountain. We will walk the talk until we get 70%. Lastly, Stone Pike, the issue of voter apathy. Let me just throw a statement there, since you mentioned. The voter apathy in Mount Kenya is a reality. That is very true. However, as you said correctly, Stone Pike, the coming in of the president, directly supporting Raila Amolo Odinga, he is going to address a serious constituency that has been waiting for his voice. There is a constituency, when you look at the kind of what do you call it, the kind of groupings. Let me use that for the lack of a better word. The constituency groupings of Mount Kenya. There is a group that have been in dilemma. They have been waiting. They want to listen to where the president will say. The president knows that that is a serious junk. That is why you have a bigger number who are not decided. But as soon as the president comes out, trust me, the mountain is burning, and it's burning with Azimio Zeneca. That's what is happening. I think that's what I wanted to add to what you said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Patriot. Maybe just to add one statement as I bring in Domi. Just as Mount Kenya have the Kenyatta family as Muthamaki, I think for Bukusu, the Wamalo family is still factored in. And that's why the fear of Wetangula was to have Eugene Wamalo at the helm of any party leadership. He made sure he fought him in Fort Kenya until he formed his own party. But right now, the DAP is still, and Eugene is connecting his message to Wamalo Kijana, and not just to Wamalo Kijana, to Muliro, and then to the promise of the founding father of Luya Nation, Elijah Wanameme, what he spoke about Luya leadership. So somehow the message is resonating. And what they are telling the Luya people is that it shall be a sign when you see the leadership go to the lake, prepare yourself, because after that you are next. So in fact, what DAP has been saying, it is Baba's time 2022, but 2027, it is our time. So somehow people believe that prophecy, and they knew that one day it will come to pass. So they easily believe that. And the message is resonating well, especially with the Bukusus, because whoever spoke that was not just a lawyer, was a Bukusu. Thank you. I thought I needed to clarify that for why DAP is making some shockwaves in Western Kenya, especially the Bungoma and Trans Nzoia. Kuna maswali Themba amenyamaza sana. Kuna swali, and then PK, and then we go to Domini. He makes his submission.
Quiet. Well, I guess I want to ask you a question. You know, I want to agree with the prophecy of was it Masinde Muliro?
No, it was Elijah Wanameme.
Elijah Wanameme. Now well, I agree with. I want to. I want to not believe in it, but I agree with the statement. But consistently over time, Luyas have remained Luyas and Kisses have had numerous political parties. Numerous political parties. And the only way you can in Kenya, numbers have a great influence in terms of how you become a leader. Now, right now, yes, we have DAP, but there's also ODM in Luyaland. And I doubt if Wetangula, even after he's been denied his, the support base, he will kill Ford Kenya. He would. Mudavadi with his ANC, I doubt even after the what happened, I doubt he's also going to kill ANC. What are the chances that Luyas will unite around one particular political leader? That is first question. Question number 2. Who is the Luya political leader right now? Who is the Luya political leader right now? Considering what I've said in question 1.
Thank you. Luya is the most complicated nation because we are 18 sub-tribes. And some of them come out strongly and distinct until they behave like they are independent tribes, especially the Bukusus and Marakoli, who are the majority. However, what you are saying is not new. There has always been different factions in Luyaland. Not only parties. Someone told me that in the Luyaland, they did statistics, and there are over 800 denominations. So even the many churches arise from Luya. You go to Western and you'll find many headquarters of churches are there. Just bred, locally bred. So that is maybe the nature of the community at that place. But however, unity, great leaders unite a community. Even when people like Kinawamalwa came on the scene, there were still many parties. There was Fotasili with Kinawashikuku, and Mudavadi was in Kano. But because he was a strong leader, his appeal resonated across, and for the first time we found majority of Luyas were leaning towards NAC. So what we are saying, even when you go to Kalenjin land, there are many other parties. We have the small parties, but a strong leader will always rally the community in one direction. So we cannot say that for us to get a leader, we have to dissolve all these parties. No. You only need one leader who can subdue the rest. So currently, let me say the collaboration between Oparanya and Eugene is a good one. One, Oparanya comes on board as a performer, and Eugene brings in some charismatic energy, which Oparanya doesn't have. So, in fact, it was a technical, you see, Atwoli knows that. And that's why he did not settle on one of them to be the leader. But he brought two of them on the scene. He wants out of them a leader to emerge. And what they are doing right now will jumpstart for the arrest if it's 2027 or beyond. So me, out of the two, I can say one of them will emerge as a strong leader. And watch this space. I have been telling people the next Luya Kingpin will be Eugene. Eugene is very calculative. He has that dynasty in him, and he knows how power is looked for. You see, some of people like Kina Mudavadi and Kina Wetangula rise on bitterness and revenge and arm twisting. But Eugene knows how to look for power, and he has been very strategic. And slowly he is turning the tables. In fact, when we began this race, he looked like he was behind and he was not interested. But when we are going towards 2022, he looks like he's even ahead of Oparanya, because Oparanya is still in the ODM, and we may not be sure after Raila whether ODM will go to the coast for Joho, will go to Nyanza, or will go to Oparanya. But Eugene has already aligned himself, and already the party is getting some momentum on the ground. So when we go to 2022, the numbers will, beyond 2022, the numbers will speak. I think he has a head start. That is what I can say for now. Patriot, is it a question or a comment? I have kept, let Domi make a presentation, then we can release it.
I was just, the question that Pemba asked was pregnant with the triplets. So you've only taken care of two. So I wanted to take care of the other child that you have not talked about. If you don't mind.
Which was?
The Luya issue. I'm saying the Luya question that you have tried
to address
was bigger.
Just address it.
Yeah. I agree with you, and I think I'm just adding to it. When I say triplets, it means it's one of the kids that, of course, are in that pregnancy. The truth is, I just want to hammer the story home. The truth is, from where I sit, a man who grew up in the Bukusu nation. I grew up with Bukusus. I speak Bukusu, because you know that, but I'm not one of them. I grew up there. I supported Chris Wamalwa from the university to become the member of parliament. These guys, to me, sometimes I think I'm one of them. I'm one of you. So I think I'm in a position to add something to what you've said. Eugene Wamalwa is the president in waiting after Raila Amolo Odinga. I wanted to put those words that way. Eugene Wamalwa is the president in waiting. After Raila Amolo Odinga, I want to predict, like Elijah Wanameme, the president that will be, the 6th president of this country will be Eugene Wamalwa. And I'm putting that for the record so that one day you will ask me. The reasons are very obvious. Wekesa, you put that to rest. But what I wanted to inform Themba is this. You cannot define the Luya nation in totality the way it is the way you look at Kisis and other tribes. You know, Luyas are a complex. It's nations under nation. There are several nations under nation. But there's something that is very, very pronounced when you look at the culture and traits and behavior of the Luya nation as far as politics is concerned. This is the point. Distinctively, we have Bukusus and we have the people in our tribe, tungesema, awa maate, yani wachini. You divide the Luya nation into 2 blocks. We have the headquarters Kakamega. The other headquarters resonates between Bungoma and Kitale. It is that way. Bungoma and Kitale, they tend to swap. One would be, they say, one would be Washington, D.C., and the other one would be New York. You know, that is about the Bukusu nation up there. Then down there, we have Kakamega. Kakamega, who is the boss, is Oparanya. The one who leads Bungoma and Kitale, it is Eugene Wamalwa. But something that I wanted Themba to know is that in the Luya sub-tribes, Bukusus form a serious majority. In the sub-tribes arrangements, Bukusus are quite a number. Lastly, it is not correct to say that Luya don't unite around one of their own. Let me give you an instance. Kitale, where it is cosmopolitan, people are there and they have tried. You can never have a governor as long as, you know, factors remain constant. You will always have one thing in Kitale. It is a Bukusu governor forever until Jesus Christ comes. Why? They know how to rally against their enemies who want to pick leadership that they think is theirs. It will always be a Bukusu. So that is an instance of where, when the Luyas know that they are called to duty for unity, trust me, watacheka na wewe, wanakula tu. But when that comes, wanakuambia mundu, you know wewe, ata na habo mwifi, saru wewe ta, saru yunare khane, blekana, bosi bakole biyawe, chaki simbo kole biyenye, lakini anano, you know wewe ni. So when it comes to that, you can't change it. Tell them anything about them. It's like telling our brothers from Rift Valley how Ruto is a thief. It can't. It is just, you inaenda tu kwa mabati. So Themba, there is instances of Luya running and teaming against one of their own. What you need is to show them that the person you want them to run against, that cause benefits them. If they know that that cause will be actual, it will be a viable thing, they will do it. So that's what I wanted to add to what you said, Wekesa. Thank you.
Thank you. Themba, you answered?
He attempted, not yet. So he also complicated it even much further. You see, that the concept of Mtuwetu is not unique to that specific. You remember Waiguru, after NYS, she was considered, you know, of course, she had something hanging on her head. Then, of course, she was a thief, you know. So guys went and told the Kirinyaga guys that, hey, this person has eaten NYS, and you guys want to elect her. They said, we bring that thief, she's our own, you know. So the concept of our own person is not a unique one to the Luyas. It is something that can be, you know, extrapolated, you know, to other tribe, and it explains our general political behavior of a Kenyan voter. And it goes even to clans, because you realize in some places we move from tribe, then we go to clans. the clans that tend to have the majority numbers in certain counties have a tendency to control the leadership in those counties. So that is I didn't point that out, but I think Wekesa, you are tempted to bring that out in the sense that Wamalwa kind of had a sense of the charisma that would have united the Luyas. And in spite of having alternative leaders who are coming, they tended to have that he fought his way through, and he was able to acquire that. So it therefore means that probably a generation of leadership that is going to be as charismatic as Kijana Wamalwa could be the one that is going to bring that sense of unity, that united front in the sense of inspire a sense of, like you see, Raila has dominated the Luo Nyanza for a while. And my fear is this, that I haven't not a fear, but I'm gonna see a vacuum as soon as Raila gets off, you know, especially in Luo Nyanza. There's nobody who seems to be working so hard enough to inspire that, because people cannot just wake up and give you leadership. Raila was not just given. He did not just inherit what the father had. He fought for it. So, you know,
So you have Miguna.
Miguna is not an inspirational leader. You see, you don't Raila, for him to emerge and pick that point, he didn't necessarily fight the perceived leaders who are there he waited until those leaders were gone for him to inspire that. But he realized he had already started going to the trenches, and now people started picking that this person can fight for us. Ruto, if you look at him, he went against at some point against Moi, you know, and so when Moi was coming to exit, he already exuded the sense of I can actually hold you beyond this, and he stood out. So some of the Kalenjins were able to pick that this is a person who can stand for us. Now, Coast has yet to identify that kind of a leader, because Joho hasn't been able to inspire that. Of course, the dynamics in Coast are different. Where he's coming from, you remember the guy who stood strong that time was this guy. Was it what was his name? The one who died. Karisa Maitha. Yeah. So the dynamics in Coast are yet to bring someone who is emerging in Coast. The same dilemma is what is facing the central guys right now. You know, the emergence of someone who can come and inspire that. Kisses after Nyachae, that has not happened, because Nyachae came with 40 people and he, of course, strode the Kissi nation like a colossus. But after Nyachae left, you are yet to find someone else who is speaking that. So what you're saying in terms of the other dynamics of Mtuwetu, that one is common across board. But my question, as Wekesa said, I think the inspiration, someone needs to come out. You know, like you said, leaders emerge. So those are my fears.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Let me give Domi to make his submission, then we can revisit that, guys. I think we can revisit that. I also wanted to tell Themba that you have an inspiration leader in the name of Babowina. In fact, Baba is mentoring him, if you don't know that. He always gives him a lot of opportunities. So Baba is making a long shot. You may not like it now, but I can tell you Babowina has a future. Okay. Well, let's revisit that later. Domi, make his submission.
Okay. Good morning, especially those who are in Kenya. Good afternoon, good evening to those who are in other countries. Just to get in, I think I'll just go the direction the debate is going as per now. Welcome, Jakindu Bey. We missed you. I see. In Luyaland, let me say this. For us, for those who come from there, including me, I may say this. The greatest obstacle to Luya leadership has been Musalia Mudavadi. You know, there are some people, it's like you go into a battle with a spear, and this spear, on the spearhead, it's covered with a skin. You get a skin, a dry skin, and cover the spearhead, the metal part. So that is exactly how Musalia Mudavadi is on Luyaland. And we could not make any move. And I may say, to me, the exit of Musalia Mudavadi from Luya leadership is a very big plus. You know, leaders are expected, one, to give direction. They are expected to show this is where we are supposed to go. Okay, this has happened. What do we do as Luya? Of which that one was very common with Masinde Muliro. In fact, the father of Musalia, Moses Mudavadi, looked a person who could give the better direction than probably Musalia himself. Though as he was not taken as the kingpin. At least where Mudavadi went, he opened opportunities for Luyas. In every ministry Mudavadi went, Moses Mudavadi went, he opened opportunities for Luyas. And not only Maragolis, he opened for every Luya. Nobody, he was not selective. Unlike the son, I think there is a very big plus for somebody struggling to get into position, like a chick in an egg, struggling its way to break the egg and come out. Musalia did not struggle to get where he is. His father made a name for him to get out of university and be given. So he believes in being given. He makes some mistakes, he sinks, he's picked from mud, but he still does not stand strong. Okay, generally in Kenya, people saw Mudavadi as a compromise candidate. To me, let me be honest, I've always even told my friends, if Mudavadi would have stood and Ruto stood as the top people, as the front runners, I will not vote, because I will not vote for Ruto and I will not vote for Mudavadi. That is being honest. Because to me, I didn't see a leader in Mudavadi. To me, it was for Luya community, it would have been a waste of opportunity. You have gotten a person who will not perform. This is somebody who could not stand, who could not take a stand on his own and say no and challenge what is wrong as wrong. It is somebody who, okay, he presents a very good speech about the economy, of which it's yes, he has a very good articulation on economy, yes. But now when it comes to implementation, that is never a walk in the park implementing anything that is effective, implementing anything that is going to change the lives of people, believe me, that you'll have to meet a fight. You'll fight those people who are against the development. And to me, that brings me to a point that I may say, Raila is an idea whose time has come. To me, from the word go, from the time of NAC, I was not so much for Raila. I felt that this is just an aggressive man. But I later grew up. I later started liking Raila because of one thing. This is a man who gives direction. We are going this way. And he does not wait. He starts walking. He gives direction. We are going to do this. And not just say, he starts walking what he has said, which is not common with many politicians in Kenya, which Mudavadi cannot do, because Mudavadi will give you direction, or may give you in fact, giving direction itself is a problem. He was a patron for AFC Leopard at one point. At that time is when AFC sank and died, only to be picked by Ole Magero. We can't point out anything very profound that we can relate it to Mudavadi. So to me, Mudavadi's exit from politics, from a political, from that political space, to me, it's a plus for Luya. We need people who can give direction. We need people who, at least somebody who can perform like now Oparanya. Oparanya can show what he has done in Kakamega. Eugene has the charisma. He can do the crowd moving. He can move the crowd by his speech. So I think, to me, if I may talk about Luya politics, to me, Wetangula and Mudavadi's exit, that is the only good thing that can ever happen to Luya, so that we can have people, the right leaders that we need. Okay, let me now concentrate on the politics of the day, about what has been happening, like Tononoka thing. You see, what I see majorly in Ruto's campaign, there was a day I was comparing to the Hitler tactics, and somebody disagreed. Unfortunately, I did not have time to elaborate. Now let me elaborate this the way. Let me give you the way Hitler used to do. Hitler took advantage, because that was the time of after First World War. When they lost the First World War, he was very outrageous. He did not love it. He felt that the leaders of the battle were very wrong to surrender, and they were the ones who made the fall who brought the fall of Germany. So when he came up, he came up with a message that the problem is our leaders. They don't know how to get us to prosperity. Now, in 1929, there was a fall of economy because US withdrew the loans from Germany, the loans that they had given to Germany. Now, Hitler, because of the anger that the people who have lost employment heard. People were so angry after losing employment. So because of that, Hitler took it as an advantage. And now what he was doing was whipping the emotions. He was thriving on whipping the emotions of the angry citizens. Now, you see, like in Kenya, the economy has really pressed people down. And because Ruto knows that that is what has pressed people down, he has been using that as an advantage to whip the emotions. He's using the anger. If you can remember, there's a statement that I saw it posted on our WhatsApp wall. Ndindi Nyoro is talking of Kenyans are angry. You see, they are trying to whip the emotion of Kenyans against. Okay, they are taking advantage of that to whip against the government. Now, whipping against the government, and now you see, because he has seen Kibaki Uhuru gravitating towards Raila and not towards him. He wants to bring that picture that Uhuru is bad, so his choice is bad. That is the picture he wants to bring to Kenyans. Now, this one, the worst mistake any country can do is making a decision out of anger and out of hate. You cannot hate anybody and make the right judgment on him. You cannot be angry with somebody and make the right judgment. That is why we are normally told when you are in the house and you are very angry against your wife or your family, better take a walk, go away, walk, let your anger cool down before now you come and address the issue. Because if you address things with the anger, you are going 80% of times you are going to make a wrong judgment. So that is exactly the way Ruto has been making his campaign. Because Hitler did not have any, what he used to do was make an empty promise. We are going to bring up the economy. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. You see, even his address was out of anger and he could shake when he was talking. And majorly what he's talking is just hot air. He's not telling them anything. So that is what Ruto has been always doing. He's not telling us anything, but all is presenting his out of anger. You see, this government has been doing this. He is lying, but people cannot pick the lie because of the vigor he's presenting it. And people cannot check you see, like now the youths, because they have no employment, they do not have money in their pocket, they feel angry. So that is what he has been thriving on. But now what Kenyans don't know is this. He's taking advantage of your anger to score his personal benefit, it's just his personal achievements. Now, if somebody, okay, he's saying he comes with the money, distributes money, and tells you this other guy is bad because he's not giving money. If anything, Kibaki was not giving money. Kibaki was not giving money, but he led the economy well. Everybody can bear witness with that. So, Kenyans should check about the whipping of the emotions. Let us not go to the election just with emotions. Let us go to the elections with our brains. Fungua akili kwanza. See what you are being presented. These guys have talked about bottom up. Nobody has been able to explain what bottom up is. If they cannot explain, how can you implement what you cannot explain? It's not. It means it's not practical. Okay, that's my submission for now. Thank you. Hey, Wekesa and Demba, you have disappeared.
Thank you. Let's have Jackie Dubey.
Unmute.
Jackie Dubey, you cannot talk to us when you are
Unmute Jackie Dubey.
Halo, mnanisikia sasa? Amjambo.
Yes, proceed. Yeah, tunakusikia.
Nasema leo nilikuwa nataka tu nisikilize, lakini mtu aliposema hapo, nafikiri sijui ni nani, nisimkumbuki, alisema kwamba nafikiri Themba alikuwa anazungumza juu ya hao viongozi, na mtu akasema kwamba tunachagua viongozi kwa sababu ya mtu wetu hata kama ni mwizi. Sasa hiyo kidogo imenifanya nikasema nataka nitoe maoni yangu juu ya hiyo, kwamba ni lazima tuache hii mambo ya watu wetu. Mimi nafurahia sana yale mambo ambayo yanafanyika, tuseme kwa watu wa Central, hata ukienda Kisii, hata niseme Western, hata hivyo inatakiwa tusiwe na watu wa kusema ati huyu ni mtu wetu, kwa sababu kusema ni mtu wetu, mutachagua hata kama huyo mtu wenu, tumeshaona mnachagua mtu ambaye hana tija yoyote, hawaletei tija yoyote katika maisha yenu. Sasa hiyo inaleta hasara kwa Kenya nzima. Tunapochagua mtu wa namna hiyo, inatakiwa tuchague mtu ambaye tunajua anaweza kuiongezea nchi yetu faida, sio mtu tu kama vile wanasema Waiguru ati tuchague huyu ni wetu, mwizi wetu. Ameiba pesa za Kenya, sio ya pesa yao peke yao. Mtu kama amefanya kama ni kuiba, ameiba pesa ya Kenya, na hiyo pesa ya Kenya ni ya watu wote, si ya wao. Kama akiiba yao waseme ni yao, lakini pesa si yao, pesa ni ya Wakenya. Kwa hiyo mimi napenda hapa kwa hii tusisitize, tuhimize watu wetu kwamba wakati tunapochagua mtu, tuchague mtu ambaye sio ati ni mtu wetu. Tena kiongozi anafaa kuwa ni kiongozi, sio hao ambao wanasema eti wanasikia sijui the ground unasikia. Kama wewe unasikia ground, wewe ni kiongozi wa namna gani? Kiongozi anatakiwa aongoze wenzake, aonyeshe wenzake kwamba huku ndiko kunatufaa. Kama mfano juzi Uhuru na Raila walionyesha Wakenya uongozi, waliposalimiana watu wengi walikashifu, hawakupenda. Saa hii Wakenya wote karibu tunaona kwa nini walisalimiana. Tunaona ni kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu wametuelezea, kwa sababu wameangalia kwamba hiyo ndio uongozi ambao kule tunataka watu wetu tuelekezee watu wetu. Kwa hiyo tunataka mtu kama ni kiongozi, awe kiongozi anaweza kuonyesha watu wake kwamba huku ndiko kuzuri. Watu kama Mudavadi, hawa watu mimi nimewaambia, mimi ninasema kila hawa sio viongozi, hawa hawafai kuwa wanasiasa, tuseme kama uongozi wa siasa. Hawa watu wanafaa kufanya kazi za serikali, yani kazi za ofisi, awe manager wa company au awe tu permanent secretary. Hizo ndizo kazi wanaweza kufanya. Kwanza ni woga, hawawezi kupambana na hii ulimwengu. Ulimwengu huu haina huruma kwa mtu yote. Ulimwengu ni lazima upiganie upande wako katika ile hali yoyote ambayo tunaiona. Hawa watu hawawezi. Huyu kiongozi tunaweza kuchagua na kiongozi namna hii, kama akipambana na Donald Trump, akipiga mguu kama yule Trump alivyokuwa kiongozi, akipiga mguu wake ana sign anything. Ni woga. Hao hatutaki watu wa namna hiyo. Tunataka sahi tuchague viongozi ambao ukiwaangalia unajua huyu ni mzalendo na huyu hawezi kubali mali yetu asaini kitu ambaye haifaidi nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo vitu kama hizo ni lazima tuanze sisi kama tugeuze nia zetu, tugeuze vile tunavyoona. Tuacheni tujaribu kusawishi watu wetu. Tuacheni mambo ya kuangalia ati mtu wetu. Hapana. Hiyo mtu wetu tuanze kuacha. Tuone kiongozi anafaa, na huyo kiongozi tusijali anatoka upande gani. Na ni lazima vile vile tuangalie wao viongozi wanatoka kila sehemu ya nchi. Wakenya ni wengi tu, wakipatiwa nafasi atakuwa tu kiongozi bora, anafanya vitu ambazo kama tunaona haifai tunamwambia hiyo hatutaki. Hiyo ndio inafaa. Kwa vile sasa nitazungumzia hata hii ya leo, mada ya leo, mimi naweza kusema kwamba kila siku nimewaambia kwamba uongo kujitenga, mwishowe mtu anaweza kusema uongo, unaweza kusema mwishowe watu wanaanza kugundua huo uongo, kwa sababu ni ajabu sana, ni ajabu sana. Mimi saa zingine nashindwa kwamba tuko na problem fulani sisi wana Kenya, kwa sababu mtu kama makamu wa rais anasimama na anasema uongo mbele yako, na Wakenya hawaulizi, wanapiga makofi. Na anasema kama mfano alikuwa anasema barabara huko Kakamega imetengenezwa, na barabara yenyewe haijatengenezwa jamani, na watu wanashangilia. Ni jambo la ajabu sana, ni jambo la mimi naona ni jambo la kusikitisha. Huyu mtu anakijeli serikali, anatukana hata president, alafu anasema hiyo serikali ati wamefanya kitu fulani, wamefungua sijui nini. Kweli Wakenya tuko na problem gani? Kwani sisi usomi hii ambao Wakenya wanasema umesoma nini basi? Usomi gani kama mtu anakudanganya kwa macho yake, anasema uongo na tunakubali, tunapiga makofi? Mimi kuna wakati mwingine nasema inatakiwa Wakenya tuamke kabisa, tuamke, tuachane na kufuata watu kiholela ati kwa sababu ni mtu wetu na anakufilisi. Unakuwa hupezi kupata hospitali, huwezi kupata shule, huwezi kupata barabara, huwezi. Angalia hawa watu. Mudavadi siku nyingine anasema, huyo ndio kiongozi tunasema, anasema hauwezi kula ati barabara, hakuna haja ya barabara. Jamani, barabara unaweza kuambia watu hakuna haja ya barabara? Utapataje? hata utasafiri namna gani kama kuna barabara? Hiyo itakuwa namna gani? Tutakuwa tunatembea miguu? Utafanyaje biashara na kutembea miguu? Vitu kama hivi.
Jakendbe.
Yeah?
Kuna nini nataka kuonyesha hapa shortly, inahusiana na kitu naongea, and then you conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante.
Akaambiliana soko milioni 1 na transport sector milioni 1. Tukaambiwa tusubiri for 1 week, hizo pesa zitakuwa zimefika. So sisi tumekuwa, watu wetu wanatuambia nyinyi mlipoa pesa zetu mkakulia kwa njia. So that's why sisi tumeitana to clear the air, we distance ourselves, watu wetu wajue ya kwamba hakuna kitu tushawaipata. Na kitu moja tungependa kuuliza Deputy President, ni vizuri pia yeye akamkilia aseme ya kwamba nilipeana either zikapotelea kwa njia ama mimi nilipromise lakini sikuweza kutimiza ile ahadi. Transport sector walikuwa wameahidiwa milioni 1 na sekta ya soko nayo ilikuwa imeahidiwa milioni 1, of which Githurai tuko na 7 sectors za soko ambazo zimebeba watu zaidi ya 8,000.
Watu wa Githurai soko walienda kwake, aliwaahidia shilingi milioni 1 ya watu ya transport na shilingi milioni 1 ya wafanyi biashara ya soko Githurai. Lakini sasa tunashindwa sababu hiyo pesa hatujazipata. Sasa tunauliza kama Deputy President alikuwa anatoa bilioni tu lakini pesa hakutoa. Kama ametoa hizo pesa, atuambie alipea nani. Kama ni mtu alipewa zikapotelea kwa njia, yeye ako na uwezo wa kufuatilia hiyo pesa na ionekane ya kwamba hiyo pesa watu ya Githurai wamepewa.
I want everybody from Githurai business community to understand what has happened. Nominated Senator Mwaura was the one in charge of the delegation. He came, picked people here and took them to Karen. The Deputy President promised and gave 2 million shillings to the business community of Githurai. I've tried to get to him because down here on the ground it has been very difficult for us readers because everybody keeps saying mulipewa pesa mukagawana, mulipewa pesa mukagawana, mulipewa wheelbarrow mukauza. It is a very unfortunate affair for us because we have not received anything.
Tumekuja leo kusema pesa haikufika na tunataka kuambia Kenyans, ni mbaya sana kiongozi kuabililia watu kitu na hatimizi. Hawa ndio viongozi tunaangalia wanataka kuchaguliwa pale mbele, lakini kama mtu haezi timiza promise ambayo amepromise watu, tunaweza
Okay, imeishia hapo, but I think you have captured what he was.
Sasa unaona hiyo ni
conclusion. Yeah.
Unaona hiyo ni aibu kubwa sana. Aibu mimi inanifanya naaibika na hata nashindwa. Hao wenyewe ni maana nimewambia watu tusikubali mtu kutupatia pesa. Huyo Vice President yeye anatoa pesa wapi? Wakenya nimesema tukatae mtu kutuletea pesa. Wachana na hiyo. Sisi tunataka Wakenya tunataka tuwe na sehemu ambayo ni ya kufanyia kama ni biashara, condition ya hizo sehemu ndio iwe safi. Hatutaki pesa. Hizi handout hazina maana. Sasa au ukiangalia hata hao watu ni wengi sana. Alafu wanaambiwa wamepatiwa milioni 1. Ukisikia milioni 1 ni nyingi. Na ukipiga hesabu utakuta labda mtu atapewa shilingi 2,000, 1,000 kwa hao watu. Sasa hiyo inamsaidia na inawasaidia na nini? Unaona hiyo ni utapeli. Hiyo ni kudanganya watu. Hiyo ni kununua crowd, yani kununua support. Hiyo ni corruption, na watu wa Kenya hatuoni kama ni corruption. Bado watu wanaenda huko kwake na bado watu wanamsupport. Sasa hii mimi inanisikitisha sana. Sisi wa Kenya lazima tubadilishe namna tunavyochagua. Hii ndio maana hii mada ya kupewa pesa, ati unapewa pesa. Unapewa pesa kwa nini? Yeye anatoa pesa wapi? Hiyo ndio swali mimi uliza. Nasema tusikubali mtu atupatie pesa, kwa sababu tukikataa kuchukua hizo pesa zake itamfanya aache kuiba, kwa sababu hata kuwa na mtu wa kumpatia, kwa sababu anaiba hizo pesa ndio aje atupatie, ndio tumpigie kura. Hiyo tuacheni. Mimi naomba wa Kenya kwa unyenyekevu kabisa tuache. Tukitaka nchi nzuri, nchi yetu tukitaka tukomeshe watu kufanya mambo ya corruption, ni lazima tuanze sisi wenyewe. Nasema kila siku tuwe masikini jeuri ambaye anaweza kusema pana wacha. Vile mwalimu aliwaambia wale wazungu, aliwaambia hiyo gold, hiyo nani gas, hiyo condition mnataka kufanya, hiyo ni kutunyang'anya, iacheni. Siku nyingine Watanzania wakipata pesa wataichimba na sasa wanaitumia saa hii kwa sababu walipata pesa. So tunataka maskini jeuri, tusiwe watu wa kudanganywa na hawa watu. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema hiyo mambo ya Tononoka kule Mombasa, watu wameanza kujua. Mimi nimefurahi kwamba watu wameanza kuona uongo, na hiyo uongo hatufai kuchagua kiongozi ambaye anatudanganya. Tunatakiwa tuchague viongozi ambao watasema ukweli, na ukweli nikisema, mimi nimesema siasa tusifanye tuseme eti siasa ni siasa, kwa hiyo mtu anaweza kuja kusema tu uongo. Uongo ni mbaya, inaleta vita. Uongo ni hatari.
Thank you, Champion.
Asanteni sana.
Yeah, thank you. Ni masaa imeenda, hata nini Facebook isha cut off. We only are on YouTube, so I think Themba,
Yes, sir.
you can wind up cause Facebook isha toka.
Yeah. Actually, siku hizi ni vile ume stretch. We wind up tunamaliza within the 8 hours limit, lakini naona umejaribu stretch. We tunajaribu hata sasa hatuweki link, so kwa sababu we are not we don't want many people in studio to take us. So
yeah.
Wacha tumalize na hao ambao wako studio sasa, so that at least tuanze malizia. So I think Wekesa utatoa labda hoja zako za mwisho tukiendelea kumalizia, so that we take around now.
Okay. My appeal to Kenyans is that the good book tells us that now that is Sunday, let me quote something. That even Satan camouflaged and comes as an angel of light. And what happens in the process of camouflaging, he deceives many. We've seen leaders who come in the name of they have all the solutions to our problems. But when you give it time, you realize there are more of the problems than solution to the solutions we are seeking for. So one thing that counterfeit products are always appear classy, but they are only 1 inch deep in terms of quality. They are coated. They are coated to appear classic, but inside is trash. So we have had political promises that are very juicy, interesting. They normally say that when the deal is too good, you need to think twice. In Kenya, we need to think thrice, even 4 times before we vote. We have entertained conmen in the name of leaders for far too long. We have entertained conmen in the name of Mutuetu for far too long. And it's time to call a spade a spade. I have seen many people have trashed me. They normally say, kwa nini Eric? Hawa Mudavadi na Wetangula ni watu wenu. Kwa nini you are supporting somebody who is not from your tribe and you are thrashing your own leaders? For me, it's you first inspire me as a leader, and then tribe may follow. I don't follow you. I don't come out tribe first. I come out leadership first. So Raila inspired me, and it had nothing to do with his tribe. So I just discovered that he's not in one of my tribesmen, yes. But in terms of his leadership, I'm okay with him, and I stand to support him until we see that there's a transformation that we've been yearning for come to Kenya. So thank you for those who have participated in this program. Let's continue conversing. Many Kenyans, the good news I can tell you, the program may not be, you may think you are just wasting time, but there is a lot of people who are enlightened in this process of voting and choosing of leaders. There are a lot of people who have changed their mind. They are no longer the same since 2018, 2019. There are people in 2022 will make an informed choice because you chose to make real issues come out. There are those who may not have interacted closely with these leaders, but your opinion is a decision 2022. So let's keep the conversation going, and let's make an informed choice when the right time comes. Good morning for those who are in Kenya.
And good morning to you. I want to bring in Stone PK to also give his closing remarks.
Thank you, Themba and fellow panelists. Let me begin by saying it's a good quotation. Leaders show the way. Politicians just they move around without showing any direction, and it is true. What we are seeing, for example, the bigger discussion we had about Western and other regions. These issues they move with time, inaenda na majira. Kwa mfano sasa Kenya, we are now moving towards 60 years after independence, and we have had phases of leadership. Tulikuwa na akina Shikuku, akina Jeremia Nyaga, we had all that crop of leaders. Our wakaja, they phased out. And any region that did not get a leader, they are still lagging behind, because there are those who are given the position of leadership in quotes because it happened by default. For example, you may come across people like Jeremia Nyaga who happened to come from a region where probably they were the only privileged, and therefore any leadership position ilikuwa inapewa hao kwa sababu walikuwa privileged, either because that's where settlers came, wakaenda kanisani kwanza, wakaenda shule. So that phase had to disappear, a phase of where we had leaders by default. Kuna wale walibahatika like akina Mbiu Koinange regions, Kiambu, they somehow grappled and got some good leaders kama wale walikuwa akina Charles Njonjo and the others. I think Luhya were lucky to get people who went to school because of early settlers and there. But unfortunately, I think some of the people who became leaders did not get successors. For example, akina Shikuku, akina Masinde Muliro and all that. So there came that gap. And the trust that people like Mudavadi were given, they didn't know how to metamorphose themselves into leadership, hence the gap. Now, easy 60 years in Aisha, there will be a generation change. And this is actually the moment. Any community that will not have identified a leader into crossing into 2023, 22, 23, 24 onwards, 10 hours at a lag behind. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because Luhya were lucky that this old man, some of them have been disrespecting, said enough is enough. And this is Bwana Atoli. He came and he had to whip people and tell them, lazima mkutane, lazima tuweke leadership. And now we can see things are moving. Other regions, if they don't do that, Coast region, if they don't do that, others, they watabaki wakizunguka. And when now it comes to going for top seat, you realize that dominance will again come. And then people will start complaining that a certain region is dominating. It will dominate because watajipanga. Okay? Like now, even Central, in the absence of Uhuru, they don't have a kingpin. They don't have a leader that, for example, if today Uhuru says, I'm retiring, I don't want politics, I want to go back home and rest, you get another leader. Watarukaruka ni kama watu Israeli kwa wilderness, because kwanza they have never identified who could succeed the current leader. Same thing with Raila. I mean, if today he says silently, sitaki kuongoza, nyinyi endeleeni, Nyanza will also go grappling in the whatever. Now we need to change that. And that's why we need to say leadership does not have only to come from politicians or the rich people or whoever. It has to come from the people. Just like the way Atwoli, for example, he said, I'll come in. Although I'm not a politician, my people have been left in the cold for long, and we have to whip them to a certain direction. So what I'm trying to say is that as we talk, people should be able to appreciate the region they come from. They should be able to appreciate the leaders who they have within their regions or even beyond the region. If you think so-and-so is a good leader and is from across the other region, identify him and let him lead, because sooner or later we are going to have borderless leadership. We are going to look at the qualities, and I'm so happy that I'm seeing a generation coming which will be bridged by Baba. I have a lot of trust in Baba that is going to create a legacy that we can be able to accept a leader from any region. And then I'm seeing people like, Eugene Wamalwa coming in, very, very acceptable, and among many others who will have been laid very well by Baba. So that's why I have a lot of trust and hope in Baba, because in the absence of Baba, this country will collapse. We'll only have Matapeli leading us, and you can imagine the chaos that we are going to have. It might not only be physical chaos, but you can imagine a ravaged economy. It will be serious. So we have to do all that we can to have a proper bridging into the future, and that's why we need to really do everything possible to have Baba provide that bridge. Otherwise, we miss that step. One simple mistake, it will be doom. Not even prayers will help us. Thank you.
Wow. Not even prayers, PK.
It is true.
Wow. Hey, PK. that is a harsh. Not even prayers. Then when Bernard will hear that, he will say, prayers will move mountains.
Apana, Themba, tuko pabaya. I want people to take it seriously. It's not business as usual. Tukikosea tumekwisha. Honestly. I'm telling you.
Okay, Stone PK. Ba? Jackie Dube, hoja zako jamani.
naunga PK mkono. Hata prayers, hiyo prayers mnasema haita tunani. In fact hata unaona hata saizi tuko na nani nyingi, madini nyingi, lakini bado tuna problem, tunakosa. Badala ya kuweka bank tunaweka nani. Inatakiwa ndio tuwe na hizi makanisa, lakini isiwe tuko kwa kijiji moja tuko na madini 20 na banka kuna. Hiyo haileti maendeleo. Inatakiwa tuwe na madini, lakini tuwe na banks vile vile. So tusiegemee sana hii mambo ya Mungu anakusaidia kama unafanya kazi. Hawezi kukusaidia ati umekaa tu wote unaomba. Ndio maana PK anasema kuna makosa ingine ukifanya hata ukiomba hiyo haisaidii. Na kuunga mkono kabisa hiyo. Hiyo ni haki kabisa. Lazima tufanye kazi, lazima tumeshaona hayo makosa. Tumeshaona makosa ambayo tumefanya. Mimi naomba kwamba hao viongozi hao vijana sasa ambao wanakuja, ningelipenda mimi nafikiria au nimeshajipromise kwamba lazima nataka nipate nafasi ya kukaa na Amolo, nimwambie kwamba ni lazima, ni jukumu lake yeye na Uhuru na sisi wote wapatia hawa vijana ambao wako uongozi bora, waonyesha njia ya kujiongoza na kuongoza nchi yao. Wasianze tena kuzozana, kwa sababu kwa mfano pekee umesema kulikuwa na viongozi katika hizo siku za mwanzo. Hao viongozi walikuweko, lakini hawakuwa viongozi bora. Ndio maana tuko mahali tuko, kwa sababu hawakuwa na uongozi wa kudumu, yani wa kuona mbele. Walikuwa na walitufanya wao wenyewe walianza kuzozana, alafu ikaleta hiyo fujo ambayo imefanya tumezoroteka, ambayo imefanya tumepiga mark time mahali, imetuweka mahali tuko. Hao viongozi walikuweko, lakini wengine walikuwa tuna hiyo bahati ya kwamba walikuwa wamepata katika sehemu yao, wao ndio walikuwa wamepata elimu na nini, lakini hawakuwa viongozi wazuri kama tunaweza kusema, kwa sababu baada ya uhuru kulikuwa na viongozi wengine ambao hawakutufaa. Walifanya tukaanza kuzozana, kugombana, kuleta mzozo na kubagwana. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo tunataka tusirudie. Hawa vizazi wa sasa wasijaribu kufanya hiyo makosa tena. Na waomba sana wamsikilize Rais Uhuru na Raila, kwa sababu Rais Uhuru anasisitiza hiyo kitu kabisa. Anasema hiyo kitu tusifanye tena, au makosa. Kama ukimsikiliza akiongea, antaki tufanye makosa ambayo ilifanywa huko nyuma. Kwa hiyo ni lazima wakati huu tujaribu kuwasaidia wenzetu ambao labda hawasikii namna fulani, tuwasaidie kuelewa kwamba Kenya tunataka viongozi ambao wataiona Kenya kama Kenya, sio kama sehemu. Tunataka mtu ambaye anajua kwamba ile action ambayo atachukua, ile kitu ambacho atafanya ina affect Kenya yote. Hata ukifikiria eti ina affect sehemu yenu tu peke yake, hiyo ni sehemu ya Kenya, itaumiza Kenya nzima. Kwa hiyo tunataka viongozi ambao wanaweza wakakaa na kuelewa kwamba nchi yetu tunataka ielekee upande gani. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la busara tuanze kufilisi hii mambo, tuanze kusaidia watu wajue kwamba tunataka kuchagua Mkenya, sio kiongozi kutoka sehemu. Tunataka kuchagua Mkenya, si mtu wetu. Tunataka Mkenya, na Mkenya lazima tuchague kutoka kila sehemu ya Kenya. Tusifanye ile mambo ya dominant. Hiyo dominant huwa inaleta matatizo. Imeleta matatizo kwa Afrika yote. Hiyo lazima tuiache. Tuwe na ile kitu inaitwa utu kwa watu wetu wote. Hiyo ndio itatusaidia. Asante sana Bwana Themba.
Asante. You guys are creating a very gloomy picture. Okay. Wacha nione kama kuna mwingine ata create gloomy picture. Yes.
Lazima tuwaonye watu wetu, tusirudi kuzozana. Hiyo mzozo imetufanya tuko mahali tuko. Kuna wengine hiyo mzozo imewakimbiza kutoka nyumbani, wako kwa baridi. Kenya ni nzuri sana, haifai mtu kukaa kwingine. Kama unaona unakaa kwa baridi saa zingine, na Kenya ni nzuri sana bwana. Haifai. Hiyo inatokana na uongozi mbaya. Kwa hiyo hatutaki uongozi mbaya ambayo itafanya Wakenya waende wajenge nchi za watu na wakose kujenga nchi yao. Nchi yetu ni sisi tunatakiwa tuijenge, na tunaijenga kama kuna uongozi mzuri, kwa sababu uongozi mbaya inawafanya wengine wanakimbia. Unaona, kwa sababu mnaanza kuzozana, wanakosa kazi, wanakosa nafasi. Sasa hiyo inafanya wanakimbia, wanapeleka ufundi ile wamesoma na jasho la Wanakenya, alafu wanaenda kujenga nchi nyingine. Hiyo nafikiri sio kwamba tunasema tunaonya. Tunataka tuonye kwamba tusirudi huko. Hata rais anaonya watu hivyo kila siku, tusirudi huko. Hata Raila anaonya watu tusirudi huko. Kwa hiyo sisi sote tujionye tusirudi huko. Ndio maana unaona Waisraeli siku zote wanakumbusha watu ile mambo ya Ujerumani vile walifanyiwa. Kila siku, kila mmoja anaambiwa, na sisi vile vile tujikumbushe, tusijaribu kurudi kule tulikuwa. Asante sana.
Okay. Acha nisikie Selina Sego kama pia yeye ako kwa hiyo yeye pia ni katika hiyo school of thoughts. Selina Sego, uko hapo? Nafikiri ako kazi. Haya, Domi, hebu nione nisikie nawe pia uko upande gani? Hoja zako za mwisho.
Okay. I just want to have you know what the kid to be saying, and what has been saying. I think I share the same sentiments. You know, there are some mistakes you make that for sure it will take you a very long time for you to pray for things to turn around. Like I think it was, let me say, from 2013. They are my friends that I told. somehow I had some inspiration. I think probably came from God. And I told my friends, you see, let me tell you the truth. Tribalism that we are embracing today will make God punish Kenya for a long time. By the time God will be through with punishing Kenya, you'll make all the prayers, but it will not change anything. Remember, from 2013, wakati economy ilianza kufinya watu, mpaka saizi, how many people have prayed? How many churches have been praying? Na economy inaendelea kufinya watu. So when Stone PK talks of tutaomba maombi na itatusaidia, I know what he's talking about. Even the children of Israel, kuna wakati waliomba, lakini waliambiwa 70 years in Babylon. Hata mkiomba mfanye somersault ni 70 years. Na hizo 70 years zilisha. Sasa wakati we got to make choices, some people, you know, that there's on a serious note, Kenyans don't know how serious an election is. Even the church does not know how serious an election is. Because majorly, then you'll realize, even right now vile tunaongea, churches wanaomba, let us have peaceful elections. Yeah? But people are not praying kwamba tuwe na viongozi wazuri. That is never a priority in churches when they are going to pray. And we can agree with that. Sasa, maombi, if you make wrong choices, even your prayers will always be wrong. And when you make wrong prayers, God will answer according to the wrong prayers that you are making. That is why PK anasema, hata maombi tutaomba na haitatusaidia. So I think let Kenyans see the seriousness of elections. Wacha tusiende kwa elections halafu. There is a picture that also some leaders have shown. Mtu anakuja anakuambia, hawa viongozi wote wako sawa, wote ni wezi, wote tu. And I ask, if viongozi wote wako sawa, when we changed from Kibaki, from Moi to Kibaki, things changed. How comes tunasema tena viongozi wote wako sawa? It cannot be so. Not all leaders are same. Let us think and go to elect with our brains, with our thoughts, tukiwa tunafikiria vizuri, with our thoughts straight, not assuming, because that person who is telling you that all leaders are same is trying just to say that let us choose whoever that can be, as long as he's a leader. It's not so. Let us think before we go to choose. That's mine for today. Have a wonderful Sunday service.
Kwa hivyo hata wewe pia umeingia kwa dini ya Stone PK na Jakindube. Wacha nione kama Ziana pia ameingia kwa dini yenu. Ziana, karibu tusikie mawazo yako ya mwisho.
Nashukuru sana Bwana Themba kwa kunipa nafasi. Kwangu mimi nasema kufanya kosa sio kosa, ila kurudia kosa ndiyo kosa. Nasema hivi kwa nini? Tulipofanya kosa mwaka wa 2013 tukairudia mwaka wa 2017, ila hali tukapewa nafasi tena, na sasa hivi tumepewa nyingine tena ili tumchague yule ambaye tutaona atafanya kazi. Tukirudia kosa, hata Mwenyezi Mungu sasa ataona kweli ni kosa. Mambo yako ni kwenda jehanamu. Hamna msamaha sasa. Kwa hivyo mimi namaliza na kusema hivi: Wakenya wenzangu, mumepakuliwa chakula mezani sasa hivi. Munaelezewa, muangalie. Kuna chakula kizuri na kuna kile kimewekwa sumu. Chagua, angalia vizuri, usile chakula cha sumu. Manake ukila chakula cha sumu ni kifo. Hamna mahali utatokezea ati utakuwa na uhai. Kwa hivyo Wakenya, kienda kwa uchaguzi, tuangalie uchaguzi tunamchagua nani. Kila siku hapa huwa nasema usimchague mtu ya kuwa ni ndugu yako ama dadako, mtoto wako, ila chagua mtu kwa vitendo vyake. Ile unajua atafaidi Kenya, sio wewe. Kwa sababu wewe unaweza taka kufaidika kwa sababu ni ndugu yako, lakini yule atafaidi Kenya ili Kenya izidi kuendelea mbele. Kwa hivyo naomba tukiwa tunaenda kwa uchaguzi, tuwachague wale watu wanaofaa. Nimeona PK amewaambia maombi, hata tukiomba na tumeshamchagua mtu yule, hata tutendea kazi yake ni kwenda kupora benki za Kenya, kila mahali anapora hela za Kenya. Kwa hivyo hatutasaidika. Mimi nawaomba Wakenya, msiwe mnalagaiwa na hela ndogo ndogo hizi ambazo mnapewa unaenda unanunua mtura, pesa za kununua mtura, unakuja baadaye unaanza kulalamika. Inawaomba Wakenya tusiingie mahali pabaya. Anza na MCA, usiende mbali, anza na MCA wako, mbunge, senator, governor, alafu sasa yule atakayeongoza nchi yetu ya Kenya. Na ukimchagua yule atakayeongoza nchi yetu ya Kenya, umchague yule mbaya, baada ya miaka 20 utakuwa bado unalia. Mtoto wa mtoto wako, mtukuu watakuwa wajatoka. Kwa hiyo lawama yako wewe mwenyewe ndio utalaumiwa. Kwa hivyo tujaribu. Ni hayo tu kwa leo, Themba.
I agree that the religious leaning of our society. You know, Kenya is 80% Christians. 80%. We are 80%. Stone PK, it is 80% religious, right?
Yeah, it's 80%. It's been 80% for a long time, yeah.
Yeah, 80%. Probably it's higher right now. And a church per kilometer in Kenya, it is higher. You have more churches than even industry. I was seeing someone saying that we have more churches than industries, and that is what plagues Kenya. We are more likely to pray than go to work. We are more likely to wake up and go to church than wake up and go to an industry somewhere. What I'm
We
trying
actually second to West Africa.
Demba.
West Africa is leading.
We are second to West Africa.
Yeah.
Demba.
Let me make my point.
No, nataka kuambia juu ya hiyo church.
I haven't landed my point, Jakindube. You know, you have talked about prayers.
Endelea, maliza nitakwambia.
Aya, sema basi Jakindube nisikie. Labda ita influence my thought. Aya, sema.
Nasema hizo prayers na hiyo church na hiyo wote hiyo, ukiwa hapo kwa church huwezi kuacha simu yako uende upokee nani pale urudi uipate. Sasa hiyo wao hata hiyo kupray, tuna pray wrong prayers. Mimi hiyo ndo nasema church ni nyingi na tena tuna pray wrong prayers, kwa sababu ukiwa ndani ya church hawafuati vile inasema, kwa sababu hiyo hapo church inasema usiibe, usidanganye, na bado watu wanafanya hapo tu ndani ya church. Ndio maana nasema hizo church zinatakiwa zipungue, turudi kwa utiifu wa kijadi. Saa zingine labda inaweza ikasaidia.
Nimesikia Jakindu. You know, Jakindu, you are forgetting that the church is a microcosm of the bigger society. So it is not any other person goes to church. It's the same thief who steals in the society that goes to church. It's like you don't expect someone else to go to church. It's the same thief who is going to steal outside there. And if therefore they are going to church, then the stealing is being moved from outside to church. So that's the same thing. So it's too much to expect. Someone actually writes and says that sitting in church and expecting to be good is like driving to a garage and expecting the car is going to be okay. It has to be worked on. You can't live when those who are getting out of church ndio sasa wako perfect, lakini wale wako pale ni a collection of the people who are just representing the society. And it is the same leaders, the same society that we are seeing. So for me, the Kenya being 80% religious, people who are going to church, then we'd expect more. I mean, in terms of if they pray. But I'm also told that, you know, in prayer, it sometimes doesn't necessarily go with what you want. And biblical evidence is there. When they wanted a king that they can see, they were allowed to have Saul, who was not necessarily someone who was following through with what was expected of God. And several other situations where you realize sometimes the prayers don't necessarily follow what your wishes are. And again, because you brought the religious perspective, in prayers, you don't necessarily influence God's answers. You know, the answers are already there. So it is about you appreciating, and sometimes He allows you to go along the wilderness because of a certain generation of people. Because I'm told the reason why they went around the wilderness for so many years is just there was a certain generation of whiners who are not supposed to go to Canaan. They would have entered with the same problem. So the reason I'm trying to bring this is
interject?
Wekeza jalala. Okay.
Wekeza si ulikuwa umelala bwana.
No, I have a problem with what PK said. These things they say that Kenya is 80% Christian is not true, or religious is not true. In fact, they normally say that Kenya is 80% Christian, but when you go to statistics and check, they have picked everybody that has the name John, James, and they think they are Christians. But when they go to reality, they talk about, in fact, actually it's around 45% are Kenyans who are committed to going to church. Then when they go down, even they go down to those even who call themselves born again, they are around 12%. So you go down and realize that these are just general statistics that mean nothing to us. Just because I'm called James John does not make me a Christian, or just because I'm called Muhammad doesn't make me a staunch Muslim. I think these are just nomenclature. But okay, finish your submission. There was a clip I was to give PK.
Unaona umeingiza kizungumkuti hapa kwa. Okay, PK iko nini?
Ameinua mkono.
Sema PK.
Temba sasa Wekesa unataka kuharibu sasa bwana. Unajua once you are baptized, umekuwa Christian. Hakuna mtu anajibandika hiyo jina ya John, David, Mahamud and all that. So tunachukua we kama ulibatizwa na ulislimu, uwe ulidefect, you are a Christian. I think that's why we follow that statistics. Thank you.
So let me come to the point that I was trying to make. I mean, you guys seem to have picked the religious angle until you have forgotten that Kenya is a democratic state that is ruled by the constitution. And we already passed the dictatorial tendencies of the previous regime of Moi. That was killed. Any clawback on the constitution will be met with the equal measure, because right now the constitution as it is, it has provided for the structure. We have two levels of government, the national and the county governments. There are legal provisions for any act anybody will try to do. And right now, Kenya is not going to be ruled by a single party. It's going to be coalition of parties. Now, when you have coalition of parties, that means, therefore, the dynamics of balancing and even clawing back is so hard. As opposed to a state like Tanzania, where Chama cha Mapinduzi is dominant, Magufuli could wake up and issue arbitrary orders as he's going along the ground, say that huyu mtu nimemfuta kazi, vitu kama hizo. It's easier sometimes, something like that in Uganda, where Museveni is trotting like a colossus. But in Kenya, right now, whoever comes in, whether it is Ruto or who, we have we have a very robust constitution.
God forbid.
Let me make my point. We have a robust constitution that has
Remember,
anchored.
as you make your point, you remember standing orders. You begin by God forbid. God forbid that Ruto becomes president.
Okay, let me use in the in the in the in the in the in the unfortunate circumstance that he becomes a president. Let me use that. Because God sometimes can allow bad things to happen to you, not because the person is bad, but because as a country you are bad, and that God allows. You know, God can allow. God can allow. Like I just gave you an example. God allowed the Israelites to have Saul. You know, not because
Ayatema
Saul.
hiyo mate. Ukimaliza unatema hiyo mate.
But what I'm trying to focus us into is that we have a very robust constitution that there's nobody that can arbitrarily go against it. Even whatever Ruto is giving out there, saying, "Oh, I'm going to give 50 billion, put it here," that cannot happen unless there's a legal provision for all those things. So that is our country. Even is, of course, Kenya is a secular state. The constitution provides anchors for so many things, and we have institutions. Both of us, I mean, all of us here are aware that at times even the president has done some appointments, and the courts have nullified those things. There are things the president cannot do. So I'm imagining, like in my view, where I'm standing, as a stoic, you know, I don't think it's so bleak. The future is also bleak because of the progress that our democracy has made to date. And I can tell you for a fact that moving forward, our democracy has provided a lot of balancing to be done when someone comes to rule. It's no longer be roadside things that you're going to do, because when you're having those coalitions, if you build those coalitions, it is hard for you, even as a president. Consider a situation where you are coming from one party and then you take a person from another party. That means that you've got to do a lot of balancing in terms of managing a nation. And it's possible that even these coalition partners, in the event that they can break away from you and counter, like it happened in Israel, you know. So you want to look at robustness of our constitution. In my view, I don't think the future is so bleak. Of course, now for those who want to use, I mean, for Stone PK and Jakindu Bay, there's what we call in methods of persuasion, that is called what you're calling fear appeal. You know, when I want to make you stop taking cigarettes, I must put a picture of someone who has gotten cancer because of smoking. And, you know, when you see that, the possibility of you seeing where you are going to end, it's higher because of the fear that has been progressed. So when we paint a picture, it doesn't mean that there are quite a number of people who have actually been smoking and they have never gotten cancer, but we are not going to put that because we want to give a target. So the fear perspective of it, in my view, I don't really see a bleak future. I see a very robust constitution. I see a very active democracy, and I see a situation where whoever person becomes the president, they have to do a lot of balancing to make the government run. We are no longer in a one-party system. That ended with Moi, and you can agree with me that only 2002 is when we had a free and fair election. After that, most of our elections have been interfered with. You know, tell me one that has not been contested after 2002. 2007 was contested. 2013 was contested. 2017 was contested. Before 2002, most elections were basically, you know, Moi was rigging all of them to the other one, you know. So we are coming from a sense of we've never had a free and fair election without interference. Possibly, this will be one that we are going to have that particular sense, because the system, I mean, the government of the day is not having a candidate they are supporting. They're supporting another candidate. So that means they're not likely to interfere with that particular election. So what does that mean? We are likely to find a popular candidate, one who is able to be voted by most Kenyans. Now, with the absence of interference, you'll get a leader that is both popular and no interference that is coming from the state. And that means that there's not likely to be a lot of drama. And then if that happens, in my view, whichever person becomes president, Baba, or in the unfortunate event, let me say that so that Stone PK is happy with me. In the unfortunate event, the DP becomes the president, the constitution is an anchor to most of the things that is going, even those things he's promising, they aren't going to happen until legislation is passed. And let me tell you, the next parliament will be one, we need to face that reality, will be one interesting parliament, because in the event that the parties don't agree, then you'll have those horse trading, some of them getting out, wanting to move out to join others so that they can beat this. They can actually even cripple legislation, if you don't agree. So that for me is like the problem that Israel has had over time, So you want to really look at it in terms of governance, in terms of what is likely to happen in one party, where one party is ruling. You are likely to find a lot more progress in terms of development, but the democratic space is a little squeezed. Like Tanzania, they achieved a lot through Magufuli, but the democratic space was a little stifled. Rwanda has achieved a lot, but the democratic space is a little, so we need to try and look at it broadly. The more democracy you have, sometimes the less progress that you may be having in terms of because there's a lot of litigation, there's a lot of horse trading that has to happen. But let's see how it happens. I want to finish there so that for me, I'm looking at it globally and also trying to look it beyond 9th. But all this will be discussing because we are here to also move through that.
Mudhungu wa Gatanga. Na wakamwelea mpaka umeona amekuwa mungwana kabisa. Huyu Peter Kenneth anajua mambo ya ungwana. Tabia yake, vile yeye anajichukua, vile anafanya kazi yake, anafanya kwa usahihi. Tena vile vile unaona vile anajivisha, anakuwa kama mzungu. Anapema mambo safi. Kwa hivyo rais huyu mtu nataka na apewe kazi ya kufanya. Yeye amefanya kazi mingi katika serikali, tulikufanya naye kwa serikali. Wakati nilikuwa waziri mkuu, wewe najua kazi alikuwa nafanya. Na vile vile amefanya kwa benki, kwa insurance. Tena hapo vile vile yeye ni mtu ambaye anapenda mchezo ya soka. Na hiyo sisi tunashare na yeye. Alicheza kwa timu yangu. Union ambaye kawa reunion. Tena akaenda mpaka aenda kwa Kenya Football Association. Anaelewa hata mambo ya FIFA, yeye anaelewa kabisa.
For your information, Wekesa.
Yeah.
For your information, that's my classmate, eh?
Nani huyo?
PK, tumesoma na yeye kutoka class 1 mpaka form 4.
Baba has a soft spot for him.
Yeah, walianzana mbali from Gor.
Naona Uhuru ana lean towards PM, lakini Baba if Baba was given a chance to choose, he would choose PK.
Okay, thank you, Wekesa. We really appreciate everyone. I know we would love to please, but we have to leave. I know.
Demba,
Tena Jakindu iko nini? Haya, sema basi.
Nilikuwa nasema hizo vitu zote umesema, constitution yetu inayo, bado lazima tuonye watu, tusichague watu rogue, yani tusichague watu ambao hawafai. Bado lazima, hata kama constitution ni nzuri, lazima tuchague watu, viongozi ambao wanafaa. Tusichague viongozi ambao wataenda kumsumbua president ama wataleta fujo. Tunataka utaratibu katika nchi kama tuseme kama Uingereza. Umkisha uchaguzi kisha, usikii mtu anapita kusema ati kuna demokrasia, kufanya fujo kila siku mkutano. Hiyo hatutaki. Tunataka tukimaliza uchaguzi tuende tufanye kazi. Ikimalizika, hiyo ndio makosa wa Tanzania walikuwa wanaona, na wanasema Magufuli anawakataza. Magufuli alikuwa anawaambia tumeshafanya uchaguzi, meisha, tuendeni kazi. Ikifika hiyo wakati wa uchaguzi muende mkampeni, lakini kukampeni ovyo ovyo siku za kazi unakusanya watu wanaenda mkutano.
But Jakindube, you see, you can't deny people constitutional provision, because the constitution provides for, if you're not satisfied, constitution, especially issues of picketing and all, you're in a provide a way in putting pressure for the government when you're not satisfied with it. You see, for example, it's the same like saying when Uhuru had been alikuwa ameapishwa, then it was wrong for Raila to go on the street, you see. And it's also the same like saying wakati Kibaki alipoapishwa usiku pale, it was wrong for anybody to go out. You see, when you have some anchors in the constitution, Jakindube, your constitution can only work if you give it life. It is not wrong. Like in Tanzania, the constitution provides for that. But you see, when you have, that's why I said, if you have a certain tendency towards dictatorship, you are likely to stifle democratic space. Like telling people that hakuna haja ya kutoka na it's not that hakuna haja, it is exercising your democratic right according to the constitution. So if you don't want it, Jakindu, if you don't like it, then the best thing is you get it out of the constitution. Is it okay to demonstrate? Is it okay to picket? It is there in the constitution.
No.
So what are you saying, Jakindu?
Kitu nachosema, ukichagua viongozi wazuri, hawataiba kura, hawataleta fujo za unajua hii mambo ambayo ilikuwa inafanya watu wanapika, watu wana demonstrate, ni kwa sababu ya kuinterfere na hiyo mambo ya kwa sababu tulichagua viongozi ambao si waaminifu, lazima wanaongeza na fujo. Sasa hizo fujo
alafu Jakindu, acha nikwambie,
hizo fujo ndio maana nasema tuchague viongozi ambao wanajua Kenya ni nchi yetu, hatutaki kufanya mambo ya kuiba. Ukifanya hiyo, una eliminate hiyo mambo ya watu kwenda ku demonstrate, kwa sababu wanapo demonstrate kuna wengine wa polisi ambao ni kichwa maji, wanapiga risasi, wanaua watu. Hiyo ndio nasema.
Ulifuata elections za uchaguzi wa Tanzania, especially kabla Magufuli achaguliwe mara ya pili. Number one, what they did, they reduced they actually took off the freedom of the media, so there were things that were not being reported. Walipiga marufuku political activities za chama chochote mpaka I don't know how many months to an election. Yet Chama cha Mapinduzi ilikuwa constantly on election. They made sure that they wali interfere na even nomination za Chadema. Like the state resources and powers were used to make sure that Magufuli alielectiwa, and in fact election ilikuja alikuwa sijui na 80 something %. So those are the things we are saying. When you have some certain tendencies, you will yes, on fronts ya development tasema Tanzania waliweza kupiga hatua kiasi, but in terms of democratic space walifinya kidogo. Now that scenario is not likely to repeat itself in Kenya, you know. Yes. Why? Kwa sababu we do not have one party that is dominant.
Yes.
Now we have coalitions. Now
Yes.
these coalitions, it means that even as you are entering that particular arrangement, you still have a freedom to walk out of that coalition.
Yes.
None.
Yes.
So that means the coalition leaders itabidi wafanye a lot of balancing, and that is why right now William Ruto is facing a lot of drama after admitting our coalition partners. Naelewa?
Yes. Yes.
Ni kwa sababu lazima unakuwa na very delicate power play.
Yes.
Who am I going to please? Who should I bring? According to utaona kuna wale walikuja anasema sisi tulikuja mwanzo, au wengine wanakuja saizi wanasema tumekuja saizi na tuko na power. So that is a balance they have to deal with.
Yes.
Now that balance is not going to be final by election time. You know, either Azimio or even side ingine. They will have power, but internal dynamics will still be there.
Yes.
So utapata ya kwamba balancing that will make you even not be able to even think of doing the things like was done in Tanzania. Kwa sababu sasa hizo internal dynamics lazima ubembeleze hao watu, kwa sababu sisi pia tutasema tumekuletea watu, we can walk away. Those are some of the other dynamics I'm trying to say. So the political dynamics in Kenya and democratic space cannot allow anybody to do the things that we think can happen. We cannot go back. We can only go forward. Now, in the event that there's a party that has garnered a clear majority, yani wawe na watu wengi, tuseme wako na parties, maybe wako na members almost 130 plus one particular party, then that will be a dynamic, because you can find they can easily push out another party and bring in another one. So those are some of the things that we need to look at. But anyway, let's consider that as we move on. But I agree with you. The purpose for us having this channel, which Jakindu and Stone PK is emphasizing, is that let's make informed decision. You know, as you move to the ballot, you make an informed decision. You make sure that that leader is going to serve you for 5 years, and you have to look at how do you benefit from that vote. So that is, I think I agree with you.
Correct.
Totally, I agree also with the Stone PK. The only point of the departure is on the bleakness of the future. For me, I see I see a future that is very, very bright and robust, and a future that our constitution is going to work in a very, very clear manner moving forward.
Hatusemi bleak, tunasema tunaonya tu watu wachague viongozi wazuri, tusifanye makosa.
You know, unajua kuna prophet mmoja kwa Biblia anaitwa Nehemiah.
Make wrong choices. Make wrong choices and expect good.
kuna prophet mmoja kwa Biblia anaitwa ni prophet Nehemiah, ama anaitwa nani? Yule alikuwa, yani yeye tu alikuwa ni prophet wa kulia. So ladies and gentlemen, we would love to stay, but we have to leave. The show is coming to an end. We were just having a small, musiende kwanza, tufunge show. We were just having a small chat, and really we want to appreciate all those who are joined us. Njiru Mwaura, I mean, show imeisha, so we were just having a small chat with the people in the studio. Asante sana Steve Mutumbu, asante Gitash Day, asante sana Penya Gaka na wale wengine wote ambao wanaweza kutujoin pale YouTube, kwa sababu Facebook tulikuwa tushatupwa nje. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Today, of course, we have tried to look at what happened today. Maybe tomorrow we look at other things ambazo zitakuwa zimetokea. But kama kawaida tunasema let's talk, because when we stop talking we start fighting. So we don't want to fight, we want to talk. We want Mutembei channel to be a place where you come for incisive and very interactive, and facts that you can get in, that are happening in our political scene. We really appreciate your presence, and kindly always come here and learn. We say you need 4 things to come. 1 is a working gadget, you need a connection, you need something to share, and a willingness to learn. Open mind. Come and discuss, because this is where we meet kupiga gumzo. You meet great people like Domi, Jakindu Bay, Stone PK, Salina Sego, and even Princess Diana. These are people who have great intellect, great information, and they are able to help us. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming on. And kindly like, subscribe to Mutembei channel. We also do have our Marsabit drought campaign that is going on. Kindly send something. Tomorrow is the deadline, rather today Kenyan time in the evening is the deadline. We are going to have the final run on it. If you haven't given something to it, kindly jaza lori, ingia pale, tusaidie kujaza lori, at least tujaze quarter lori. A lori inajaa na quarter tatu, 250 tuifikisha hata kama ni 250, so that at least tujaze lori ndogo tupeleke pale Marsabit. You have the number, still number, and also Bernard's number that is there. Thank you so much. And kama kawaida nasema pia, tafadhalini endeni kwa channel yangu Themba Ondiege TV. Tafadhalini endeni pale munipatie subscribe na muangalie, munisukume kidogo tafadhali. Support gani mnaweza nipatia kama mnanipenda kama wa Kenya? Hii mapenzi onyesheni pale kwa channel yangu. Tafadhali. Nipatie. Nimechukua muda hata sijafika, 1 year is going on by March and sijafika 1000. Si munifikisha hata 1000 basi. Tafadhalini. Asanteni sana. Now kabla tujaenda, huwa tunasema tunaomba na tunatumia our national anthem kwa Kiswahili. First answer of our national anthem tunaimba kwa Kiswahili, lakini tunaisema si kuimba. So kwa leo ningependa kumpa challenge Jakindu Bay atusemee national anthem kwa Kiswahili. Jakindu, tafadhali, alafu tuende tukalale.
Ewe Mungu. Themba sijui kama nitaisema vizuri. Sema mimi nitasema kesho.
Wacha nisikie.
Haya, Ziana basi sema, hawa watu ambao wanafunga studio kila siku, tafadhalini. Stone PK, enda ujue national anthem first answer kwa Kiswahili. Domi, national anthem first answer kwa Kiswahili. Ninyi wote. Haya Ziana, tuende kazi.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Asante sana Ziana. Tafadhalini endeni mjue first answer. You know, that is what inatuunganisha kama wa Kenya. Your national anthem. You know one thing ambayo nini America, ukisikia national anthem, watoto wanaimba national anthem. Hata wengine wetu labda tulikuwa tunaimba. The words of the national anthem unite us. Tafadhali tuimbe, tuijue.
Hata kama unataka kuimba, Mungu nguvu yetu, unaendelea na kuimba.
Kwetu iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Asanteni sana, tuonane baadaye leo saa 2 ya Kenya, and of course other time global time. Asanteni sana, see you.